dumbifying. Present participle and gerund of dumbify. Dove. Present participle and gerund of dumb. Dumbing down. Present participle and gerund of dumb down. Dumbing out. Present participle and gerund of dumb out. Dobrish. Somewhat stupid. Dumbishly. In a somewhat dumb manner. Dummkopf. Misspelling of Dummkopf. Dummel. A dale with a stream. Dumbledore. Alternative spelling of Dumbledore. Dumbledores. Plural of Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Alternative spelling of Dumbledore. Dumbledore. A bumblebee. Dumbledorian. Alternative form of Dumbledorian. Dumbledores. Plural of Dumbledore. Dumbledorian. Of, related to, or characteristic of the fictional wizard Albus Dumbledore from the Harry Potter series. Dumbledores. Plural of Dumbledore. Dummos. Plural of Dummel. Dumbleton. A place name. Dumbletons. Plural of Dumbleton. Dumbling. One who is unintelligent, dumb, or stupid, a dummy. Idiot. Dumplings. Plural of dumpling. Dumbly. In a silent way. Dumbness. The state of being mute, that is, of not communicating vocally, whether from selective mutism, refusal to speak, or from an inability to speak. Dumbness. Plural of dumbness. Dummet. A stupid person. Dumbets. Plural of dummet. Dumbo. A neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York City, New York State, United States. Dumbo. Alternative form of Dumbo, a neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York City, New York State, United States. Dumbo octopus. Any of several species of umbrella octopuses of the genus Grimpotuthes. Dumbo octopuses. Plural of Dumbo octopus. Dumbocracies. Plural of dumbocracy. Dumbocracy. A democracy, particularly an ineffective or dysfunctional one. Dumbocrat. A foolish democrat. Dumbocrats. Plural of dumbocrat. Dumbo. Plural of Dumbo. Dumbphone. A cell phone that does not have any functionality characteristic of a smartphone. Dumbphones. Plural of dumbphone. Dumbrava. A village in Zilatna, Alba County, Romania. Dumbrava Rosi. A village and commune of Nemt County, Romania. Dumrevni. A town in Sibiu County, Romania. Dumrevsti. A village in Draganu, Argeș County, Romania. Dumravida. A village in Serubacandi, Alba County, Romania. The plural of dumb deep underground military base. Dumb. Third person singular simple present indicative of dumb. Dumb is down. Third person singular simple present indicative of dumb down. Dumbed out. Third person singular simple present indicative of dumb out. Doris. A stupid person. Domrits. Plural of dumbshit. Dumbvo. Alternative spelling of dumb show. Dumbed eyes. to reduce the number of employees in a business without regard to organizational efficiency, such that its operations become unprofitable or inefficient. Dumsized, simple past and past participle of dumsized. Dumsizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dumsize. Dumsizing, present participle and gerund of dumsize. Dummigi, a stupid person. Dummesgiz, plural of dumbski. Dumbstricken, synonym of dumbstruck. Dumbstruck, so shocked as to be unable to speak. Dunbar, a locality near Milton, West Dunbartonshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 4274. Dumbwaiter, a small elevator used to move food, etc. from one floor of a building to another. Dumbwaiters, plural of dumbwaiter. Dumbwalking, the act of walking while distracted or preoccupied by something else, often looking at a smartphone. Dove, alternative form of dummy stupid person. Dove, George W. Bush, born 1946, the 43rd President of the United States, 2001-2009. Dumdo, alternative form of Dum Dum, Indian city. Dum Dum fever, alternative form of Dum Dum fever. Dum Dums, plural of Dum Dum. Dumesti, a village in Salsiua, Alba County, Romania. Dumatorine, an alkaloid from Dioscorea dumatorum with EUPAC name 4-methyl-2,1-methylpiperidine, 2-il-methyl-2,3-dihydropyrin, 6,1. Dumatose, Damas. Dumbfound, alternative form of dumbfound. Dumbfounded, misspelling of dumbfounded. Dumbfounder, alternative form of dumbfounder. Dumbfounder, simple past and past participle of dumbfounder. Dumbfoundering, present participle and gerund of dumbfounder. Dumbfounders, third person singular simple present indicative of dumbfounder. Dumbfounding, present participle and gerund of dumbfound. Dumbfounds, third person singular simple present indicative of dumbfound. Dumfries, a town in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, and the former county town of Dumfries. OS Grid Ref NX 9776. Dumfries and Galloway, a council area of Scotland, one of 32 created in 1996, formerly a region created in 1975 from the counties of Dumfriesshire, Kirkcudbrightshire and Wigtownshire. Dumfriesshire, a historical county of Scotland which was abolished in 1975 and absorbed into Dumfries and Galloway region. Its county town was Dumfries. Dumplundalt, worn out, or being in a state of exhaustion. Dumgoy, a hill 427 meters high at the west end of the Campsie Fells, Stirling Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 5482. Dumin, a Kuranti language of Nepal. Duming, a municipality of Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Dumatra, a village in Sant'Imbru, Alba County, Romania. Dumitrescu, a surname from Romanian. Dumitresti, a village in Valea Zoia, Alameda County, Romania. Dauda, a city in Jekun, India. Dumdas, plural of Dumka. Daud, a surname. Dos, plural of dom. Dummy, plural of dumka. Domlin, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Dumlaya, a surname from Ilocano. Dumlayas, plural of Dumlao. Dunlar, a surname. Dunlers, plural of Dumlar. Dumlar, a barangay of Toledo, Cebu, Philippines. Dao, a surname. Dower, a surname. Dubber, one who pretends to be dumb, unable to speak. Dummers, plural of dummerer. Dummers, plural of dummer. Dummechin, of or relating to Michael Dummett, 1925-2011, British analytic philosopher. Dud, simple past and past participle of dummy. Dummed out, simple past and past participle of dummy out. Dummin up, simple past and past participle of dummy up. Dummes, plural of dummy. Dumb is out, third person singular simple present indicative of dummy out. Dumb and hot, third person singular simple present indicative of dummy up. Dummify, simple past and past participle of dummify. Dummifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dummify. Dummify, to make something into a dummy. Dummifying, present participle and gerund of dummify. Dumbiness, the quality of being silly or foolish. Dummkopf, a stupid person, a dolt, dimwit, or blockhead. Dummkopfs, plural of Dummkopf. Dummeth, plural of dumb. Dubbe, a silent person, a person who does not talk. Dummy bid, a bid made at an auction by a dummy bidder acting in collusion with the auctioneer or vendor, designed to deceive genuine bidders into paying more. Dummy bids, plural of dummy bid. Dummy board, a flat wooden life-size figure painted and shaped in silhouette. Dummy boards, plural of dummy board. Dummy car, a railroad car containing its own steam power or locomotive. Dummy cars, plural of dummy car. Dummy foal, a foal suffering from neonatal maladjustment syndrome. Dummy foal syndrome, neonatal maladjustment syndrome. Dummy foals, plural of dummy foal. Dummy half, the player who receives the ball when it is returned into play behind a teammate who is just tackled. Dummy halves, plural of dummy half. Duddy, the pronoun used without any referent, serving only to satisfy rules of syntax. Dummy light, synonym of idiot light, warning light. Dummy lights, plural of dummy light. Dummy F, to remove a feature. Subplot, item, or character from a video game. Dummy pronoun, a pronoun used to fulfill a syntactic role rather than one with a specific referent. For example, that in it's raining. Dummy pronouns, plural of dummy pronoun. Dummy run, a trial or practice before the real attempt. Dummy runs, plural of dummy run. Dummy scissors, an attacking move by two players resembling a scissors move but where the ball carrier only dummies the pass to his teammate. Dummy spit, the act of overreacting as an adult to his situation childishly in an angry or frustrated manner. Dummy spits, plural of dummy spit. Dummy subject, a word in English, it or they're used as the subject of a sentence when the real subject is placed after the main verb or when the subject is indefinite. Dummy subjects, plural of dummy subject. Dummy text, a placeholder text used in typesetting. Dummy texts, plural of dummy texts. Dummy, to make a mock-up or prototype version of something without some or all of its intended functionality. Dummy variable, a binary variable that takes a value of 0 or 1 to indicate which category an individual falls into. Dummy variables, plural of dummy variable. Dummy whist, a variant of the card game whist, similar to bid whist but played with 3 players instead of 4, and instead of dealing a kitty, dealing a dummy hand on the team of the player who wins the auction. Dummy brew, incapable of being misused even by the stupidest or most careless of users. Dummy proof, simple past and past participle of dummy proof. Dummy proofing, present participle and gerund of dummy proof. Dummy proofs, third person singular simple present indicative of dummy proof. Dummy, present participle and gerund of dummy. Dummy at, present participle and gerund of dummy out. Dummina, present participle and gerund of dummy up. Dummamander, a gerrymander that has narrow margins to electorally benefit the gerrymandering party and has a high probability of backfiring. Dummamanders, plural of dummamander. Dummiproof, alternative form of dummy proof. Dummiproof, simple past and past participle of dummiproof. Dummiproofing, present participle and gerund of dummiproof. Dummiproofs, third person singular simple present indicative of dummiproof. Dumnonia, a Brythonic kingdom in sub-Roman Britain between the late 4th and late 8th centuries, centered on what is now Devon. Domnonium, of or relating to Domnonia. Domnoniums, plural of Domnonian. Dumoar, a barangay of Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Dumont, a surname. Dumons, plural of Dumont. Dumont, a surname from French. Dumont's blue, synonym of smalt, a blue pigment. Dumontiaceous, of or relating to the Dumontiaceae. Dumontite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Dumortierite, a fibrous aluminium borosilicate mineral that occurs in various colors. Dumortierites, plural of dumortierite. Dumortierninacea, any of a group of triterpenoid saponins present in the cactus Isolatocereus dumortieri. Dumortierinaceae, plural of dumortierinaceae. Dumas, alternative form of dumus. Dumaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Dumas, the quality of being dumus or dumos. Doulen, a surname from French. Doulens, plural of Dumoulin. Damas, abounding with bushes and briars. Though, a city in Toledo district, Belize. Dump and burn, a maneuver involving dumping and burning. Dump bin, a bin filled with products of a particular type, often at a discount, without any stacking or arrangement. Dump bins, plural of dump bin. Dump cake, a cake similar to a cobbler, made by dumping fruit or other filling into a pan and then dumping cake mix on top. Dump cakes, plural of dump cake. Dump cart, alternative form of dump cart. Dump carts, plural of dump cart. Dump core, to generate a core dump. Dump dinner, a meal that is easily prepared by placing a few ingredients in a container and cooking them. Dump dinners, plural of dump dinner. Dump job, the act of moving a corpse from the place of death and abandoning it in a deserted area, typically to conceal a murder. Dump jobs, plural of dump. Dump job. Dump months, the two periods of the year, often described as January and February and mid-August through September, when new movie releases are either poor quality, cheaply made, or intended for niche audiences, since low movie attendance limits the potential box office return. Dump I, to finish a romantic relationship with someone. Dump one's load, to ejaculate, come, inseminate, or defecate. Dump out, to gain control of the puck and shoot it into the neutral zone. Dump stat, a statistic of a player character's skill or other property, etc., where a poor value is accepted in order to allow for improved statistics in other areas. Dump stats, plural of dump stat. Dump store, a store which purchases dumped goods in order to resell them. Dump tackle, a legal form of tackling when the player wraps their arms around the ball carrier's thighs and lifts them a short distance in the air before forcibly driving them into the ground. Dump tackles, plural of dump tackle. Dump truck, a heavy truck for carrying loose, bulk cargo having a hinged bed that allows the contents to be unloaded onto the ground. Dump trucks, plural of dump truck. Dump and bag, easily prepared by placing a few ingredients in a container and baking them. Dump cart, alternative form of dump cart. Dump carts, plural of dump cart. Dumpable, able to be dumped in various senses. Dump edge, the act of dumping loads from carts, especially loads of refuse matter. Dump edges, plural of dump edge. Dump bin, a large freestanding box or basket containing loose goods for sale. Dump bins, plural of dump bin. Dump cart, a cart often two-wheeled that can be tilted to empty its contents, a tumbrel. Dump carts, plural of dump cart. Note, simple past and past participle of dump. Dumped and burned, simple past and past participle of dump and burn. Dumped and burnt, simple past and past participle of dump and burn. Dumped core, simple past and past participle of dump core. Dumped on, simple past and past participle of dump on. Dumped one's load, simple past of dump one's load. Dumped out, simple past and past participle of dump out. Dumpy, one who is dumped rejected romantically. Dumpies, plural of dumpy. Dumper, a surname. Dumper truck, a dump truck. Dumper trucks, plural of dumper truck. Dumpers, plural of dumper. Dumby, alternative form of dumpy small bottle of beer. Dumpy, comparative form of dumpy, more dumpy. Dumbies, plural of dumpy. Dumbiest, superlative form of dumpy, most dumpy. Dumpily, in a dumpy manner. Dumpiness, they call it being dumpy. Dumping, present participle and gerund of dumb. Dumping and burning, present participle and gerund of dump and burn. Dumping core, present participle and gerund of dump core. Dumping day, the first day of lobster fishing season, when the first lobster traps are set, i.e. dumped into the water. Dumping ground, elanto. Dumping grounds, plural of dumping ground. Dumping on, present participle and gerund of dump on. Dumping one's load, present participle and gerund of dump one's load. Dumping out, present participle and gerund of dump out. Dumping syndrome, the situation where food, especially sugar, moves too fast from the stomach to the duodenum, typically arising after gastric or esophageal surgery. Dumpings, plural of dumping. Dumpish, stupid, tall. Dumpishly, in a dumpish manner, dejectedly, gloomily. Dumpishness, quality of being dumpish. Dummel, to make dumpy, to fold or bend as one part over another. Dumbled, simple past and past participle of dumple. Dumbles, third person singular simple present indicative of dumple. Dumpling, a ball of dough that is cooked and may have a filling and or additional ingredients in the dough. Dumpling festival, synonym of dragon boat festival. Dumpling squid, a bobtail squid. Dumpling depot, synonym of bedbasket, the abdomen or stomach, especially is a vulnerable part of the body in attack. Dumpling depots, plural of dumpling depot. Dumpling-like, resembling or characteristic of a dumpling. Dumplings, plural of dumpling. Dumplingy, resembling a dumpling, dumpling-like. Dumpo, a dish of boneless stuffed poultry cooked in dough, butter, and spices. Dumpoked, cooked in the dumpoke style. Dumpokes, plural of dumpoke. Dumbuth, plural of dump. Dumps and burns, third person singular simple present indicative of dump and burn. Dumps core, third person singular simple present indicative of dump core. Dumpsai, third person singular simple present indicative of dump on. Dumps one's load, third person singular simple present indicative of dump one's load. Dumps out, third person singular simple present indicative of dump out. Dump site, a dump for garbage, usually a dump that is actively in use, or the location of such a dump. Dump sites, plural of dump site. Dumpson, a surname. Dumpster, a large, usually metal trash receptacle designed to be hoisted up by a garbage truck in order to be emptied. Dumpster bandit, synonym of trash panda, a raccoon. Dumpster bandit, plural of dumpster bandit. Dumpster dive, to practice dumpster diving. Dumpster dive, simple past and past participle of dumpster dive. Dumpster diver, a person who practices dumpster diving. Dumpster divers, plural of dumpster diver. Dumpster dives, plural of dumpster dive. Dumpster diving, the act of recovering, for any purpose, discarded items that would otherwise be sent to a landfill. Dumpster diving, plural of dumpster diving. Dumpster dive, simple past and past participle of dumpster dive. Dumpster fire, a chaotic, unpleasant, unmanageable thing, situation, or person, a disaster. Dumpster fires, plural of dumpster fire. Dumpster juice, a light rum-based mixed drink. Dumpster juices, plural of dumpster juice. Dumpster panda, synonym of trash panda. Dumpster pandas, plural of dumpster panda. Dumpster diver, alternative spelling of dumpster diver. Dumpster divers, plural of dumpster diver. Dumpster diving, alternative spelling of dumpster diving. Dumpstering, synonym of dumpster diving. Dumpsters, plural of dumpster. Dumpster, alternative form of dump store. Dumpster, the notional location of a person who has been dumped or jilted by a lover. Dumpty, comparative form of dumpty, more dumpty. Dumptiest, superlative form of dumpty, most dumpty. Dumpton, a suburb of Broadstairs, Thanet District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 3866. Dump truck, alternative form of dump truck. Dump trucks, plural of dump truck. Dumpty, alternative form of dumpy. Dumbathead, alternative form of dump poked. Dumpy, short and thick, stout or stocky. Dumpy level, a level having a short telescope, usually an inverting one, rigidly fixed to a table capable only of rotatory movement in a horizontal plane. Dumpy levels, plural of dumpy level. Dumpy tree fry, Australian green tree frog. Dump-yard, a junkyard. Dump-yards, plural of dump-yard. Dawar, a village in Udaipur district, Koshi, Nepal. Dowry, alternative form of dumry. Dowries, plural of dumry. Dowry, an Indian copper coin worth 1/8 of a dam. Dowry, alternative form of dumry. Dowries, plural of dumry. Dowris, plural of dumry. Dowder, blackout, load shedding, particularly when occurring frequently but in no discernible regular pattern. Dumura Karbai, the Karbai people of Dumura Richo Kingdom. Dut, a state legislative assembly. Dut, a river in Wiltshire and Berkshire, England, which flows into the River Kennet. Duncomma, the ideographic comma used in Chinese. Duncommas, plural of duncomma. Dun crow, hooded crow. Dun crows, plural of dun crow. Dun diver, the goose ender or merganser. Dun divers, plural of dun diver. Dun dun, a double-headed African bass drum. Dun dun dun, used as a dramatic pause or to emphasize that something is frightening, thrilling, etc. Dun dun, plural of dun dun. Dun leg hair, a town and port in County Dublin, Ireland. Dunleagherath Town, a county of Ireland formed in 1994 from the borough of Dunleaghare and parts of County Dublin. The pronunciation spelling of doesn't. Dunbar, a moth of species Cosmia trapezina, found in parts of Europe. Dunbars, plural of Dunbar. The Daugava, a river in Eastern Europe. The Daugava, a river in Eastern Europe. Duna Gate, a political scandal in Hungary in 1990 involving the communist regime's secret service illegally collecting information on opposition parties. Donavery, a hamlet in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Irish grid ref J 1984. Dunagan, a surname. Dunagans, plural of Dunagan. Dunamycin, any of a group of spiritual macrolides that have immunosuppressive activity. Dunamycins, plural of Dunamycin. Dunaivci, a city in Kmelsky Oblast, Ukraine. Dunajce, a river in Poland and Slovakia. Dunajci, a city in Pest County, Hungary. Donal, pertaining to or consisting of dunes. Dana, an Ottoman Turkish unit of surface area nominally equal to 1,600 square Turkish paces but actually varied at a provincial and local level according to land quality to accommodate its colloquial sense of the amount of land able to be plowed in a day, roughly equivalent to the Byzantine strema or English acre. Dunamis, alternative form of dynamis. Dunams, plural of Dunam. Dunapur, archaic form of Danapur. Dunapur, archaic form of Danapur. Dunar, a surname. Donavan, a surname. Donavants, plural of Dunavant. Dunaway, a surname. Dunaways, plural of Dunaway. Dunawithanine, a withanolite glycoside found in Ayachroma australe. Dunawithanines, plural of Dunawithanine. Dundaben, a surname from Old English. Dundabens, plural of Dundaben. Dunbar, a hamlet in Sedgemoor district, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 3040. Dunbar, a town in East Lothian Council area. Scotland. OS grid ref NT 6778. Dunbar's number, a suggested cognitive limit to the number of people with whom one can maintain stable social relationships. It has been proposed to lie between 100 and 250, with a commonly used value of 150. Dunbars, plural of Dunbar. Dunbarton, alternative form of Dumbarton, Scottish town. Dunbartonshire, a former county of Scotland which was abolished in 1975, being merged into Strathclyde region. Dunbar, the potsherd. Dunbards, plural of Dunbar. Dunblane, a town in Stirling Council area, Scotland. Historically, it was a royal burgh in Perthshire until 1975. OS grid ref NN 7801, infamous for the mass shooting that happened there in 1996. Dunboyne, a town in County Meath, Ireland. Dunbridge, a hamlet in Mottisfont Parish, Test Valley District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SU 3126. Dunborough, a surname. Dunbrus, plural of Dunborough. Duck, a diminutive of the male given name Duncan. Dundat, a characteristical surname. Duncan, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic anglicized from Scottish Gaelic Donchad, the name of two early saints and of two kings of Scotland. Duncan Creek, a creek in Yukon, Canada, outside of the Keno City region. Duncan 5, any of various kinds of furniture having a particular design characterized by superior proportions, balance, symmetry, and restraint. Duncan 5, plural of Duncan 5. Duncans, plural of Duncan. Duncanson, a surname. Duncansons, plural of Duncanson. Duncanville, a place in the United States. Duns, an unintelligent person. Dunce cap, a conical hat that a school pupil is forced to wear to indicate that he or she is a dunce. Dunce caps. Plural of dunce cap. Dunce hat, a conical hat that a school pupil is made to wear to indicate that he/she is a dunce. Dunce hats, plural of dunce hat. Dunce's cap, alternative form of dunce cap. Duncedom, the realm or domain of dunces collectively. Dunce at, a very foolish person, a dunce. Dunce ads, plural of dunce head. Dunce, the quality, condition, or character of a dunce, mental opacity. Dunce-ish, alternative form of dunkish. Dunce-like, resembling or characteristic of a dunce. Dunceley, like, characteristic of or pertaining to a dunce or dunces, dunce-like. Dunceries, plural of duncery. Duncery, stupidity, idiocy. Dunces, plural of dunce. Dante, alternative spelling of Dunsey. Dutch, a surname. Dutch, simple past and past participle of Dunch. Duncher, a flat cap. Dunchers, plural of Duncher. Dunches, plural of Dunch. Dunchai, alternative form of Daincha. Duncheon, present participle of Dunch. Dunching. Present participle and gerund of Dunch. Dunchurch, a village and civil parish in Rugby District, Warwickshire, England. OS grid ref SB 4871. Dunchard, any satirical poem like the Dunciad by Alexander Pope. Dunteds, plural of Dunciad. Duncical, like a dunce, stupid or silly. Duncify, simple past and past participle of duncify. Duncifies, third person singular simple present indicative of duncify. Duncify, to make stupid in intellect. Duncifying, present participle and gerund of duncify. Dunkish, of the nature of a dunce, dunce-like. Dunkshly, in a dunkish manner. Dunkishness, the quality of being dunkish. Dunkly, a surname. Dunkuis, plural of Dunkley. Duncombe, a surname from Old English. Duncombes, plural of Duncombe. Dungar, a surname. Duncamis, plural of Duncum. Dante, like a dunce. Dull-witted. The University of Dundee, used especially following post-nominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Dundalk, a town, the county town of County Louth, Ireland. Dunda, a habitational surname from Scottish Gaelic. Dundaces, plural of Dundas. Dundasai, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, carbon, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Dundathu, a rural locality in the Fraser Coast region, Queensland, Australia. Dundathu pine, the coniferous tree Agathis robusta. Dundathu pines, plural of Dundathu pine. Dundee, a number of places in the United States. Dundee cake, a traditional rich fruit cake of Scotland. Dundee cakes, plural of Dundee cake. Donder, the lees or dregs of cane juice used in the distillation of rum. Donderheaded, alternative form of dunderheaded. Dunderfuck, synonym of dumb fuck. Dunderfox, plural of dunderfuck. Dunderfunk, ship's biscuit broken up, mixed with molasses, etc. and baked. Dunderhead, a stupid person, a dunce. Dunderheaded, stupid, foolish. Dunderheadedness, stupidity. Dunderheadism, stupidity. Dunderheads, plural of Dunderhead. Dundoland, a village in Rana municipality, Nordland County, Norway. Dunderpaid, Dunderhead. Dunderpaid, dunderheaded, foolish. Dunderpates, plural of dunderpate. Donders, plural of dunder. Dunderwhelp, a fool. Dunderwhelps, plural of dunderwhelp. Donde, a surname. Dundean, of or relating to the folklorist Alan Dunn's 1934-2005. Dunton, a surname. Dundonald, a large settlement in County Down, Northern Ireland, just east of Belfast. Dundonian, a person who is native to or grew up in the city of Dundee. Dundonians, plural of Dundonian. Dundons, plural of Dundon. Dundruck, a hamlet and civil parish in Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 2149. Dunderies, plural of Dundreary. Dundreary, describing types of fashion, hairstyles, etc. associated with the foppish Lord Dundreary in Taylor's Our American Cousin. Dundreaism, a twisted and consequentially nonsensical aphorism. Dundreaisms, plural of Dundreaism. Dundrearies, plural of Dundreary. Dundro, an outer suburb of Dublin, Ireland. Dundon, alternative form of Dun-Dun African drum. Dundon, plural of Dundon. Dunder, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Dundee, a surname. Dundee County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Bancommon. Dundee Funk, alternative form of Dunderfunk. Dundee Funk, alternative form of Dunderfunk. Tur, an island close to Heligoland. Tur, a ridge or hill of sand piled up by currents of wind or water. Dune buggies, plural of dune buggy. Dune buggy, a recreational vehicle with large tires designed for use on beaches and sand dunes. Dune coon, someone of Middle Eastern or North African descent. Dune coons, plural of dune coon. Dune cricket, any orthopteran in the family Schizodactylidae, not too distantly related to the true crickets in the family Grillidae, known for inhabiting sandy areas. Dune grass, alternative form of dunning grass. Third, featuring or formed into dunes. Dotted, a city in Otago, South Island, New Zealand. Dunveld, an area containing many sand dunes. Dunvelds, plural of Dunfield. Dunafoot, the exposed base of a sand dune. Dunafoots, plural of Dunafoot. Dunnigan, alternative form of Dunnikin and outhouse. Dunnagans, plural of Dunnigan. Dunnigrass, the plant Swollinia alexandri. Dunelland, land where dunes are found. Dunellands, plural of Dunelland. Dermas, without dunes. Dunelland. A little dune. Dunellets, plural of Dunellets. Dunlike, resembling or characteristic of a dune. Dunellen, a borough of Middlesex County, New Jersey. Dunham, Durham. Dunelmensis, the Bishop of Durham. Dunelmian, a native or inhabitant of the city of Durham, County Durham, England. Dunelmians, plural of Dunelmian. Durhams, plural of Dune. Dunes City, a city in Lane County, Oregon, United States. Dunnasand, a loose thin sand that can be carried by the wind. Dunnasands, plural of Dunnasand. Dunescape, a landscape dominated by dunes. Dunescapes, plural of Dunescape. Dante's Day, the future simultaneous release of two anticipated films, Dune, Part 3 and Avengers, Doomsday on December 18, 2026. Dunada, the top of the dune. Dunathops, plural of Dunatop. Dunaveld, an area of land characterized by fossilized sand dunes that are stable because shrubs and grasses have taken hold. Dunavelds, plural of Dunaveld. Dunoverse, the fictional universe which serves as the setting for the Dune novels. Dunwort, a common name for the fern Batricium campestre. Duddon, full of dunes. Dunfermaghy, a small town on the north coast of County Donegal, Ireland. Dunphy, a surname. Dunveys, plural of Dunphy. Dunfermline, a city and former royal burgh of Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 0987, the former capital of Scotland. Dundish, a kind of cured codfish. Dunfer, a surname. Dunford Bridge, a hamlet in Dunford Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1502. Dunfords, plural of Dunford. Metropolitan Borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1502. Dunfords of Dunford. A female given name from Vietnamese. Dun beetle. Any of the beetle of the family Scarabees, scarab beetles, especially of the subfamilies Scarabidae aphody, noted for rolling down into balls for use as food or as brooding chambers. Dung beetles, plural of dun beetle. Dun flies, plural of dun fly. Dun fly, alternative form of dun fly. Dun fork, a manure fork. Dun forks, plural of dun fork. Dun funnel, Venus. Dung funnels, plural of dun funnel. Dun heap, a mound of animal droppings for agricultural use. Dung heaps, plural of dung heap. Dun moss, any moss in the genus Splatchnum. Dun tag, synonym of tag, a dangling lock of sheep's wool matted with dung. Dun tags, plural of dun tag. Dun beetle, alternative spelling of dung beetle. Dun beetles, plural of dun beetle. Dun heap, alternative form of dung heap. Dun heaps, plural of dun heap. Dunhill, alternative form of dunhill. Dunhills, plural of dunhill. Dun hunter, a bird, the skua. Dun hunters, plural of dun hunter. Dun, a Muslim people originally from northwest China who currently reside in Kazakhstan, Kurdistan, and Russia. Dun Nani, alternative form of Dungan, a Muslim people. Dundon, a town in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. Irish Grid Ref H 7962. Dungaree, heavy denim fabric, often blue jean material. Dungaree, dressed in dungarees. Dungarees, heavy denim pants or trousers, usually with bib and braces, worn especially as work clothing. Dungari, dated form of dungaree. Dungarees, plural of dungaree. Dungaris, plural of Dungari. Dundarven, a village in County Kilkenny, Ireland. Dungaree, obsolete form of dungaree. Type of material. Dundate, a hamlet in Linstead with Kingstown Parish and Rodmersham Parish, Swall Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9159. Dungates, plural of Dungate. Dungiven Hooter, a fictional crocodile-like animal with no mouth and huge nostrils that uses its tail as a weapon. Dungiven Hooters, plural of Dungiven Hooter. Dunball, a ball of dun. Dunballs, plural of Dunball. Dunga, a surname from Kapampangan. Dongaz, plural of Dumka. Duncheon, a horn used in Tibetan Buddhist and Mongolian Buddhist ceremonies. Duncheons, plural of Duncheon. Dunshed, fertilized with dung. Dundee, a surname. Dundee is plural of Dungy. Dungeness, a headland in Lydd Parish on the coast of Kent, England, formed largely of a shingle beach in the form of a cuspate foreland OS grid ref TR0916. Dungeness crab, Metacarcinus magister, a species of crab found in the Pacific Ocean that has sweet-tasting meat. Dungeness crabs, plural of Dungeness crab. Dungeon, an underground prison or vault, typically built underneath a castle. Dungeon Crawl, a role-playing game in which players navigate a labyrinthine environment, battling monsters and looting treasure. Dungeon Crawler, alternative form of dungeon crawl. Dungeon crawlers, plural of dungeon crawler. Dungeon crawls, plural of dungeon crawl. Dungeon master, alternative letter-case form of dungeon master. Dungeon master, a game master in Dungeons and Dragons games. Dungeon mastering, performing as a dungeon master or running a tabletop role-playing game, especially Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeon mastering, alternative spelling of dungeon mastering. Dungeon masters, plural of dungeon master. Dungeon masters, plural of dungeon master. Dungeon monitor, a person charged with supervising BDSM activities at a play party or a BDSM club. Dungeon monitors, plural of dungeon monitor. Dungeon synth, a genre of electronic music that merges elements of black metal and dark ambient that emerged in the early 1990s. Dungeon crawl, to play a dungeon crawl. Dungeon crawl, simple past and past participle of dungeon crawl. Dungeon crawling, present participle and gerund of dungeon crawl. Dungeon crawls, third person singular simple present indicative of dungeon crawl. Dungeon-like, alternative form of dungeon-like. Dungeon mastering, alternative spelling of dungeon mastering. Dungeonable, shrewd, devilish. Dungeon, simple past and past participle of dungeon. Dungeoneer, one who navigates through a dungeon. Dungeoneers, plural of dungeoneer. Dungeoner, a jailer. Dungeoners, plural of dungeoner. Dungeness, reminiscent of a dungeon. Dungeoning, present participle and gerund of dungeon. Dungeonish, characteristically like a dungeon. Dungeon-like, resembling or characteristic of a dungeon. Dungeon master, alternative form of dungeon master. Dungeon master, plural of dungeon master. Dungeoness, possessing medieval dungeon-like attributes or atmosphere. Dungeons, plural of dungeon. Dungeons and Dragoner, a player of the fantasy tabletop role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragoners, plural of Dungeons and Dragoner. Dungeons and Dragons, a particular fantasy role-playing game. Dungeons and Dragoner, alternative form of Dungeons and Dragoner. Dungeons and Dragoners, plural of Dungeons and Dragoner. Dungeony, resembling or characteristic of a dungeon. Dunger, a person employed to spread or transport dung. Dungery, dated form of dungaree. Dungeries, plural of dungery. Dundiers, plural of dunger. Dundee, a surname. Dundies, plural plural of dungy. Dunflies, plural of dunfly. Dunfly, a two-winged fly of the genus Scathophaga. Dunfork, a fork for tossing dung. Dunforks, plural of dunfork. That is alternative spelling of dung heap. Dunheaps, plural of dung heap. Dottle, obsolete spelling of dunghill. Dottle, a heap of dung, especially one for agricultural purposes. Dunhills, plural of dunghill. Dunhilly, resembling or characteristic of a dunghill. Dunhills, plural of dunghill. Dunhull, anus. Dunhulls, plural of dunhole. Dunhouse, a building where dung is stored. Dunhouses, plural of dunhouse. Dungy, comparative form of dungy, more dungy. Dundies, superlative form of dungy, most dungy. Dungir, present participle and gerund of dung. Dungings, plural of dunging. Dundish, pertaining to dun or juris, figuratively filthy or revolting. Dungiven, a town in County Londonderry, Northern Ireland. Duntag, one of the subdistricts into which Dzongkag is divided. Dunkags, plural of Dunkag. Dunlike, resembling or characteristic of dung. Dunlish, a non-standard variety of the English language with Dutch influences. Dunbussen, a surname. Dunglo, a town on the west coast of County Donegal, Ireland. Dummer, a pit or pile where dung is mixed with other organic material to produce manure for fertilizer. Dummer, plural of dummer. Dunmixen, dun e. Dunmixend, plural of Dunmixen. Dungoan, a barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Dunai, a rural town in the Hunter region, New South Wales, Australia. Thus, plural of dun. Dunstead, a place where manure is piled, a dung heap, a midden. Dumsteads, plural of Dumpstead. Dumwort, synonym of Bearsfoot. Dummer, a hamlet in Bradfield Civil Parish, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2889. Dunworth, plural of Dunworth. Dundy, resembling or characteristic of dung. Dunjar, a yard where dung is collected. Dunjards, plural of Dunjard. Dunna, a surname from Old English. Dunnamassy, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7000. Dunham on the Hill, a village in Dunham on the Hill and Hapsford Parish, Cheshire West and Chester Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4772. Dunham on the Hill and Hapsford, a civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. that includes the named places. Dunhamstead, a hamlet in Ottingley Parish, Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 9160. Dunhams, plural of Dunham. Dunhuo, a count-level city of Yanbian Prefecture, Jilin, China. Dunhuang, a count-level city of Jiuquan, Gansu, China. Dunhuang studies Dunhuangology. Dunhuangologist, an expert in Dunhuangology. Dunhuangologists, plural of Dunhuangologists. Dunhuangology, the academic study of the city of Dunhuang, China in particular, is cultural and historical heritage. Derningen, a surname. Derningens, plural of Dunigen. Duniken, alternative form of Duniken, an outhouse. Dunikens, plural of Duniken. Dunite, a type of igneous rock with a coarse-grained or phaneritic texture. Dunites, plural of Dunite. Dunite, of or relating to Dunite. Dunif, abbreviation of Doctor of the University, a kind of honorary academic degree. Dunovan, a surname. Dunovans, plural of Dunovan. Duniwassel, a gentleman of the Scottish Highlands. Duniwassels, plural of Duniwassel. Dyke, a surname. Dunkai, to perform a slam dunk over a defender. Dunk out, to extinguish a flame or lit cigarette by dunking it into a liquid. Dunk shot, a dunk is shot where the ball is propelled directly downward through the hoop. Dunk shots, plural of dunk shot. Dunk tank, a large tank of water, over which a dunk seat is suspended, which seat can be made to tip or fall into the tank of water, thus dunking whoever is sitting on the seat. It is used as an attraction, mainly used in fun fairs. Dunk tanks, plural of dunk tank. Dunks, alternative form of dunks, Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkable, suitable for dunking as a food. Dunkables, plural of dunkable. Donkadoo, the American midterm. Donkadoos, plural of dunkadoo. Dunker, alternative form of dunker. Dunkards, plural of dunkard. Duck, simple past and past participle of dunk. Dunked on, simple past and past participle of dunk on. Dunked out, simple past and past participle of dunk out. Dunka, a surname from German. Dunkelberger, a surname. Dungout, a village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref no 0242. Dungles, plural of Dunkel. Dunger, one of a religious denomination whose tenets and practices are mainly those of the Baptists, but partly those of the Quakers. Dunkerism, the beliefs and practices of the Dunkers. Dunker, alternative spelling of Dunkirk, a city in Nord Department in northern France. Dunger, plural of Dunker. Dunkerton, a village in Dunkerton and Tunley Parish, Bath and Northeast Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 7159. Dunkerton and Tunley, a civil parish in Bath and Northeast Somerset, Somerset, England. Dunkiswell, a village and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS grid ref ST 1407. Dunkettle, a settlement and townland in Caherlag civil parish, east of Cork, County Cork, Ireland. Irish grid ref W 7373. Donkust, a game involving many dunks. Donkusts, plural of dunkfist. Duncan, a surname. Duncan, present participle and gerund of dunk. Dunking on, present participle of dunk on. Dunking out, present participle and gerund of dunk out. Dunkins, plural of dunking. Dunkins, plural of Duncan. Dunkirk, a town in Nord Department, Hauts de France, France. Dunkirk spirit, the spirit of the British public pulling together to overcome times of adversity. Dunkirker, a commerce raider who operated a warship in the service of the Spanish Empire during the Dutch revolt from the ports of the Flemish coast, Nieuwpoort, Ostend, and in particular Dunkirk. Dunkirkers, plural of Dunkerker. Dunkel operator, a kind of mathematical operator involving differential operators but also reflections in an underlying space. Dunkel operators, plural of Dunkel operator. Dunkel, a surname from German. Dunkleastade, any placoderm in the family Dunkleastidae. Dunkleastades, plural of Dunkleastade. Dunkel, plural of Dunkel. Dunkoi, a surname. Dunkois, plural of Dunkley. Dunklen, a surname. Dunklin County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Kennett. Dunklins, plural of Dunklin. Dunks, the American multinational coffee and donut restaurant chain Dunkin' Donuts. Dunksong, third person singular simple present indicative of dunk on. Dunkspout, third person singular simple present indicative of dunk out. Dunkoi, ellipsis of Dunkwanofin, a town in the central region in South Ghana. Dunkwanofin, a town in the central region in South Ghana. Dundi, a diminutive of the male given name Duncan. Dunla, a surname. Dunleavy, a surname from Irish. Dunleavies, plural of Dunleavy. Dunleavy. A surname. Dunlavies, plural of Dunlavy. Donairy, an old name for Dunlag Hare in Ireland, which was also named Kingstown between 1821 and 1921. Donleary, a surname from Irish. Donleavies, plural of Dunleavy. Dunlair, a town in County Louth, Ireland. Dunlavy, a surname from Irish. Dunlutties, plural of Dunlavy. Donley, a hamlet in Lichfield and Woodcott Parish, Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SU 4553. Donmud, a small wading bird, Calidris alpina, found along the coast and having a distinctive black belly patch in its breeding plumage, a type of stint. Dunmuns, plural of Dunlin. Dunlub, a surname. Dunlubs, plural of Donlam. Domlai, a village and townland in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Dunmanway, a market town in County Cork, Ireland. Dunmay, alternative form of Durnmay. Dunmere, a hamlet in Bodmin Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 0467. Dunmere, clipping of Dungeon Meshi. Dunmire, a surname. Dunmires, plural of Dunmire. Dunmore, a place name. Dunmores, plural of Dunmore. Dunmow, used with reference to a tradition in Little Dunmow, Essex, according to which a flitch of bacon would be awarded by the priory to a couple who could swear after a year of marriage that they had never had an argument or regretted getting married. Dunmow Fletch, a flitch of bacon awarded to a married couple who convince a local jury of bachelors and maidens that, for a year and a day, they have never wished themselves unwed, as part of a traditional 4-yearly ritual at Great Dunmow, Essex, England. Dunmow Flitches, plural of Dunmow Flitch. Dunmurry, an urban townland on the outskirts of Belfast, Northern Ireland. A surname from Irish. Dunn County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Manning, named after John Piatt Dunn. Dunnett, Dunnigan, a surname from Irish. Dunnagans, plural of Dunnagan. Dunnage, scrap material, often wood, used to fill spaces to prevent the shifting of more valuable items during transport or underneath large or heavy items to raise them slightly above the ground in order to protect from chafing and wet. Dunnages, plural of dunnage. Dunnikin, alternative form of Dunnikin outhouse. Dunnekins, plural of Dunnikin. Dunham, a surname. Dunhamore, a village in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland, United Kingdom. Dunams, plural of Dunan. Dunarf, does to a great extent. Dunarch, any species of the genus Minthopsis of small carnivorous marsupials that resemble mice or shrews. Dunarts, plural of Dunart. Dunavant, a surname. Dunavants, plural of Dunavant. Dunaway, a surname. Dunaways, plural of Dunaway. A surname from Irish. Dunna, alternative form of Danesaw. Simple past and past participle of done. Dunnikin, an outhouse, an outbuilding used as a lavatory. Dunnikins, plural of Dunnikin. Daughter, one employed in soliciting the payment of debts. Donners, nickname for Dunedin, a city in Otago, New Zealand. Dun, plural of done. Dunness, the quality of being done in color. Doness, superlative form of done, most done. Donnet Head, a peninsula in Caithness on the north coast of Scotland. Donnet, a surname. Donnet, comparative form of Dunny, more Dunny. Donnes, plural of Dunny. That is, superlative form of Dunny, most Dunny. Dunuasol, alternative. The form of Duniwassel. Dunuassels, plural of Dunuassel. Dunnigan, a surname. Dunnigans, plural of Dunnigan. Dunniken, alternative form of Dunnikin, an outhouse. Dunnikins, plural of Dunniken. Dunning, a surname. Dunning-Kruger, synonym of Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger bias, synonym of Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias by which an unskilled individual suffers from illusory superiority, mistakenly rating their ability is much higher than it actually is. Dunning-Kruger effects, plural of Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger syndrome, the condition of suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Krugerrand, a bitcoin. Dunning-Krugerrands, plural of Dunning-Krugerrand. Dunnings, plural of Dunning. Donnington, a village and civil parish in the city of York, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 671,526. Dunnington, plural of Dunnington. Dunnione, the orthoquinone 2,3,3-trimethyl-2-H-benzo-G1-benzofuran 4,5-dione that is a naturally occurring insecticide. Dunniones, plural of Dunnione. Duddish, somewhat dun in color. Dud, contraction of doesn't it. Dunnite, ammonium picrate, used as an explosive. Dunno, pronunciation spelling of do not know, pronunciation spelling of does not know. Nada, a small European and Asian passerine bird, Prunella modularis, the hedge sparrow or hedge warbler. Donex, plural of Donek. Donos, plural of Dono. Dama, pronunciation spelling of don't. Donutter, a village on the shore of Lake Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, named after Dunotter Castle in Scotland. Dono, a surname. Dun, plural of dun. Dunne, somewhat dun, dusky brownish. Dunny budgie, a blowfly. Dunny budgies, plural of dunny budgie. Dunny can, a toilet. Dunny cans, plural of dunny can. Dunny man, someone employed to empty the cesspit from a basic toilet which is not attached to a plumbing system. Dunny men, plural of dunny man. Dunny can, an outhouse toilet building. Dunniken, alternative form of dunny can. Dunnikins, plural of Dunnikin. Dunnikin, alternative form of Dunnikin, an outhouse. Dunnigans, plural of Dunnikin. Dunneman, alternative form of Dunny man. Dunneman, plural of Dunneman. Dutter, a town on the Firth of Clyde, Argyll, and Bute Council area. Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 1776. Dunvey, a surname. Dunveys, plural of Dunvey. Dunpickle, Marsh Harrier at bird. Dunpickles, plural of Dunpickle. Dummerge, a village in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, historically in Wigstownshire. OS Grid Ref NX 1557. Dunroman, a stereotypical name for a cottage or guest house. Dun, acronym of Data Universal Numbering System. That plural of dun. Dun, a town in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Berwickshire OS grid ref NT 7853. Dunsile, alternative spelling of Dunsel. Dunsales, plural of Dunsale, alternative form of Dunsels. Dunsanian, of pertaining to, or emulating the style or works of author Lord Dunsany 1879-1957. Dumscore, a small village in Dumfries and Galway Council area, Scotland, historically in Dumfriesshire OS grid ref NX 8684. Dunscroft, a village in Hatfield Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England OS grid ref SC 6508. Dunsall, something especially part of a vessel that is useless or superfluous or unnecessary. Dunsel cap, a knitted cap. Dunsel caps, plural of Dunsel cap. Dunsels, plural of Dunsel. Dunsfold, a village and civil parish in Waverley Borough, Surrey, England OS grid ref TQ 0036. Dunsver, a village in Tainbridge district, Devon, England. Dush, alternative spelling of Dunch. Dunche, simple past and past participle of Dunch. Duntes, third person singular simple present indicative of Dunch. Dunching, present participle of Dunch. Dunching, present participle and gerund of Dunch. Dunseat, ragworts and SEO poisoning in horses. Dunsley, a civil parish in Scarborough District, North Yorkshire, England. Dumsamar, a habitational surname from Old English. Dumsamar, a hamlet in Ellisborough Parish, Buckinghamshire, England OS grid ref SB 860 1110. Dunsmores, plural of Dunsmore. Dunsmuir, a city in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Dunson, a surname. Dunsons, plural of Dunson. Dunsup, a river in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England, a tributary of the River Hodder. Dunsup Bridge, a village in Bullen Forest, High Parish, Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England OS grid ref SD 6550. Dunstable, a town and civil parish with a town council in Central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England OS grid ref TL 0121. Dunstables, plural of Dunstable. Dunstan, a male given name from Old English. Dunstang, a surname. Donster, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District OS grid ref SS 9843. Dunstan, a surname. Dunstans, plural of Dunstan. Dumsworth, a surname. Dunsworth, plural of Dunsworth. Dun, a stroke, a dull sounding below. Duntyre, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Daunted, simple past and past participle of done. Dunter, a porpoise. Duntergeese, plural of dunter goose. Dunter goose, the adder duck. Dunters, plural of dunter. Dute, present participle and gerund of dund. Dunson, a place name. Dunton Green, a village and civil parish in Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. OS grid ref TQ 5157. Duntons, plural of Dunton. Dentrire, a suburb of Canberra, Australian Capital Territory, Australia, and the location of the Royal Military College, Duntroon. Duns, plural of Dunt. Dunham, alternative form of Dunham. Dunhams, plural of Dunham. Dunham, alternative form of Dun African drum. Dunnan, plural of Donnan. Dunure, a coastal village in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 2515. Dunwich, a small coastal village and civil parish without a council in East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District. OS grid ref TM 4770. Dunwood, a surname. Dundhood, plural of Dunwood. Dunwoody, a surname. Dunwoodies, plural of Dunwoody. Dunwer, a surname from Irish. Dunris, plural of Dunwer. Dunne, alternative form of Dunny. Donna, a female given name from Russian. Dundau, Dun, Finnish. Duh, an unincorporated community in West Virginia. Duo euthanasia, the assisted dying of two life partners together. Duotan, a folder with flexible metal fasteners. Duotans, plural of duotang. Duobinary, being or pertaining to a bipolar encoding in which the ones are represented alternately by positive and negative voltages. Duocarmycin, any of a series of related natural products isolated from Streptomyces bacteria with potent antitumor properties. Duocarmycins, plural of duocarmycin. Duocase, supporting or consisting of both uppercase and lowercase letters. Duochrome, the duochrome test, a test used by opticians to refine the correction of refractive error in which the subject is asked to compare images presented with red and green backgrounds. Duochromes, plural of duochrome. Duocolor, having two colors. Duochronin, a form of secretin. Duocylinder, a geometric object embedded in four-dimensional Euclidean space defined as the Cartesian product of two disks and analogous to a cylinder in three space. Duocylinders, plural of duocylinder. Duocylindrical, of or pertaining to a four-dimensional object having the shape of a duocylinder. Duoda, a district of Jingmen, Hubei, China. Duodeca, alternative form of dodeca. Duodecad, alternative form of dodecad. Duodecade, a period of 12 years. Duodecades, plural of duodecade. Duodecads, plural of duodecad. Duodecagon, alternative form of dodecagon. Duodecagonal, alternative form of dodecagonal. Duodecagons, plural of duodecagon. Duodecahedra, plural of duodecahedron. Duodecahedral, alternative form of dodecahedral. Duodecahedron, alternative form of dodecahedron. Duodecahedrons, plural of duodecahedron. Duodecahydrate, alternative form of dodecahydrate. Duodecalogue, a series of 12 works or statements. Duodecalogues, plural of duodecalogue. Duodecaimer, alternative form of dodecamer. Duodecameric, alternative form of dodecameric. Duodecamers, plural of duodecamer. Duodecane, alternative form of dodecane. Duodecans, plural of duodecane. Duodecanucleotide, alternative form of dodecanucleotide. Duodecanucleotides, plural of duodecanucleotide. Duodecapeptide, alternative form of dodecapeptide. Duodecapeptides, plural of duodecapeptide. Duodecaphonic, alternative form of dodecaphonic. Duodecaphony, alternative spelling of dodecaphony. Duodecaploid, alternative form of dodecaploid. Duodecaploids, plural of duodecaploid. Duodecapolis, alternative form of dodecapolis. Duodecastyle, alternative form of dodecastyle. Duodecasyllabic, alternative form of dodecasyllabic. Duodecasyllable, alternative form of dodecasyllable. Duodecasyllables, plural of duodecasyllable. Duodecember, a notional, normally non-existent 14th month of the Western calendar. Duodecemvir, alternative form of duodecemvir. Duodecemvirate, alternative form of duodecemvirate. Duodecennial, consisting of 12 years, occurring in 12-year cycles. Duotet, a group of 12 musicians, a piece of music written for such a group. Duotits, plural of duotsit. Duodsig, based on a base of 12. Duodscillion, 10-3. Duodscillions, plural of duodscillion. Duodscillient, the ordinal form of the number duodscillion. Duodscillions, plural of duodscillient. Duodecimal, of a number expressed in base 12. Duodecimality, the papi of being duodecimal. Duodecimally, in a duodecimal manner by 12s. Duodecimals, plural of duodecimal. Duodecimarticulate, having 12 joints. Duodecimary, having or relating to 12 parts or sections. Duodecimate, synonym of duodecimvirate, a group of 12. Duodecimated, duodecimal. Duodecember, alternative form of duodecember. Duodecembers, plural of duodecember. Duodecimve, divided into 12 parts. Duodecimic, alternative form of duodecic. Duodecimo, a size of paper, so called because it is originally made by folding and cutting a single sheet from a printing press into 12 leaves, 5 by 7¾ inches, 6.5 to 7.5 inches high, approximately 4.5 inches wide. Duodecimos, plural of duodecimo. Duodecimvir, any member of a group of 12 officials. Duodecimvirate, a group of 12 people, especially politics, a council of 12 men sharing office or rule, particularly such groups of magistrates in ancient Rome. Duodecimviri, plural of duodecimvir. Duodecimvirs, plural of duodecimvir. Duotuple, 12-fold. Duoduplicate, to duplicate 12 times, to make 12-fold. Duosyllabic, synonym of dodecanal, especially endodecanal. Duoden, alternative form of duodeno before a vowel. Duodna, plural of duodenum. Duodenal, of or pertaining to the duodenum, the first part of the small intestine. Duodenal ulcer, a peptic ulcer located in the duodenum. Duodenal ulcers, plural of duodenal ulcer. Duodenal jejunal, alternative form of duodenal. Duodenale, in a duodenal manner. Duodenary, 12-fold. Duodenase, a serine endopeptidase found in the mucosa of the bovine duodenum. Duodenases, plural of duodenase. Duoden, a schematic group of 12 notes. Duodenectomies, plural of duodenectomy. Duodenectomy, resection of the duodenum. Duodens, plural of duodene. Duodenitis, inflammation of the duodenum. Duodeno, duodenal, duodenum. Duodenogastric, alternative form of duodenogastric. Duodenogastroesophageal, alternative form of duodenogastroesophageal. Duodenogastroesophageal, alternative form of duodenogastroesophageal. Duodenoileal, alternative form of duodenolial. Duodenojejunal, alternative form of duodenojejunal. Duodenopancreatic, alternative form of duodenopancreatic. Duodenobiliary, duodenal and biliary. Duodenal dichotomies, plural of duodenal dichotomy. Duodenal dichotomy, incision into the duodenum and common bile duct. Duodenocolic, relating to the duodenum and the colon. Duodenocystostomies, plural of duodenocystostomy. Duodenocystostomy, anastomosis of the duodenum and gallbladder. Duodenodiodenostomies, plural of duodenodiodenostomy. Duodenodiodenostomy, anastomosis for the purpose of bypassing an obstructed segment of duodenum. Duodenotorostomies, plural of duodenotorostomy. Duodenotorostomy, anastomosis of the duodenum to some other part of the small intestine. Duodenosophageal, duodenal and esophageal. Duodenogastric, relating to the duodenum and stomach. Duodenogastroesophageal, relating to the duodenum, the stomach, and the esophagus. Duodenogastroesophageal, alternative form of duodenogastroesophageal. Duodenohepatic, relating to the duodenum and the liver. Duodenolial, pertaining to or usually connecting the duodenum and the ileum. Duodenojumal, of or pertaining both the duodenum and jejunum. Duodenogenostomies, plural of duodenogenostomy. Duodenogenostomy, the creation of a connection between the duodenum and the jejunum. Duodenomsocolic, relating to the duodenum and mesocolon. Duodenalpancreatectomies, plural of duodenalpancreatectomy. Duodenalpancreatectomize, having undergone duodenalpancreatectomy. Duodenalpancreatectomy, excision of the pancreas and the head of the duodenum. Duodenalpancreatic, relating to the duodenum and the pancreas. Duodenormal, relating to the duodenum and kidneys. Duodenorrhaphes, plural of duodenophy. Duodenophy, suture of the duodenum. Duodenoscope, an endoscope used in duodenoscopy. Duodenoscopes, plural of duodenoscope. Duodenoscopic, relating to duodenoscopy. Duodenoscopy, plural of duodenoscopy. Duodenoscopy, an endoscopy of the duodenum. Duodenostomies, plural of duodenostomy. Duodenostomy, the operation of forming an opening into the duodenum through the abdominal walls. Duodenotomies, plural of duodenotomy. Duodenotomy, incision of the duodenum. Duodenum, the first part of the small intestine, starting at the lower end of the stomach and extending to the jejunum. Duodenum, having a specified number or type of duodenums. Duodenums, plural of duodenum. Duodje, the traditional Sami handicraft of making functional items such as knives and cups. Duethnographic, relating to duethnography. Duethnographical, alternative form of duethnographic. Duethnographically, in a duethnographic manner. Duethnography, an ethnographic work with more than 2 researchers. Duograph, a picture printed from 2 halftone photographic plates made with the screen set at different angles and usually printed in 2 shades of the same color or in black and 1 tint. Duographs, plural of duograph. Duolingo, a language learning service or application. Duolingos, plural of Duolingo. Duoliteral, consisting of 2 letters only, biliteral. Duolocale, living at separate residences. Duolocality, the quality of being duolocal. Duologue, alternative form of duologue. Duological, pertaining to or organized into a duology. Duologies, plural of duology. Duologues, plural of duologue. Duologue, a conversation between 2 persons, dialogue. Duologues, plural of duologue. Duology, a series comprising 2 parts, particularly in genre fiction. Duolu, synonym of doll, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Duomi, plural of duopomo. Duomining, the combination of undermining and overmining in object-oriented ontology. Duomo, a cathedral or a cathedral-like building, especially one in Italy. Duomos, plural of duomo. Duoi, a surname. Duan Kin, an urban district of Haiphong, Vietnam. Duois, plural of duan. Duoperone, a phenethizine CHF4N2OS with neuroleptic and antiemetic properties. It has a prolonged duration of action. Duophonic, in 2 channels. Duoplural, pertaining to grammatical number as in singular and plural, referring to 2 or more of something, non-singular. Duoplurals, plural of duoplural. Duopolic, misconstruction of duopolistic. Duopolis, plural of duopoly. Duopolism, a doctrine supporting a duopoly. Duopolist, a member of a duopoly. Duopolistic, characteristic of a duopoly. Duopolistically, in a duopolistic manner. Duopolis, plural of duopolis. Duopoly, an economic condition in which two sellers exert most control over the market of a commodity. Duoprism, a polytope resulting from the Cartesian product of two polytopes. Duoprisms, plural of duoprism. Duopsines, plural of duopsiny. Duopsinus, either of the two parties forming a duopsiny. Duopsinus, plural of duopsinus. Duopsiny, an economic condition in which two buyers exert control over the market price of a commodity. Duos, plural of duo. Duospace, of a typeface, having characters of only two widths, where the narrower width is typically half that of the wider width. Duospace, duospace. Duosyllabic, comprising two syllables, bisyllabic. Duosyllable, a word containing two syllables. Duosyllables, plural of duosyllable. Duotei, a type of folder with three prongs that is commonly used to store papers in elementary school settings. Duotangs, plural of duotang. Duotensor, a form of tensor in which each position is associated with two possible bases. Duotensorial, of or pertaining to a duotensor. Duotensors, plural of duotensor. Deism, belief in the existence of two deities. This often refers to the belief in a god and goddess of roughly equal power, as is the case in Wicca. Deisms, plural of duotheism. Deist, a person who adheres to duotheism. Deistic, pertaining to, characterized by, or adhering to duotheism. Duoists, plural of duotheist. Duotherapy, a regime involving two therapies. Duotone, any picture printed in two shades of the same color, such as a duotype or duograph. Duotone, having two tones. Duotones, plural of duotone. Duotrigesimal, based upon the number 32. Duotrigentillion. Duotat, a print made from two halftone photographic plates made from the same negative, but etched differently. Duotypes, plural of duotype. Duoverse, a dual universe. Duoverses, plural of duoverse. Duovigintillion. Duovir, synonym of duumvir. Duovirate, alternative form of duumvirate. Duovirates, plural of duovirate. Duovirs, plural of duovir. Duovirus, rothavirus. Duoviruses, plural of duovirus. The initialism of Democratic Unionist Party. To open a door, gate, etc. Dupability, the quality of being dupable. Dupable, capable of being duped. Dupably, in a dupable manner. DuPage, a surname from French. DuPage County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Wheaton, named after the DuPage River. Dupaningan Acta, a language spoken by a Negrito people in northern Luzon, Philippines. Dupata, alternative form of Dupada. Dupadas, plural of dupata. Duteta, a double layer of cloth worn by women as a scarf, veil, etc. Dupedes, plural of dupeta. Dupe, plural of dupeta. A person who has been deceived. Dupawal, alternative form of dupable. Dut, simple past and past participle of dupe. Dupi, a surname. Dupis, plural of dupi. Duver, a person who dupes another. Duper's delight, synonym of duping delight. Duperies, plural of dupery. Duder, plural of duper. Dupery, the act or practice of duping, the condition of being deceived. Duvis, plural of dupe. Dubeza, alternative spelling of dopiaza. Dubezes, plural of dupiaza. Dupilumab, a monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of allergic diseases such as eczema. Dube, a surname from French. Dube, present participle and gerund of dube. Duping delight, the pleasure of being able to manipulate and slash or deceive someone, often made visible and obvious to others by flashing a smile at an inappropriate moment. Getting delight out of duping an unsuspecting person. Dupins, plural of duping. Dupins, plural of dupin. Dupian, a double cocoon made by two silkworms. Dupioni, a silk fabric similar to shantan, but thicker and more irregular. Duvernes, plural of dupioni. Dupiens, plural of dupian. Duva, a form of bell used in some medieval clocks. Dufe, plural of duplo. Dupentis, a topographic surname from French. Dupes, plural of duplo. Duplation, dabai. Duplations, plural of duplation. Duvo, dava. Duple meter, a musical meter characterized by a primary division of 2 beats to the bar. Duple meters, plural of duple meter. Duple time, synonym of duple meter. Duple times, plural of duple time. Duplichain, a surname. Duplichains, plural of duplichain. Duplichin, a surname. Duplichens, plural of duplichin. Duver, a surname. Duvers, plural of dupler. Duplessis, alternative form of duplicis. Duplessis, a surname from French. Duplet, a group of 2 things. Duplets, plural of duplet. Duplex, double, made up of 2 parts. Duplex escapement, a type of watch escapement that uses 2 escape wheels to regulate the movement of a watch. Duplex escapements, plural of duplex escapement. Duplex lathe, a special type of lathe machine that is known for its ability to produce large quantities of identical parts. Duplex lathes, plural of duplex lathe. Duplex nail, a nail with a collar designed to prevent it from being driven flush, making it easy to remove, used for temporary structures. Duplex nails, Plural of duplex nail. Duplex pumping engine. A pump with two cylinders that pumps fluid in both directions. A pump that is double acting. Duplex pumping engines. Plural of duplex pumping engine. Duplex querela. A complaint in the nature of an appeal from the ordinary to his immediate superior, as from a bishop to an archbishop. Duplex watch. A type of watch movement that used a duplex escapement and was used in English pocket watches. Duplex watches. Plural of duplex watch. Duplex. Simple past and past participle of duplex. Duplexer. A device that enables communication in two directions over a single path. Duplexers. Plural of duplexer. Duplexes. Plural of duplex. Duplexing. Present participle and gerund of duplex. Duplexities. Plural of duplexity. Duplexity. The state of being duplex. Duplicability. The quality of being duplicable. Duplicable. Capable of being duplicated. Duplicacies. Plural of duplicacy. Duplicacy. Duplication. The state of being duplicated or having a redundant copy. Duplicant. A doubling of the duty to be paid on a few. Duplicando. Alternative form of duplicand. Duplicandos. Plural of duplicando. Duplicands. Plural of duplicand. Duplicant. Something or someone which duplicates something else. A duplicate. Duplicants. Plural of duplicant. Duplicati. Plural of duplicarius. Duplicarius. A member of the ancient Roman army who received double the basic pay. Duplicatable. Capable of being duplicated. Duplicate. Being the same as another. Identical. Often having been copied from an original. Duplicate bridge. The commonest variation of contract bridge in club and tournament play, in which the same deal of cards is played at each table and scoring is based on relative performance. Duplicate Scrabble. A form of the board game Scrabble where an announcer draws a set of letters and announces them to the players in performance. Duplicate Scrabble. A form of the board game Scrabble where an announcer draws a set of letters and announces them to the players in the room, who all draw the same 7 letters, and all players play from the same board position with the same letters. Duplicated. Past participle of duplicate. Duplicately. In a duplicate manner. Duplicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of duplicate. Duplicating. Present participle and gerund of duplicate. Duplication. The act of duplicating. Duplication of the cube. The operation of finding a cube having a volume which is double that of a given cube. Duplications. Plural of duplication. Duplications of the cube. Plural of duplication of the cube. Duplicative. Of, related to, or being a duplicate. Duplicatively. In a duplicative manner. Duplicata. Doubly. Duplicator. A device that reproduces something, such as printed documents or compact discs. A copier. Duplicators. Plural of duplicator. Duplicature. A doubling, a fold as of a membrane. Duplicatures. Plural of duplicature. Duplices. Plural of duplex. Duplicol. defined by two associative operations that have a coassociative coproduct. Duplicidentate, having differently sized incisors larger in the center of the jaw. Duplicitous, two-faced, deceitful. Duplicitous anterior, a fetal abnormality in which the cephalic end is doubled. Duplicitous posterior, a fetal abnormality in which the pelvic end is doubled. Duplicities, plural of duplicity. Duplicitness, duplicity, two-faced deception. Duplicitous, given to or marked by deliberate deceptiveness in behavior or speech. Duplicitously, in a duplicitous, two-faced manner. Duplicitousness, the state or condition of being duplicitous. Duplicity, intentional deceptiveness, double dealing. Duplicin, a chromosome-specific low-copy repeat. Duplicone, alternative form of duplicin. Duplicones, plural of duplicone. Duplicans, plural of duplicin. Duplis, plural of dupli. Duplifix, an affix which, when applied, incorporates some of the stem word it is modifying. Duplifixes, plural of duplifix. Duplify, to double. Duplin County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Kenansville. Duplexure, an exact replica of a piece of architecture. Duplexures, plural of duplexure. Duplavincular, the quality or character of being doubly bound, bound twice over. Dupla, double, twofold. Dupla, a surname. Dupli, a second reply in Scots law. Dupinei, plural of dupendius. Dupendius, a bronze coin minted during the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire, equal to 2 asses. Dupont, alternative spelling of DuPont. Dupont, a surname from French. DuPont Circle, a neighborhood of Washington, D.C., United States, noted for its high concentration of embassies and think tanks, and formerly as a center of gay culture. Duportite, a rare asbestiform mineral, a mixture of talc and chlorite. Duportites, plural of duportite. Note, simple past and past participle of do. Duber, alternative form of dubber, a kind of bottle. Duders, plural of duper. Doopy, alternative spelling of doopy. Duded, simple past and past participle of doopy. Dubis, plural of doopy. Doobie, present participle and gerund of doob. Doobie, a ghost or spirit, often appearing in the form of a dog barking or howling through the night. Dibby, present participle and gerund of doobie. Dupracetam, a nootropic drug from the Racetam family. Duver, a surname from French. Duvry, a surname from French. Duders, plural of duber. Dubry, a surname. Dubries, plural of dubry. Dubis, third person singular simple present indicative of do. Dubwi, a surname from French. Dupue, a surname from French. Dubai, a surname from French. Dubais, plural of Dupai. Dupaitran, a French surname. Dupuytren's contracture, a fixed flexion contracture of the hand where the fingers bend toward the palm and cannot be fully extended straightened. It is an inherited proliferative connective tissue disorder which involves the palmar fascia of the hand. Dupuytren's disease, synonym of Dupuytren's contracture. Dupuytren's fracture, synonym of Pott's fracture. Dada, alternative form of dukkha. A surname. Dukas, plural of Duke. Duquesne, a surname from French. Duquesmis, plural of Duquesne. Ducat, a surname. Ducats, plural of Duquette. Here, abbreviation of Durango. A state of Mexico. There, major in the major mode. Der brain, alternative spelling of der brain. Der brains, plural of der brain. Der, abbreviation of Durham. Dura, a surname. Dura mater, the tough and inflexible outermost of the three layers of the meninges enveloping the brain and spinal cord. Dura maters, plural of dura mater. Dura Europos, an ancient Hellenistic, Parthian and Roman border city on the bank of the Euphrates in present-day Syria. Durabilities, plural of durability. Durability, permanence by virtue of the power to resist stress or force. Durable, able to resist wear or decay, lasting, enduring. Durable good, a good, for example, a household appliance that yields services or utility over time rather than being exhausted when used only once. Durable goods, plural of durable good. Durable medical equipment, any medical equipment used in the home to improve quality of life, such as iron lungs, oxygen tents, nebulizers, catheters, wheelchairs, etc. Durables, durability. Durables, plural of durable. Durably, in a durable manner. Duracell, a battery of the Duracell brand. Duracell bunnies, plural of Duracell bunny. Duracell bunny, a person who seems to have limitless energy and endurance. Duracells, plural of Duracell. Duri, plural of Dura. Duri matters, plural of Duramater. Durag, alternative spelling of durag. Durags, plural of durag, alternative spelling of durags. During, a type of coal. Durins, plural of durain. Durak, a traditional Russian card game in which players attempt to shed all of their cards. Dura, relating to the duramater. Dural sinus, synonym of dural venous sinus. Dural sinuses, plural of dural sinus. Dural venous sinus, any of numerous venous channels as the sagittal sinuses, straight sinus, and transverse sinuses that are situated between the two layers of the duramater that have no valves and that drain blood from the brain and the bones forming the cranium and emptied into the internal jugular vein. Dural venous sinuses, plural of dural venous sinus. Duralium, synonym of duralumin. Dural, a surname. Durals, plural of dural. Durally, pertaining to the duramater. Duralum, synonym of duralumin. Duralumin, an alloy of over 90% aluminium, 94% copper and traces of manganese, magnesium, iron, and silicon, widely used in the aircraft industry. Duraluminium, synonym of duralumin. Duralumins, plural of duralumin. Duraluminum, synonym of duralumin. Duramen, hardwood. Duramization, transformation into duramen hardwood. Duraminization, alternative form of duramization. Duramycin, any of a family of antibiotics that bind phosphophenolamine in the membranes of the target cells. Duramycins, plural of duramycin. Dure, a commune in Jures department, Occitania, France. Durex, a left tributary of the Rhône, Provence-Alpes, Côte d'Azur, France. Durance vile, a long prison sentence. Durantzos, plural of durance. Durantian, of or pertaining to the durance. Duranthe, duration. Duran, a surname. Durand Line, the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, originally with British India, as originally demarcated in 1893 and revised in 1919, never accepted by Afghanistan as the international border. Durand-Kerner method, an algorithm for finding the roots of polynomial equations. Durans, plural of Durand. Durandite, a rare sodium aluminium arsenate fluoride gem with brittle crystals, chemical formula NaAl as OF. Durangites, plural of Durangite. Durango, a state of Mexico. Durance, a genre of Mexican music related to banda and norteño, emerged in the 2000s. Durrani, alternative form of Durrani, a Sarbani Pashtun tribal confederation. Durrani, a fan of the English rock band Duran Duran. Duranes, plural of Durrani. Durano, a barangay of Kapatagan, Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Durans, plural of Duran. Duran, a surname. Durets, plural of Durant. Duranucide, an orthorhombic red mineral containing arsenic and sulfur. Durapatite, a form of hydroxyapatite found in bone. Duraplasties, plural of duraplasty. Duraplasty, plastic surgery to the dura mater. Durorge, a type of argid that has a durapan horizon. Durargids, plural of durargid. Durif, a traditional French red wine grape mostly grown around the river Tarn, northeast of Toulouse. Durouge, alternative form of Duration. Duration, of or relating to Marguerite Duras Marguerite Donadieu, 1914-1996, French writer and film director. Durer, to have or last for some duration of time. Durate, simple past and past participle of durate. Durates, third person singular simple present indicative of durate. Durating, present participle and gerund of durate. Duration, an amount of time or a particular time interval. Durational, of or pertaining to duration. Durational pattern, foreground details such as rhythmic units or rhythmic gestures, as projected against a background metric structure. Durational patterns, plural of durational pattern. Durationally, characteristic of or relating to a duration. Durationless. Without a duration. Durations. Plural of duration. Durative, of or pertaining to duration. Duratively, in a durative manner. Durativeness, the quality of adhesive. Duratives, plural of durative. Durativity, the quality of adhesive. Durazo, a surname. Durazos, plural of Durazo. Durazzo, synonym of Duraza city in Albania. Durba syndrome, synonym of green monkey disease. Dura, a city and seaport in KwaZulu-Natal, Republic of South Africa. Durban poison, a potent variety of cannabis from South Africa. Durbanite, an inhabitant of Durban in South Africa. Durbanites, plural of Durbanite. Darbar is ceremonial gathering held by a ruler in India. Darbari, alternative form of Darbari. Darbaris, plural of Darbari. Darbar, plural of Durbar. Dur, a town in Latvia. Dura, a cigarette. Dura, a surname. Durbans, plural of Durban. Durbrain, alternative spelling of dare brain. Durbrins, plural of Durbrain. Dur, acronym of dual use research of concern. Durda, a surname. Durdens, plural of Durden. Durdle door, a natural arch near Lulworth, Dorset, England. Durdown, noise. Uproar, clamor. Durdums, plural of Durdum. Dur, to last, continue, endure. Durian, archaic form of durian. Durians, plural of durian. Directomies, plural of directomy. Directomy, the surgical removal of the dura mater. Dur, simple past and past participle of dura. Durfall, long-lasting, enduring. During, archaic spelling of during. Durless, not lasting. Dura, a surname. Duros, plural of dural. Dura, a surname. Dura, a town and rural district of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, between Aachen and Cologne. Dura, 1,2,4,5-tetramethylbenzene, an aromatic hydrocarbon used as a solvent and in the manufacture of pyrolytic acid. Durans, plural of Duran. Durans, plural of Duran. Dura grid, a frame containing a grid of threads designed to partition an image into segments to aid in perspective drawing. Dura grids, plural of Dura grid. Third person singular simple present indicative of dur. Durism, do. Duress, harsh treatment. Duress of circumstances, synonym of doctrine of necessity. Duress, obsolete form of duress. Duressed, simple past and past participle of duress. Duresses, third person singular simple present indicative of duress. Duressing, present participle and gerund of duress. Duressor, someone who subjects another to duress. Duressors, plural of duressor. Durate hemorrhage, a small hemorrhage in the brainstem, typically in the midbrain and upper pons, as a result of the traumatic downward displacement of the brainstem, i.e. descending transtentorial herniation. Dura, third person singular simple present indicative of dur. Durex, a brand of condom. Durexes, plural of durex. Derby, a surname. Dervies, plural of Durfee. Jerry, a surname. Derbies, plural of Durfee. Dervlinger, a surname from German. Dervlingers, plural of Derflinger. Durga, a powerful Indian female deity. Durga Puja, the festival that celebrates and worships Durga. Darda, alternative form of Darga. Dardas, plural of Durga. Durga, a surname. Dardans, plural of Durgan. Durga, alternative form of Darga. Dargas, plural of Durga. The Dark Urge player character in Baldur's Gate 3. Durja, a surname. Durdans, plural of Durgan. Nerdy, small, undersized. That University of Durham used especially following post-nominal letters indicating status as a graduate. Durham, a county in the northeast of England, in full County Durham. Durham boat, a large wooden flat-bottomed, double-ended freight boat used on many of the interior waterways of North America beginning in the middle of the 18th century and eventually superseded by more efficient canal boats. Durham boats, plural of Durham boat. Durham County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Durham, named after Bartlett S. Durham. Durham Rule, a rule in a criminal case by which a jury may determine a defendant not guilty by reason of insanity because a criminal act was the product of a mental disease. Durham Rules, plural of Durham Rule. Durhamism, the Pentecostal theology of William Howard Durham 1873–1912. Dahamite, a native or inhabitant of any of various places called Durham. Dahamites, plural of Dahamite. Durhamus, plural of Durham. Durian, a barangay of San Fernando, Buchanan, Philippines. Durians, plural of durian. Duricrust, a thin hard layer found near the surface in soil. Duricrustal, of or relating to the duricrust. Duricrusts, plural of duricrust. Duri, a surname. Durith, a lesser grape variety from the Rhone, related to Syrah. Duriths, plural of Durith. Duric, a surname from Slovak. Durix, plural of Duric. During, a surname. Duya, a surname from French. Durian, archaic form of durian. Durians, plural of durian. Durios, plural of durio. Duripan, a diagnostic soil horizon of the USDA soil taxonomy that is cemented by alluvial silica into a subsurface pan. Durapans, plural of Durapan. Duraps, a barangay of Bacara, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Durasol, a free-draining soil found in arid and semi-arid environments that contains cemented secondary silica near the surface. Durasols, plural of Durasol. Dorito, a Mexican snack made of fried, puffed wheat, often flavored with chili, lime, or hot sauce. Doritos, plural of Dorito. Durity, hardness, firmness. Durixorol, a type of zero that has a durapan. Durixorolic, relating to Durixorols. Durixorols, plural of Durixorol. Durka, mimicking Middle Eastern speech. Dirty, a surname. Darkies, plural of Durkee. Durkheimian, of or pertaining to David Emile Durkheim 1858-1917, French positivist sociologist commonly cited as the principal architect of modern social science. Durkheimianism, the ideas of the French sociologist Emile Durkheim. Durkheimians, plural of Durkheimian. Durka, a surname from Irish. Durkins, plural of Durkin. Durland, a surname from French. Durlands, plural of Durland. Durling, a surname. Durlings, plural of Durling. Durlobactam, a beta-lactamase inhibitor used in combination with sulbactam. Durmast, alternative form of Durmast oak, a species of tree. Durmast oak, a tree, Quercus petrea, the sessile oak. Durmast oaks, plural of Durmast oak. Durmasts, plural of Durmas. Dervator, a massif in northwestern Montenegro, part of the Dinaric Alps. Darnadam. Durntutin, alternative form of Darntutin. Durntooting, alternative form of Darntutin. Darndest, alternative form of Darndest. Dar. Darnadest, alternative form of Darndest. Darnau, a surname. Darnals, plural of Darnau. Darnas, a coastal village in North Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref and C 4067. Durnesti, a commune of Botasani County, Romania. Darne, a surname from Irish. Darnes, plural of Derny. Durnful, alternative form of Danful. Durford, a civil parish in Wiltshire, England, which includes the villages of Great Durnford, Little Durnford, Netton and Salterton. Durfords, plural of Durnford. Dura, a surname from Irish. Durning, a surname. Durnings, plural of Durning. Darnans, plural of Durnin. Durnia, a surname from Irish. Darnians, plural of Durnian. Durnings, plural of Durning. Dardans, plural of Durnan. Durnia, a surname from Irish. Darnians, plural of Durnian. Durans, plural of Durn. Duro, a surname. Duroc, a pig of a reddish breed developed in North America. Dorocher, a surname. Duratchers, plural of Duratcher. Durax, plural of Durak. Durodentai, a bone-like form of dentine. Duralipans, alternative form of Duralipont. Duralipat, a small town in the ancient Roman province of Britannia on the site of what is now the city of Cambridge. Durometer, an instrument used to measure the hardness or stiffness of a material, especially of an elastomer such as rubber. A simple durometer consists of a movable tip on a spring with a dial gauge. Durometers, plural of durometer. Durometric, relating to durometry. Durometrically, in a durometric manner. Durometry, measurement with a durometer. Dura, a surname. Durons, plural of Duron. Durud, salawat, the uttering of specific phrases to compliment the Prophet Muhammad whenever he is mentioned or encountered in a text. Durophage, any duraphagous organism. Duraphagus, misspelling of duraphagus. Durophagus, plural of durophage. Duraphagus, of or relating to duraphagy or an organism that practices it. Duraphagously, by means of duraphagy. Duraphagy, the eating of hard-shelled foods such as bones or nuts, or prey organisms such as shellfish. Duraplastic, synonym of thermosetting. Duraplasties, plural of duraplasty. Duraplasty, alternative form of duraplasty. Duraquinol, a 1,4-dihydroxyphenyl derived from durin. Duraquinols, plural duraquinon, a 1,4-quinon derived from durin. Duraquinons, plural of duraquinon. Dur, a small village in the district of Appin, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NM 9955. Durorthid, a type of orthid that has a durapan. Durorthidic, relating to durorthids. Durorthids, plural of durorthid. Duros, plural of duro. Duras, a surname from Irish. Durasus, plural of duras. Durotactic, relating to durotaxis. Durotaxis, the movement of a cell along a rigidity gradient. Durotomies, plural of durotomy. Durotomy, incursion of the dura, especially during spinal surgery. Duris, Duro, a transliteration of the Russian surname Deu Durov. Durai, a kind of coarse woolen cloth used in 17th century England. Durais, any clothing made from duroi. Dur, a surname. Durain, alternative spelling of der brain. Durbrains, plural of durbrain. Dura, a kind of millet, a variety of sorghum, Indian millet sorghum bicolor. Dura, a surname. Duras, plural of dura. Duris, a surname. Durances, plural of Durance. Durrani, a prominent Sorbani Pashtun tribal confederation in Afghanistan and Pakistan, anciently known as the Abdali. Duranis, plural of Durrani. Durat, a surname. Durats, plural of durant. Duras, plural of dura. Door, obsolete spelling of door. Dural, a surname from Old French. Dural's night gecko, Nactis duralorum, a species of geckinid gecko endemic to the round island of Mauritius. Dural's night geckos, plural of Dural's night gecko. Dural's night geckos, plural of Dural's night gecko. Duralian, of or relating to Lawrence Durrell, 1912-1990, expatriate British novelist, poet, dramatist, and travel writer. Durals, plural of Durrell. Durance, a surname. Durances, plural of Durance. Alternative spelling of Durres. Durres, an Adriatic port city in Albania on the site of ancient Epidamus. Durit, a surname. Durits, plural of Duris. Duri, alternative form of Dury. Duris, plural of Dury. Durrington, a northern suburb and ward in Worthing Borough, West Sussex, England. OS grid ref TQ 1105. Plural of dur. Dury, a cigarette, especially a roll your own. Durson, alternative form of Dursant. Dursley, a market town and civil parish with a town council in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref SD 7598. Dursant, contraction of Durst not. Durso, a surname. Dursos, plural of Durso. Durst, a surname. Durst, alternative spelling of Durst. Durston, contraction of Durst not. Durston, a village and civil parish in Somerset West and Taunton District, Somerset, England. OS grid ref SD 2928. Dur, obsolete form of dirt. Dirty, archaic spelling of dirty. Duru, a surname from Igbo. Duruculi, alternative form of dour alkali. Duruculize, plural of duruculi. Duro, ellipsis of durum wheat. Durum, a traditional Turkish wrap which is made from lavash or yufka flatbread that is filled with typical doner kebab ingredients. Durum wheat, Triticum turgidum subsp. Durum sin. Triticum durum hard wheat, the flour of which is used to make pasta and bread. Durum wheats, plural of durum wheat. Durumaki, a traditional Korean overcoat slash topcoat. Durums, plural of durum. Durums, plural of durum. Duris, plural of duru. Duristo, a ustle that has a duripan. Duris stoles, plural of duristol. Durua, a Dravidian language spoken in the Odisha and Chhattisgarh states of India. Dura, alternative form of dub type of grass. Durvalumab, a monoclonal antibody that is an antineoplastic drug. During, present participle and gerund of darf. Dawan, a live-in doorkeeper, especially in an apartment building. Dawans, plural of dawan. Dawan, alternative form of dumwan. Dawans, plural of Dawan. Darwazabund, alternative form of Darwazabund. Dar, a surname from French. Dayat, a surname. Dayat, plural of Dawya. Durillic, of or pertaining to Durin. Durillic acid, an acid derived from Durin, CHO2, that forms needle-like crystals. Durillic acids, plural of durillic acid. Dayahena, a major character in the Hindu epic Mahabharata, the eldest of the Kauravas. Darius, plural of Dari. Darzi, alternative form of Durzi. Dares, plural of Durzi. Dare, a tailor, especially a personal one. Dares, plural of Durzi. Plural of Du. There's a pre-Islamic Arabian guy. That a demon or spirit. There is a surname from Czech. That is plural of Dusek. Dusenberry, a surname from Dutch. Dusenberries, plural of Dusenberry. Dusenberry, a surname from Dutch. Dusenberries, plural of Dusenberry. Dusenberry, a surname. Dusenberries, plural of Dusenberry. That is, plural of Deuce. Okay, a surname. S, plural of Dusgate. That, to strike or push violently of an animal to strike with the horns, but. Dusan, the capital city of Tajikistan. Dutton, a surname. Duttans, plural of Dashane. Duthandi, a district of Karamay, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Dadra, alternative form of Dasaira. Deshbara, a traditional Azerbaijani dish of dumplings filled with ground meat and condiments. Dat, simple past and past participle of dash. That is, third person singular simple present indicative of dash. That is, present participle and gerund of dash. Dashkur, a surname from Albanian. Dashdas, plural of Dashku. Dusignathine, any walrus of the genus Dusignathus. Dusignathines, plural of Dusignathine. Duzik, a surname from Czech. Dudis, plural of Dusik. Tending to darkness or blackness, moderately dark or black, dusky. Dasklat, any of various aspiid butterflies of the genus Kedicmene. Daklax, plural of dusklax. Duskarma, a misdeed, sinful action, vice, or wrong. Duskarmas, plural of duskarma. Dusk darter, any of the libellula dragonflies of the genus Zygosma, endemic to Asia and Australia. Dusk darters, plural of dusk darter. Dak, simple past and past participle of dusk. Dakin, to make dusky or obscure. Daskent, simple past and past participle of dusk. Duskin. Duskinming, present participle and gerund of duskin. Duskins, third person singular simple present indicative of duskin. Dothiker, comparative form of dusk, more dusk. Dagas, superlative form of dusk, most dusk. Dasga, third person singular simple present indicative of dusk. Dakar, any of various species of dragonfly of the family Libellulae. Duskcocker, a dragonfly of the genus Gynacantha. Duskcockers, plural of duskcocker. Duskcocks, plural of duskcock. Dusky, comparative form of dusky, more dusky. Nightgaze, plural of dusky. Nightgaze, superlative form of dusky. Most dusky. Not going in a dusky manner. Duskiness, the quality of being dusky. Duskinesses, plural of duskiness. Dusking, present participle and gerund of dust. Duskish, somewhat dusky. Duskishly, in a duskish manner. Duskishimus. Quality of being duskish. Dusk, with that dusk. Dusk light, the light of dusk. Darkly, in a dark or dusky manner. Darkness, darkness. Plural of dusk. Dusk side, the side of a planet or other body that is experiencing sunset, a transition from day to night. Dusk guides, plural of dusk side. Dusk time, the time of dusk. Dusk best, the time of the evening just before it is fully dark, dusk. Duskward, toward the dusk. Duskwards, toward the dusk. Didy, dimly lit as a dusk evening. Dusky bush tanager, Pleurospingus semifuscus, a species of perching bird found in Colombia and Ecuador. Dusky bush tanagers, plural of dusky bush tanager. Dusky dolphin, Sagmacius obscurus, a dolphin found in coastal waters in the southern hemisphere. Dusky dolphins, plural of dusky dolphin. Dusky gopher frog, synonym of Mississippi gopher frog. Dusky gopher frogs, plural of dusky gopher frog. Dusky grouper, the marine ray-finned fish Epinephelus marginatus. Dusky groupers, plural of dusky grouper. Dusky grouse, a species of forest-dwelling grouse native to the Rocky Mountains in North America, Dendrogapus obscurus. Dusky grasses, plural of dusky grouse. Dusky night, the butterfly Epithema arctis, family Nymphalidae, of Australia and New Guinea. Dusky nights, plural of dusky night. Dusky leaf monkey, Trachypithecus obscurus, a primate in the family Cercopithecidae, found in peninsular Malaysia, Myanmar, and Thailand, and occasionally in Singapore. Dusky nembratha, synonym of variable man slug. Dusky nerite, a freshwater snail of species Neratina polygera in the family Neratidae. Dusky nerites, plural of dusky nerite. Dusky shark, a requiem shark of species Carcharhinus obscurus, found in tropical and warm temperate continental seas worldwide. Dusky shark, plural of dusky shark. Dusky thrush, a species species of thrush Turdus eunomus, which breeds eastwards from central Siberia. Dusky thrushes, plural of dusky thrush. Dagite, Melanoparus funereus, is small bird of the tit family. Parody. Dusky titi, synonym of red-bellied titi. Dusky titus, plural of dusky titi. Dusky tits, plural of dusky tit. Dusky warbler. Philoscopus sibilatrix, a leaf warbler which breeds in East Asia. Dusky warblers, plural of dusky warbler. Dusky wood swallow, Artemis cyanopterus, a species of wood swallow. Dusky wood swallows, plural of dusky wood swallow. Dusky blue, any of various lichenid butterflies of the genus Candelides. Dusky blues, plural of dusky blue. Dusky shooter trevis, plural of dusky shooter trevally. Dusky shooter trevally, Carangoides humerosus, a species of ray-finned fish. Duskwing, a butterfly of the skipper family, genus Ernes. Duskwings, plural of dusky. Duh. Initialism of Deputy United States Marshal. Dus metavai, a hexagonal dihexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing lithium, manganese, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, yttrium, zinc, and zirconium. Duh. Plural of duzum. Dazener, a Malayo-Polynesian language used in West Papua, Indonesia. Dadar, alternative form of dusera. Dot, to leave, to scram. Nadak, a short cutlass or saber used in the 16th and 17th centuries. Dathas, plural of dusak. Dadera, alternative form of dusera. Dada, a surname. Dadas, plural of daso. Das, simple past and past participle of dus. Dasera, synonym of Vijayadashami Hindu festival. Dusseldorf, alternative form of Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf, the capital city of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Dusseldorfer, a native or inhabitant of the city of Dusseldorf, capital of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Dusseldorfers, plural of Dusseldorfer. Datere, alternative form of Dusera. Datere, alternative form of Dusera. Dazusai, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing arsenic, barium, hydrogen, iron, and oxygen. Dazumirid, alternative form of Dasumirid. Dasumirid, plural of Dasumirid. Dasumir, any fish in the family Dasumiridae, the round herrings. Dasumids, plural of Dasumirid. That's a surname. Dustbag, alternative spelling of dustnag. Dustbags, plural of dustbag. Dustbag, the process of cleansing the body of parasites by rolling in sand or dust, practiced by certain birds and mammals. Dustbaths, plural of dustbath. Dustbin, alternative spelling of dustbin. Dustbin, plural of dustbins. Dust bow, a geographical region of the American Midwest extending into Canada that experienced severe dust storms causing major ecological and agricultural damage in the 1930s. Dust box, waste bin, trash can. Dust boxes, plural of dust box. Dust bunnies, plural of dust bunny. Dust bunny, a small clump of dust, fluff, hair, particles of skin, etc. that tends to accumulate indoors in areas not regularly dusted, such as under heavy furniture. Dust buster, a handheld vacuum cleaner. Dust busters, plural of dust buster. Dust cap, something worn to protect one from dust, a cover placed over something to keep off dust. Dust caps, plural of dust cap. Dust cart, alternative form of dust cart. Dust carts, plural of dust cart. Dust cloth, alternative form of dust cloth. Dust cloths, plural of dust cloth. Dust contractor, a person hired to remove dust and debris from yards, etc. Dust contractors, plural of dust contractor. Dust cover, alternative form of dust cover. Dust covers, plural of dust cover. Dust devil, a small atmospheric vortex appearing in clear, dry conditions, made visible by swirling dust or dirt or sand picked up from the ground. Dust devils, plural of dust devil. Dust down, alternative form of dust off. Dust filter, a device or other implement that removes dust and other particles from the air or from a system. Dust filters, plural of dust filter. Dust heap of history, synonym of trash heap of history. Dust hole, alternative form of dust hole. Dust holes, plural of dust hole. Dust jacket, the detachable paper cover of a book used to protect the binding and to provide blurb. Dust jackets, plural of dust jacket. Dust kitten, synonym of dust bunny. Dust kittens, plural of dust kitten. Dust kiddies, plural of dust kitty. Dust kitty, synonym of dust bunny. Dust mask, a protective mask which covers the mouth and nose of the wearer, worn when in a dusty atmosphere or when doing work which creates dust. Dust masks, plural of dust mask. Dust mice, plural of dust mouse. Dust mite, a microscopically small mite of the Dermatophagoids terranicinus or Dermatophagoids farini species. Dust mites, plural of dust mite. Dust mouse, a dust bunny. Dust off, to remove dust from. Dust off a batter, for a pitcher to throw a pitch at or near the batter, typically to frighten the batter or to have him stand farther away from home plate. Dust off the cobwebs, to begin an activity that has been suspended for a long time, to return to something after a long time, especially when there is a need to regain former familiarity or facility. Dust out, to leave or depart. Dust ruffle, synonym of bed skirt. Dust ruffles, plural of dust ruffle. Dust settles, a heated, angry, or confused atmosphere calms down. Dust shot, synonym of shot shell. Dust someone's jacket, to give someone a beating. Dust storm, alternative spelling of dust storm. Dust storms, plural of dust storm. Dust trap, a place where dust tends to collect. Dust traps, plural of dust trap. Dust up, to cover with dust. Dust brand. Smut fungus. Dust collector, an ornamental item or object dart, viewed as having no other purpose than to collect dust. Dust collectors, plural of dust collector. Dust colored, of a dull, pale, brownish color. Dust colored, British standard spelling of dust colored. Dust free, alternative form of dust free. Dust hole. The Queen's Theatre on Tottenham Court Road, London. Dust off. The act of removing dust from something. Dust off. Plural of dust off. Dust out. Alternative form of dust out. Dust out. Plural of dust out. Nostridum. Full of or covered with dust. Dust out. Alternative spelling of dust up. Dust up is plural of dust up. Dust double, of a pesticide or herbicide, suitable for crop dusting. Dust bag, the bag inside a vacuum cleaner where collected dust is stored. Dust bags, plural of dust bag. Dust ball, a ball of dust. Dust balls, plural of dust ball. Dust out. Alternative form of dust bath. Dust bath, to take a dust bath, to clean one's body, especially of parasites and excess hair oil, by rolling in sand or dust. Dust bath, simple past and past participle of dust bathe. Dust baths, third person singular simple present indicative of dust bath. Dust bathing, present participle and gerund of dust bath. Dust ass, plural of dust mat. Dust bay, a bin for holding rubbish until it can be collected, a garbage can. Dustbin check, a form of audit in which members of a household are given a special bin in which to place the packaging of all the products they consume in a given period. Dustbin checks, plural of dustbin check. Dustbin of history, synonym of trash heap of history. Dustbins, plural of dustbin. Dust board, any of the thin boards separating the drawers in a chest of drawers. Dust boards, plural of dust board. Dust bowl, an area which abounds in dust and which is very dry. Dust bowls, plural of dust bowl. Dust box, a box inside a vacuum cleaner where collected dust is stored. Dust boxes, plural of dust box. Dust brush, a light brush of feathers, bristles, or hair for removing dust from furniture. Dust brushes, plural of dust brush. Dust bag, a dust control device for use with a record player that sweeps dust from in front of the needle onto an absorbent pad. Dust bags, plural of dust bag. Dust buster, alternative form of dust buster. Dust busters, plural of dust buster. Dust cart, a vehicle for collecting refuse. Dust carts, plural of dust cart. Dust cloth, a cloth used for dusting, a duster. Dust cloths, plural of dust cloth. Dust cloud, a cloud of dust. Dust clouds, plural of dust cloud. Das Gut, a coat worn as protection from dust. Das Guts, plural of dust coat. Dustcolored, alternative form of dust-colored. Dustcolored, alternative form of dust-colored. Dustcover, synonym of dust jacket. Dust covers. Plural of dust cover. Dusted, simple past and past participle of dust. Dusted down, simple past and past participle of dust down. Dusted off, simple past and past participle of dust off. Dusted off a batter. Simple past and past participle of dust off a batter. Dusted out. Simple past and past participle of dust out. Dusted someone's jacket. Simple past and past participle of dust someone's jacket. Dusted off. Simple past and past participle of dust up. Dusty, a person who is of one's /32 black ancestry, the child of a fusty and a white. Dusties, plural of dusty. Duster, an object such as a cloth or a purpose-made soft and puffy pad or mitt, used for dusting surfaces, etc. Dusters, plural of duster. Dust fall, fine particles deposited by the atmosphere. Dust falls, plural of dust fall. Dust free, free of dust. Dust full of dust. Dusty. Dusted, a recreational user of the drug phencyclidine. Dustheads, plural of dusted. Dust heap, a pile of rubbish. Dust heaps, plural of dust heap. Dust owl, a hole or other receptacle for rubbish, a dustbin. Dust stoles, plural of dust hole. Duddy, uncommon spelling of dusty. Every comparative form of dusty, more dusty. Dusties, plural of dusty. That is, superlative form of dust. Most dusty. Dustily, in a dusty way. Dustin, a male given name from the Germanic languages, very rarely also given to women. Dustin Acres, a census-designated place in Kern County, California, United States. Dustin, pronunciation, spelling of dusting. Dustines, the colleague dusty. Dusting, present participle, and gerund of dust. Dusting down, present participle and gerund of dust down. Dusting off, present participle and gerund of dust off. Dusting off a batter, present participle and gerund of dust off a batter. Dusting out, present participle and gerund of dust out. Dusting someone's jacket, present participle and gerund of dust someone's jacket. Dusting up, present participle and gerund of dust up. Dusties, plural of dusting. Dustish, somewhat dusty. Dust jacket, alternative form of dust jacket. Dust jackets, plural of dust jacket. Dustless, free of dust. Dustlessness, absence of dust. Dust-like, resembling dust. Dot-owing, a small grain or particle mote, speck. Dullings, plural of Dosseling. Dustman, a surname from German. Dustmans, plural of dustman. Dustmat, a mat intended to collect dust and dirt, usually at the entrance to a building. Dustmas, plural of dustmat. Dustman, plural of dustman. Dustmite, alternative form of dust mite. Dustmites, plural of dust mite. Dust mote, a mote or speck of dust. Dust motes, plural of dust mote. Dust half, synonym of CASAC, emergency evacuation of casualties from a combat zone. Dust off, plural of dust-off. Doston, a suburb and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Northampton Borough, Westgrid Ref SB 7261. Dastor, alternative form of Daster's Zoroastrian high priest. Dastor, alternative form of Dastury. Dustori, alternative form of Dastury. Dustories, plural of Dustory. Dustors, plural of Dustor. Dustory, alternative form of Dastury. Dustories, plural of Dustory. Dustors, plural of Dustor. Dustori, alternative form of Dastury. Dastor, alternative form of Dastury. Dustors, plural of Dustor. Dust out, a prankster who misleads others by giving false or exaggerated information. Dustouts, plural of dustouts. Dustpan, a flat scoop with a handle into which dust dirt and other material is conveyed with a brush or broom. Dustpan and brush, a matching dustpan and brush, manufactured and sold as a single item, and often fitting together, typically made from brass if for use with a coal fire, or of plastic for general domestic use. Dustpan and brushes, plural of dustpan and brush. Dustpanful, enough to fill a dustpan. Dustpanfuls, plural of dustpanful. Dustpans, plural of dustpan. Dustpans and brushes, plural of dustpan and brush. Dustpansful, plural of dustpanful. Dustpeople, plural of dustperson. Dustperson, a dustman or dustwoman. Dustpersons, plural of dustperson. Dustpile, a pile of dust and other material, typically composed household refuse. Dustpiles, plural of dustpile. Dustproof, resistant to dust. Dustray, a dust squat. Dustrax, plural of dustray. Dusts, plural of dusts. Dusts down, third person singular simple present indicative of dust down. Dusts off, third person singular simple present indicative of dust off. Dusts off a batter, third person singular simple present indicative of dust off a batter. Dusts out, third person singular simple present indicative of dust out. Dusts someone's jacket, third person singular simple present indicative of dust someone's jacket. Dusts up, third person singular simple present indicative of dust up. Dust eight, a large sheet that is draped over furniture to protect it from dust. Dust eight, plural of dust sheet. Dust storm, a phenomenon in which gale to hurricane force winds blow soil particles up into a planet's atmosphere. Dust storms, plural of dust storm. Not a pass or permit. Not that, plural of dust deck. Not that, a scuffle or fight. Not that is, plural of dust up. Dusteries, plural of dustery. Dustery, alternative form of dustery. Dustwoman, female equivalent of dustman, a woman employed to collect domestic refuse. Dustwoman, plural of dustwoman. Dustwrapper, dust jacket. Dustwrappers, plural of dustwrapper. DIOI, acronym of duty status, whereabouts unknown. Duddy, a diminutive of the male given name Dustin. Dusty Miller, a formulaic phrase for a miller related to the dust generated in the milling process. Dusty Millers, plural of Dusty Miller. Dusty Plasma, a plasma containing particles larger than the ions of the plasma, typically manufactured plastic microspheres. Dusty Plasmas, plural of dusty plasma. Dusty Rose, a light, puce-like grayish-pink color, like a rose covered in dust. Dust doing, any of the family Cuniathraceae of way insects. Dust doings, plural of dust doing. Doza, a member of a tribe or ethnic and linguistic group in Sabah, Malaysia, with some similarities to the Kadasan. Dosundang, a language family, a subfamily of Sawahan. Dozens, plural of Dusan. Dasinski, a surname from Polish. Dasenskis, plural of Dasinski. That, initialism of device under test. That, a snug woolly hat. The clipping of due-day dry. Dot, a surname. Dotens, plural of Dutin. Duder, a two-string lute with a long neck, found in Central Asia. Dudaris, someone who plays the duder. Dudarists, plural of Dutaris. Duders, plural of duder. Dudestri, a synthetic drug CHF6N2O2 that inhibits 5-alpha reductase to convert testosterone into dihydrotestosterone and is used to treat benign prostatic hyperplasia. Thus, of or pertaining to the Netherlands, the Dutch people or the Dutch language. Dutch 200. In 10-pin bowling, a score of 200 achieved by getting strikes and spares in alternation throughout the game. Dutch 200 is plural of Dutch 200. Dutch act, suicide. Dutch acts, plural of Dutch act. Dutch admiral, Amarofat P. Dutch admirals, plural of Dutch admiral. Dutch angel dragon, a fictional anthropomorphic furry animal-like character with human-like characteristics, creature adjourned with fur and a horse-like body, rounded snout, avian wings, digitigrade legs, and an elongated tail. They usually possess no digestive tract, sex organs, nor the ability to speak, communicating only in chirps and squeaks. Dutch angel dragons, plural of Dutch angel dragon. Dutch angle, a cinematic tactic achieved by tilting the camera off to the side. The shot is composed with a horizon not parallel with the bottom of the frame. The technique is often used to portray the psychological uneasiness of the subject being filmed. Dutch angles, plural of Dutch angle. Dutch arrow, a Swiss arrow. Dutch arrows, plural of Dutch arrow. Dutch auction, an auction where many of the same items are sold. Dutch auctions, plural of Dutch auction. Dutch babies, plural of Dutch baby. Dutch baby, a kind of sweet popover, normally served for breakfast. Dutch backgammon, a variant of the game of backgammon in which the markers are initially brought onto the board by rolling dice and cannot be moved until all are on the board, and hitting staunch blotting is not permitted until a marker has been moved around to the home board. Dutch bargain, a deal agreed while under the influence of alcohol. Dutch bargains, plural of Dutch bargain. Dutch barn, a type of barn for storing hay. Dutch barns, plural of Dutch barn. Dutch belt, synonym of Dutch belted. Dutch belted, an American breed of dairy cattle from Germany and the Netherlands. Dutch belteds, plural of Dutch belted. Dutch belts, plural of Dutch belt. Dutch billy, a kind of terraced house with distinctive curved gables, formerly common in Dublin and other Irish towns. Dutch bob, synonym of Dutch boy type of haircut. Dutch bobs, plural of Dutch bob. Dutch book, a set of trades or bets such that, regardless of the outcome of events, one party strictly profits and another strictly loses. Dutch books, plural of Dutch book. Dutch boy, a type of bob haircut with straight bangs and hair caught horizontally above the neck. Dutch boys, plural of Dutch boy. Dutch bray, a kind of French braid, but with sections of the hair crossed under rather than over one another. Dutch braids, plural of Dutch braid. Dutch Brazil, a colony of the Dutch Republic in the northeastern portion of modern-day Brazil. Dutch bulldog, a pug dog. Dutch bulldogs, plural of Dutch bulldog. Dutch cap, a type of woman's cap with triangular turn back at each side. The style is particularly associated with Dutch traditional costume. Dutch caps, plural of Dutch cap. Dutch carpet, a mixed material of cotton and wool for floor coverings. Dutch cheese, cottage cheese. Dutch clinker, clinker hard brick from the Netherlands. Dutch clinkers, plural of Dutch clinker. Dutch clover, Trifolium repens, an important fodder plant. Dutch colonial, a style of domestic architecture primarily characterized by gambrel roofs with curved eaves along the length of the house. Dutch comfort, comfort derived from a situation not being any worse than it is. Dutch comforts, plural of Dutch comfort. Dutch concert, a performance in which all the musicians play different songs at the same time. Dutch concerts, plural of Dutch concert. Dutch consolation, synonym of Dutch comfort. Dutch corner, laying bricks with a 3/4 brick closure at the corner. Dutch corners, plural of Dutch corner. Dutch courage, the courage or bravado induced by alcohol. Dutch crutch, tiger bread. Dutch date, a occasion, particularly a romantic outing where the participants split the cost. Dutch date. Plural of Dutch date. Dutch disease, Dutch elm disease. Dutch doll, a type of wooden doll using pegs for the joints and sold without any clothes, originally from the Netherlands. Dutch dolls, plural of Dutch doll. Dutch donut, alternative form of Dutch donut. Dutch donuts, plural of Dutch donut. Dutch door, a door that is divided horizontally into two parts such that the upper part may be open independently of the lower. Dutch doors, plural of Dutch door. Dutch donut, an oliebollen, a deep-fried non-toroidal dumpling made of soft dough, traditionally eaten in Belgium and the Netherlands at fairs and on New Year's Eve. Dutch donuts, plural of Dutch donut. Dutch drops, a balsam or popular nostrum of oil of turpentine, tincture of guaiacum, etc. Dutch East Indies, a former Dutch colony in modern-day Indonesia, existing from 1800 to 1949. Dutch elm, Ulmus times hollandica, a natural hybrid between the wych elm and field elm. Dutch elm disease, a disease of elm trees caused by escamacete fungi in the genus Ophiostoma and spread by bark beetles. Dutch elms, plural of Dutch elm. Dutch feast, an entertainment where the host becomes drunk before the guests. Dutch feast, plural of Dutch feast. Dutch flat, a census-designated place in Placer County, California, United States. Dutch gable, a gable whose sides have a shape made up of one or more curves and which has a pediment at the top. Dutch gables, plural of Dutch gable. Dutch gin, synonym of Genever. Dutch gold, Dutch metal. Dutch Golden Age, a period in the history of the Netherlands, roughly spanning the era from 1588, the birth of the Dutch Republic, to 1672, the Ramp Jaar, or disaster year, in which Dutch trade, science, and art and the Dutch military were among the most acclaimed in the world. Dutchiana, a former Dutch colony in northern South America, existing from 1621 to 1959, mostly in the area of modern Suriname. Dutch Ghanese, of or relating to Dutch Guiana. Dutch hand, a wooden paddle, typically one of a pair, used to press butter when making it at home. Dutch hands, plural of Dutch hand. Dutch hoe, synonym of scuffle type of hoe. Dutch hose, plural of Dutch hoe. Dutch iris, the hybrid iris times hollandica. Dutch irises, plural of Dutch iris. Dutch leaf, Dutch metal. Dutch leave, an absence without permission. Dutch Limburg, the roughly northeastern part of the Benelux region of Limburg, speaking Dutch and two groups of its dialects, not to be geographically confused with historical political entities, which belongs to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, where it is administratively designated as the Provincie Limburg, as opposed to Belgian Limburg, which is part of Flanders region, northern Belgium, confusingly under the same administrative designation. Dutch liquid, an impure form of dichloroethane. Dutch loaf, A luncheon meat made from spiced, coarse ground lean pork and beef formed into a loaf shape and smoked. Dutch loaves, plural of Dutch loaf. Dutch Low Saxon, a non-standardized cluster of regional dialects of Low Saxon, Low German, influenced by Dutch, spoken in the northeastern provinces of the Netherlands and recognized as a minority language by the European Union. Dutch lunch, a meal of delicatessen-style foods such as cured meat and cheese. Dutch lunches, plural of Dutch lunch. Dutch Mastiff, a pug dog. Dutch Mastiffs, plural of Dutch Mastiff. Dutch Medley, synonym of Dutch concert. Dutch medleys, plural of Dutch medley. Dutch metal, a form of brass, being an alloy of about 80% copper and 20% zinc, produced in thin sheets and used to make inexpensive jewelry. Dutch New Guinea, Western New Guinea from 1945 to 1962, when it was under Dutch rule. Dutch Nightingale, a frog. Dutch Nightingales, plural of Dutch Nightingale. Dutch oven, a large cooking pot with a tight-fitting lid, especially one made of metal. Dutch oven, simple past and past participle of Dutch oven. Dutch ovening, present participle and gerund of Dutch oven. Dutch ovens, plural of Dutch oven. Dutch pink, a yellow lake pigment. Dutch pinks, plural of Dutch pink. Dutch process, a method of manufacturing white lead in which metallic lead gratings are exposed in earthenware pots for approximately 3 months. Dutch rabbit, a compact breed of rabbit with a distinctive coat having separate lighter and darker portions. Dutch rabbits, plural of Dutch rabbit. Dutch reach, a technique for opening a motor vehicle door to avoid striking during passing cyclists or other road users by reaching across the body for the door latch with the more distant hand. Dutch reckoning, a falsified bill that is not itemized and that is unjustifiably high. Dutch Reform, of or relating to the Dutch Reformed Church. Dutch Reformed Church, the largest Christian denomination in the Netherlands from the onset of the Protestant Reformation in the 16th century until 1930. Dutch Republic, a predecessor state of the present-day Netherlands that existed from the Union of Utrecht 1579 to the Batavian Revolution 1795. Dutch roll, an aircraft motion consisting of an out-of-phase combination of yaw and roll, especially prominent on swept-wing aircraft. Dutch rolls, plural of Dutch roll. Dutch rub, synonym of noogie prank of rubbing the head with the knuckles. Dutch rubs, plural of Dutch rub. Dutch rudder, pluger rudder. Dutch rudders, plural of Dutch rudder. Dutch rush, a plant, the scouring rush. Dutch sandwich, a form of tax avoidance based on the double Irish arrangement in which revenues from income of sales of the products shipped by the second Irish company are first booked by a shell company in the Netherlands, taking advantage of generous tax laws there. Dutch sandwiches, plural of Dutch sandwich. Dutch sheep tar, synonym of shependoes. Dutch shepherd, a breed of dog of Dutch origin. Dutch shepherds, plural of Dutch shepherd. Dutch Sign Language, the sign language used by the deaf community of the Netherlands. Dutch tear, synonym of Rupert's drop. Dutch tears, plural of Dutch tear. Dutch tile, a type of glazed and painted ornamental tile used in the jambs of chimneys, etc. Dutch tiles, plural of Dutch tile. Dutch tilt, synonym of Dutch angle. Dutch tilt, plural of Dutch tilt. Dutch time, Amsterdam time. Dutch touch, the co-consecration of Anglican holy orders by Old Catholic Union of Utrecht bishops, supposedly bolstering claims of apostolic succession, as the Roman Catholic Church considers UU bishops to be validly ordained. Dutch treat, an occasion such as a restaurant visit in which everyone pays the bill for their own expenses. Dutch treat, plural of Dutch treat. Dutch uncle, one who reproves in a blunt, stern manner intended for the benefit of the recipient. Dutch uncles, plural of Dutch uncle. Dutch West Indies, the Netherlands Antilles. Dutch widow, a female prostitute. Dutch widows, plural of Dutch widow. Dutch wife, a long body-length bolster pillow that can be held or wrapped around one's body while sleeping. Dutch wives, plural of Dutch wife. Dutch woodbine, Lonicera periclinum belgica, a variety of honeysuckle. Dutch bonnet, of cattle having abnormally large hindquarters. Dutch Kentucky syndrome, synonym of trismus pseudocamptodactyly syndrome. Dutch oven, alternative form of Dutch oven. Dutch process, of cocoa or chocolate that has been treated with an alkaline substance. Dutched, simple past and past participle of Dutch. Dutter, a Dutchman. Dutcher body, plural of Dutcher body. Dutcher body, one of the periodic acids give reaction-positive nuclear inclusions containing immunoglobulin that are either invaginated into or overlying the nucleus. Dutchers, plural of Dutcher. Duchess, third person singular simple present indicative of Dutch. Duchess, archaic spelling of Duchess. Dutchess County, one of 62 counties in New York, United States. County seat, Poughkeepsie. Duchesses, plural of Duchess. Duchess, superlative form of Dutch, most Dutch. Dutty, a Dutch person. Dutty, comparative form of Dutchy, more Dutchy. That is, plural of Dutchy. That is, superlative form of Dutchy, most Dutchy. Dutchification, the process of making something Dutch. Dutchifications, plural of Dutchification. Dutchify, simple past and past participle of Dutchify. Dutchifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Dutchify. Dutchify, to render more Dutch. Dutchifying, present participle and gerund of Dutchify. Dutching, present participle and gerund of Dutch. Dutchden, of a Dutch or German kind or sort, Dutch-like, German-like. Dutchland, Pennsylvania Dutchland. Dutchlike, like or resembling the Dutch, their language, their culture, or their nation, Netherlandish. Dutchling, characteristic of the Dutch people, language, culture, or nation, Dutch-like, Netherlandish. Dutchman, a Dutch man, a man from the Netherlands. Dutchman's breeches, a plant of the species Dicentra cucularia, native to eastern North America and the Columbia River Basin. Dutchman's laudanum, Passiflora rubra, a species in the family Passifloraceae. Dutchman's laudanums, plural of Dutchman's laudanum. Dutchman's log, Any early device for measuring the speed of a moving ship, where a sailor threw a floating object overboard and used the sandglass to measure the time it took to pass between 2 points on deck. Dutchman's pipe, a night-blooming cereus of the species Epiphyllum oxypetalum. Dutchman's pipes, plural of Dutchman's pipe. Dutchman's trousers, synonym of Dutchman's breeches sense relating to blue sky. Dutchman, plural of Dutchman. Dutchiness, the quality or characteristic of being Dutch. Dutchophone, able to speak Dutch of a person. Dutchophones, plural of Dutchophone. Dutchperson, somebody with origins in the Netherlands, a Dutch person, whether born in or citizen of Holland or the Netherlands in general. Dutchphobia, the hatred or fear of the Netherlands and anything Dutch. Dutchwoman, a Dutch woman, a woman from the Netherlands. Dutchwomen, plural of Dutchwoman. Dutty, somewhat Dutch. Duda, a surname from French. Doodales, plural of Doodale. Dudious, dutiful. Dudiously, in a duteous manner. Dudiousness, the quality of being duteous. Dudaplays, a plasminogen activator. Dudertard, a fanatic of Rodrigo Duterte. Dudertards, plural of Dudertard. Duterte, a Filipino surname. Dudertegarch, an oligarch who is associated with and benefits from the Duterte administration and its economic policies. Dudertegarchs, plural of Dudertegarch. Dudertonomics, the socioeconomic policies of former President Rodrigo Duterte that were significantly focused on the development of infrastructure and industry. Dai, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Davis, plural of Dathi. Civility, the quality of civil. Cheval, on which duty must be paid when imported or sold. Chevals, plural of cheval. Duty-bound, alternative spelling of duty-bound. Duty, obsolete spelling of duty. Duty, on which duty must be paid. Taxable on import or export. Dutifully, obsolete spelling of dutifully. Duties, plural of duty. Duties of care, plural of duty of care. Duties of support, plural of duty of support. Duties to retreat, plural of duty to retreat. Dutiful, accepting of one's legal or moral obligations and willing to do them well and without complaint. Dutiful, archaic form of dutiful. Dutifuller, comparative form of dutiful, more dutiful. Dutifulness, obsolete form of dutifulness. Dutifully, with a regard to duty, in a dutiful manner. Dutifulness, the state of being dutiful. Dutifulness is, plural of dutifulness. Duda, a surname from French. Dudas, without duties. Dudolessness, absence of duties. Dudalis, plural of Dudo. Dutta, a surname. Dotdes, plural of Dutka. Datuix, a surname from Polish. Datuixes, plural of Dutquix. Dotco, a surname. Datkos, plural of Dutco. Dutagliptin, a particular gliptin drug. Dutoitsbanite, former name of Boltfontainite. Dudai, a governor-general in certain Chinese dynasties. Dudais, plural of Dutong. That abbreviation of Diasuddin Tithasvate. Dava, a surname. Dadras, plural of Dutra. Deutries, a surname from French. Datro, a surname. Datra, a surname. Datros, plural of Datro. Dat, plural of Dats. Dati, the largest city and state capital of Jigawa State, Nigeria. Datsun, a surname. Datsuns, plural of Datsun. Dut, a surname from Assamese and Bengali. Datas, plural of Data. Dati, alternative form of Dodi. Datis, plural of Dadi. Dati, comparative form of Dadi, more Dadi. That is, plural of Dadi. That is, superlative form of Dadi, most Dadi. Dutton, a place name. Dutton World Speed Words, a constructed language used as both an international auxiliary language and a shorthand system. Dutton/Dunwich, a municipality in Elgin County, Ontario, Canada. Dutnite, a monoclinic prismatic light brown mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and vanadium. Dutton, plural of Dutton. Dutton, the ground. Duthuberry, a ritual dance of the Tarahumara people. The, a surname. Dides, synonym of old frizzle. Didieses, plural of duties. Duty bound, alternative. The form of duty bound. Duty calls, expresses that the speaker must go and deal with something. Duty card, the ace of spades with a duty legal stamp, reflecting the tax owing on a pack of playing cards. Duty cards, plural of duty card. Duty cycle, the ratio between the amount of time in which the clock's signal is high and the clock's period. Duty cycles, plural of duty cycle. Duty man, alternative form of dutyman. Duty manager, an employee having a managerial role, typically one of several such employees rotating in shifts and subordinate to the general manager. Duty managers, plural of duty manager. Duty man, plural of duty man. Duty of care, a legal obligation imposed on an individual requiring that they adhere to a standard of reasonable care while performing any acts that could foreseeably harm others. Duty of support, a legal obligation to provide maintenance for another person, such as one's child, spouse, or former spouse. Duty officer, an officer who is on duty at a particular time. Duty officers, plural of duty officer. Duty roster, a schedule of tasks assigned to members of a team. Duty rosters, plural of duty roster. Duty solicitor. In Commonwealth countries, a solicitor whose services are available for free to a person either suspected of or charged with a criminal offense if that person does not have access to a solicitor of their own. Duty solicitors, plural of duty solicitor. Duty to retreat. A legal requirement in some jurisdictions that a threatened individual cannot harm another in self-defense when it is possible instead to retreat to a place of safety. Duty-bound. Alternative spelling of duty-bound. Duty-free. Exempt from duty, especially from customs duty. Duty-frees. Plural of duty-free. Duty-man. Alternative form of duty-man. Duty-man. Plural of duty-man. Duty-bound. Compelled by duty. Duty-free. Alternative spelling of duty-free. Didus. Alternative spelling of dutyless. Dutyless. Alternative form of dutylessness. Dutyman. A fully trained soldier who has a specific role. Dutyman. Plural of dutyman. Duties. Plural of duty. Duumvir. One of two persons jointly exercising the same office in Republican Rome. Duumviral. Of or belonging to the duumviri or the duumvirate. Duumvirate. Synonym of diachi, rule by two people, especially two men. Duumvirate. Plural of duumvirate. Duumviri. Plural of duumvir. Duumvirs. Plural of duumvir. Elongated form of dom. Note. Initialism of deep ultraviolet. A surname. Devil. A topographic surname from French of French origin. For someone who lived in a valley. Duval County. One of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat. Jacksonville. Named after William Pope Duval. Duva, a surname. Duvas, plural of Duva. Duvachel, a tiny town in Canterbury, New Zealand. Duva, a strong golden Flemish pale ale. Dualither, a novel inhibitor of PI3K delta and gamma used to treat hematologic malignancies in inflammatory conditions. Duverger's law, the principle that plurality rule elections, such as first past the post structured within single-member districts, tend to favor a two-party system, and that the double ballot majority system and proportional representation tend to favor multipartyism. Duvernay, a surname from French. Duvernays, plural of Duvernay. Duvet, a quilt or usually flat cloth bag with a filling traditionally down and usually an additional washable cover used instead of blankets, often called a comforter or quilt, especially in U.S. English. Duvet, a day spent at home, ostensibly in bed, and sanctioned by one's school or employer when one is feeling stressed or fragile. Duvet days, plural of duvet day. Duty, alternative form of duvetine. Duves, plural of duvet. Duin, alternative spelling of duvetine. Duvetine, a heavy black cloth used in the motion picture and film industry to block out unwanted light. Duvetines, plural of duvetine. Duvetins, plural of duvetin. Duai, a Chadic language of Nigeria. Dua, a group of Aboriginal peoples of Northern Territory, Australia. Duaish, a Lushootseed-speaking people of Western Washington, U.S. Duain, a male given name originating as a coinage of African American usage. Though, a surname from German. Duwant, a kind of dwarf or goblin in Filipino folklore. Duwant, plural of do when. There was plural of do. That is, the top male or female academic student in a school or in a year of school, the top student in a specified academic discipline. Duxbelorum, a war leader or warlord. Duxbury, a surname from Old English. Duxburies, plural of Duxbury. Duxelle, alternative form of duxelles. Duxelles, a finely chopped mixture of mushrooms, onions, shallots, and herbs sautéed in butter and reduced to a paste, used in stuffings and sauces as in beef Wellington or as a garnish. Duxes, plural of ducks. Duxford, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4745. Duyan, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Diger, alternative spelling of duiker. Dikerbach, Silbicapra grimia, the common duiker. Dikerbox, plural of Dikerbach. Digers, plural of Diker. Dine, a surname from Dutch. Dines, plural of dine. Deist, a surname. Deists, plural of dice. Doza, a surname. Doza, a surname. Dozens, plural of Duzen. Thus, a province in northwestern Turkey on the Black Sea coast. Dewi, initialism of digital video. Deve, synonym of video 8. Davanda, a copulative or coordinative type of compound in which members, if not compounded, would be in the same case and connected by the conjunction and common in languages such as Sanskrit, Chinese, and Japanese, but less so in English. Davandas, plural of Devanda. Devapara Yuga, the third of 4 stages of development that the world goes through as part of the cycle of yugas. It lasts for 864,000 years. Devi, initialism of digital video broadcasting. Devasi, initialism of digital video compression. Yes, initialism of digital voice communication system. DVD, initialism of digital video / versatile disc, an optical disc on which video is recorded in digital format, such as commercially released movies and other video media. DVD burner, a device that permanently burns information onto a DVD. DVD burners, plural of DVD burner. DVD drive, an optical drive used for reading data from and possibly writing data on a DVD. DVD drives, plural of DVD drive. DVD player, an electronic device for playing DVDs. DVD players, plural of DVD player. DVD plus R, initialism of digital versatile disc recordable, a form of digital media that is similar to a CD, but has far denser storage and thus greater capacity. It can only be written to once, but can be read from an indefinite number of times. DVD plus RS, plural of DVD plus R. DVD player, alternative form of DVD player. DVD players, plural of DVD player. AV, initialism of digital versatile disc recordable, a form of digital media that is similar to a CD, but has far denser storage and thus greater capacity. It can only be written to once, but it can be read from an indefinite number of times. DVD machine, synonym of DVD burner. DVD machines, plural of DVD machine. DVD-ROM, Initialism of digital versatile disk read-only memory, a DVD whose contents can be read but not written. DVD-ROM, plural of DVD-ROM. DVD-RS, plural of DVD-R. DVD-W, initialism of digital versatile disk read/writable, a form of digital media that is similar to a CD, but has far greater capacity and can be written to more than once. DVD-W, plural of DVD-W. DVD, plural of DVD. DE, initialism of domestic violent extremism. dfggd spot, a second-order measure of derivative price sensitivity, expressed as the rate of change of VGA with respect to changes in the spot price, or equivalently the rate of change of delta with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. dfggd time, a second-order measure of derivative price sensitivity, expressed as the rate of change of VGA with respect to time, or equivalently the rate of change of theta with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. dfggd evol, a second-order measure of derivative price sensitivity, expressed as the rate of change of VGA with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. DE, plural of CV. Dvacus, alternative form of dvacat. Dvacat, intense devotion or piety. Dvac, initialism of digital visual interface. DVENS, initialism of Defense Visual Information Distribution Service of the U.S. Department of Defense. DV, a form of TPURU letter 1E63A in which the modifying member is a number. dvegas, plural of DV. Dvida, a person who has been born again spiritually, usually by a rite of passage that initiates them into a school for Vedic studies. Dvidyas, plural of Dvija. Divenosaur, a member of the Divinosauria, a clade of primitive semi-aquatic to completely aquatic amphibians. Divinosaurid, any temnospondyl in the family Divinosauridae. Divinosaurids, plural of Divinosaurid. Divinosaurs, plural of Divinosaur. Didhet, plural of Davi. ELA, initialism of driver and vehicle licensing agency. DIDLC, initialism of driver and vehicle licensing center. DIVHED, initialism of doctor of veterinary medicine. DIVHED, plural of DVM. AVMT, initialism of dynamic video memory technology. DIVHED, initialism of domestic violence order, a court order to prevent another person harassing or threatening another person, especially a current or former partner or spouse. Divogenous, alternative form of dipple. Divogenuses, plural of divogenous. Diavama diavom, a third-order measure of derivative price sensitivity, expressed as the rate of change of vama with respect to changes in the volatility of the underlying asset. Divor, a municipality of Croatia. Dvorak, a surname from Czech. Dvorak, Antonin Leopold Dvorak, Czech composer. Dvorakian, of or relating to Antonin Dvorak 1841-1904, Czech composer of romantic music. Dvoretsky, a surname from Dvoretsky's theorem, an important structural theorem in the theory of Banach spaces, essentially stating that every sufficiently high-dimensional normed vector space will have low-dimensional subspaces that are approximately Euclidean. Dvorchna, a settlement in Kupiansk Raion, Kharkiv Oblast, Ukraine. Dvornik, a doorman, porter, janitor, or groundskeeper in a Russian household. Dvorniks, plural of dvornik. Dvornik, plural of Davio. Dvornik, initialism of Don Valley Parkway. Dvornik, initialism of Domestic Violence Protection Notice. Dvornik, plural of DVP. Dvornik, initialism of Digital Video Recorder. DV Red, simple past and past participle of DVR. DV Ring, present participle and gerund of DVR. DVR, plural of DVR. DVS, initialism of dynamic vapor sorption, a technique used to determine amorphous content of a material. DV, plural of DV. DVSA, initialism of Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency. DVE, initialism of deep vein thrombosis. DVE, plural of DVT. DW, initialism of Deutsche Welle. DW, initialism of Don't Worry. DWMRI, synonym of DWI diffusion weighted imaging. DOA, initialism of Dangerous Wild Animal. DOA, a dreamy, dazed, absent-minded, or befuddled state. Doals, plural of Dawal. Dwadahi, the 12th lunar day, Tithai of the fortnight Paksha of every month in the Hindu calendar. Dwabis, plural of Dwagi. Dwadi, a dragon, especially one that is much loved or cute. Dwagan, pronunciation, spelling of dragon. Dwagons, plural of Dwagan. Nawai, initialism of driving while ability impaired. Dwe, belladonna, or a similar soporific plant. Duel, simple past and past participle of duel. Duels, third person singular simple present indicative of duel. Dueling, present participle and gerund of duel. Duong, a swoon and sudden sickness. Duong, simple past and past participle of duom. Duome, present participle and gerund of duom. Duons, plural of duom. Duai, a surname. Duat, a horizontal timber or steel section used in the construction of a building. Duais, plural of duang. Duas, plural of duan. Dwarf, a standardized debugging file format. Dwarf, any member of a race of beings from especially Scandinavian and other Germanic folklore, usually depicted as having some sort of supernatural powers and being skilled in crafting and metalworking, often as short with long beards, and sometimes as clashing with elves. Dwarf beech, Fagus sylvatica tortuosa group, a rare cultivar group of the European beech tree. Dwarf beeches, plural of dwarf beech. Dwarf bilberries, plural of dwarf bilberry. Dwarf bilberry, a tree, Vaccinium cespitosum. Dwarf birch, Bichilanana, a species of birch in the family Bichilaceae, native to Arctic and cool temperate regions of northern Europe, northern Asia, and northern North America. Dwarf birches, plural of dwarf birch. Dwarf cassowary, Casuarius benetti, the smallest of the 3 extant species of cassowaries. Dwarf chimpanzee, synonym of pygmy chimpanzee. Dwarf chimpanzees, plural of dwarf chimpanzee. Dwarf coastweed, the plant Amblyopapus pusillus. Dwarf cobweb weaver spider, any spider of the genus Microdipona. Dwarf cobweb weaver spiders, plural of dwarf cobweb weaver spider. Dwarf crocodile, the smallest of living crocodile of species Osteolemus tetraspes, native to the tropical regions of sub-Saharan West Africa and Central Africa. Dwarf crocodiles, plural of dwarf crocodile. Dwarf sea tanapoma, Microctanopomananum, a species of fish found in the Congo Basin. Dwarf sea tanapomas, plural of dwarf sea tanapoma. Dwarf elder, a small European herbaceous perennial elder, species Sambucus ebulus. Dwarf elders, plural of dwarf elder. Dwarf eldest daughter, a female small carpenter bee that is intentionally undernourished by the mother and serves as a non-reproductive carer for its siblings. Dwarf elliptical galaxies, plural of dwarf elliptical galaxy. Dwarf elliptical galaxy, an elliptical galaxy that is smaller than an ordinary elliptical galaxy, common in galaxy groups and clusters. Dwarf emu, synonym of Kangaroo Island emu. Dwarf emus, plural of dwarf emu. Dwarf galaxies, plural of dwarf galaxy. Dwarf galaxy, any galaxy considerably smaller than the Milky Way that has only several billions of stars. Dwarf gourami, Trichigaster lalius, a small freshwater labyrinth fish of the gourami family, native to slow-moving waters of the Indian subcontinent. Dwarf green anole, Anoles isolpes, a species of anole lizard. Dwarf green anoles, plural of dwarf green anole. Dwarf holder, alternative spelling of dwarf holder. Dwarf holders, plural of dwarf holder. Dwarf horsetail, a plant in the taxonomic genus Equisetum horsetails, Equisetum serpoides. Dwarf horsetails, plural of dwarf horsetail. Dwarf huckleberry, a species of plant, Galisacea dumosa. Dwarf jay, synonym of spackboom. Dwarf jopai weed, Eutrochium dubium, native to the eastern coastal plain of the United States. Dwarf lemur, any of the lemurs of the genus Gigalias. Dwarf lemurs, plural of dwarf lemur. Dwarf mistletoe, any mistletoe of the New World genus Arsuthobium, parasitic on conifers. Dwarf mistletoes, plural of dwarf mistletoe. Dwarf morning glories, plural of dwarf morning glory. Dwarf morning glory, a morning glory of the species Convolvulus tricolor, native to southern Europe. Dwarf morning glories, plural of dwarf morning glory. Dwarf morning glory, alternative form of dwarf morning glory. Dwarf morning glories, plural of dwarf morning glory. Dwarf morning glory, alternative form of dwarf morning glory. Dwarf nettle, a herbaceous nettle, Urtica urens, endemic to Eurasia. Dwarf nova, a cataclysmic variable star consisting of a close binary star system in which one of the components is a white dwarf that accretes matter from its companion. Dwarf aloe, any of the sea snails of the genus Olivella. Dwarf olives, plural of dwarf aloe. Dwarf planet, a planetary world-like body of the solar system that directly orbits the sun like the classical planets but does not gravitationally dominate other bodies in the region of its orbit. Dwarf planetary, of or relating to dwarf planets. Dwarf planet, plural of dwarf planet. Dwarf rabbit, a small-sized variety of the domestic rabbit. Dwarf rabbits, plural of dwarf rabbit. Dwarf Russian almond, synonym of Russian almond. Dwarf Russian almonds, plural of dwarf Russian almond. Dwarf seahorse, a species of seahorse, Hippocampus zosteri. Dwarf seahorses, plural of dwarf seahorse. Dwarf siren, any eel-like salamander of the genus Pseudobranchus, having external gills throughout adulthood and lacking hind legs. Dwarf sirens, plural of dwarf siren. Dwarf sperm whale, any of the small whales of the sperm whale superfamily, in species Codicima. Dwarf sperm whales, plural of dwarf sperm whale. Dwarf spheroidal, a dwarf spheroidal galaxy. Dwarf spheroidal galaxies, plural of dwarf spheroidal galaxy. Dwarf spheroidal galaxy, a faint galaxy devoid of gas having a higher than normal proportion of dark matter, especially those that orbit the Milky Way and Andromeda. Dwarf spheroidals, plural of dwarf spheroidal. Dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants, one who discovers by building on previous discovery. Dwarf star, a star that is located in the main sequence in the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, though generally excluding the small minority which fall in the blue band due to their large size and high luminosity, fuses hydrogen into helium in its core. Dwarf stars, plural of dwarf star. Dwarf thistle, synonym of stemless thistle. Dwarf thistles, plural of dwarf thistle. Dwarf tinamou, a tinamou Tauniscus nanus, also known as the least tinamou. Dwarf tinamus, plural of dwarf tinamou. Dwarf tossing, a sport in which contestants compete to throw a small person the farthest. Dwarf wall, a low wall, often used in gardens. Dwarf walls, plural of dwarf wall. Dwarf holder, a poor farmer with a very small holding, especially one smaller than required for subsistence. Dwarf holders, plural of dwarf holder. Dwarfage, the state or condition of being a dwarf. Dwarfages, plural of dwarfage. Dwarfdom, the world of dwarfs' mythical creatures. Dwart, simple past and past participle of dwarf. Dwarfen, alternative form of dwarven. Dwarfen, simple past and past participle of dwarfen. Dwarfening, present participle and gerund of dwarfen. Dwarfens, third person singular simple present indicative of dwarfen. Dwarfer, a fan of the British comedy series Red Dwarf. Dwarfers, plural of dwarfer. Dwarfess, a human female dwarf. Dwarfesses, plural of dwarfess. Dwarfess, superlative form of dwarf, most dwarf. Dwarfeth, third person singular simple present indicative of dwarf. Dwarfette, a human female with dwarfism. Dwarfettes, plural of dwarfettes. Dwarf holder, alternative spelling of dwarf holder. Dwarf holders, plural of dwarf holder. Dwarven, of relating to or resembling dwarves. Dwarfing, present participle and gerund of dwarf. Dwarfings, plural of dwarfing. Dwarfins, plural of dwarfen. Dwarvish, like a dwarf, being especially small or stunted. Dwarfishly, in a dwarfish manner. Dwarfishness, the quality of being dwarfish. Dwarfism, the quality of being puny or inferior. Dwarfisms, plural of dwarfism. Dwarf kind, all dwarfs considered as a group. Dwarfly, resembling or characteristic of a dwarf, small, diminutive. Dwarfling, a diminutive dwarf. Dwarflings, plural of dwarfling. Dwarfway, a female of the dwarf race. Dwarf maids, plural of dwarfway. Dwarfness, the quality of being a dwarf or unusually small specimen. Dwarfs, plural of dwarf. Dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants. Plural of dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants. Dwarfsploitation, the exploitation of little people in the media, especially film and television. Dwarfy, much undersized, dwarfish. Dwarka, a city and municipality of Devbhumi Dwarka district in the state of Gujarat in western India, a site of Hindu pilgrimage. Doro, a dwarf member of a race of beings usually depicted as having some sort of supernatural powers and being skilled in crafting and metalworking, often as short with long beards and sometimes as clashing with elves. Dwarowdom, a female of the dwarf race. Dwarowdoms, plural of dwarowdom. Dwaros, plural of dwaro. Dwarven, similar to a dwarf, for example in stature. Dwarves, plural of dwarf. Dwarves standing on the shoulders of giants. Plural of dwarf standing on the shoulders of giants. Dwarvess, rare form of dwarfess. Dwarvesses, plural of dwarvess. Dwarvish, alternative form of dwarfish. Doa, plural of dwa. Doam, alternative form of dwam. Doam, simple past and past participle of dwam. Dwaming, present participle and gerund of dwam. Doams, plural of dwam. Dwayne, a male given name transferred from the surname, variant of Dwayne. DWB, initialism of driving while black or brown, as sarcastic reference to racial profiling by police investigating driving offenses. DWC, initialism of deep water culture. DWCB, initialism of Divine Word College of Bang. DWCL, initialism of Divine Word College of Layag. DWCB, initialism of Divine Word College of Vigan. DWD, initialism of Downwoody Debris. DWED, abbreviation of Decentralized Web. Dwek, a surname. Dwek, plural of Dwek. Dwek, a boring, studious, or socially inept person. Dweebery, the state or condition of being a dweeb. Dweebet, a female dweeb. Dweebets, plural of dweebet. Dwe, comparative form of dweeby, more dweeby. Dweebis, superlative form of dweeby, most dweeby. Dweedwe, in a dweeby manner. Dweediness, the quality of being dweeby. Dweebish, dweedy, dweebwa, a young or unimportant dweeb. Dweeblets, plural of dweeblet. Dweebling, a pathetic or contemptible person. Dweeblings, plural of dweebling. Dweebness, the quality of being dweeby. Dweebs, plural of dweeb. Dweeby, like or characteristic of a dweeb, nerdy, uncool. Dweeb, an inappropriate Twitter post made while drunk. Dweets, plural of dweet. Dwarf, a member of a fictional race of creatures which combine the qualities of or hybrids of dwarves and elves. Dwelfs, plural of dwelf. Dwell, a period of time in which a system or component remains in a given state. Dwell time, the length of time that a thing or person remains in a given state. Dwell times, plural of dwell time. Dwell upon, alternative form of dwell on. Dwellable, inhabitable, suitable for dwelling in. Dwell, simple past and past participle of dwell. Dwelled upon, simple past of dwell upon. Dweller, an inhabitant of a specific place, an inhabitant or denizen. Dwellers, plural of dweller. Dwellest, second person singular simple present indicative of dwell. Dwelle, third person singular simple present indicative of dwell. Dwelle, a house or place in which a person lives, a habitation, a home. Dwelling house, alternative form of dwelling house. Dwelling houses, alternative form of dwelling houses, plural of dwelling house. Dwelling place, alternative spelling of dwelling place. Dwelling places, plural of dwelling place. Dwelling upon, present participle and gerund of dwell upon. Dwelling house, alternative form of dwelling house. Dwelling houses, alternative form of dwelling houses, plural of dwelling house. Dwell in place, a place where one dwells. Dwelling places, plural of dwelling place. Dwelling house, a house intended as a residential building and not, for example, as a place of business. Dwelling houses, plural of dwelling house. Dwellings, plural of dwelling. Dwells, plural of dwell. Dwells upon, third person singular simple present indicative of dwell upon. Dwelle, a surname. Duet. Simple past and past participle of dwell. Dwelt upon. Simple past and past participle of dwell upon. Dwell, plural of dwell. Dwell, initialism of dead white European male. Dwell, plural of dwem. Dweober, alternative spelling of dwemer. Dweobercraft, magic, magical arts, jugglery. Dweowers, plural of dweomer. DWF, initialism of divorced white female. DWG, abbreviation of drawing. DWGS, plural of DWG. DWH, initialism of data warehouse. DWH, plural of DWH. NOI, initialism driving while impaired. Doi, a designation prefix for undiscovered chemical elements lying 2 periods under a known element in the periodic table. For example, rhenium was called manganese before its discovery in 1925. Doi, a surname transferred from the given name. Dwight Lloyd, a kind of sintering machine. Dwight Lloyds, plural of Dwight Lloyd. Dwyer, a cloth for wiping or cleaning. Dwyle flonking, an obscure and intentionally preposterous sport in which teams take turns to dance while avoiding a Dwyle beer-soaked cloth thrown by their opponents. Dwyle flunking, alternative form of Dwyle flunking. Dwyles, plural of Dwyle. Dwyer, initialism of do what I mean, a wish for feature in computer systems, offering magical freedom from the often frustrating discrepancies between one's intentions and the actual effects of a command. Dwemer, magic, arts, sorcery, spell, occult art. Dwemercraft, the art of illusion, the art of magic, sorcery, magic. Dwemers, plural of dwemer. Dwemery, a computer program's ability to sense the user's intentions rather than work according to a well-defined specification. Dwindle, to decrease, shrink, diminish, reduce in size or intensity. Dwindled, simple past and past participle of dwindle. Dwindlement, the process of dwindling, gradual reduction to nothing. Dwindler, someone or something that dwindles. Dwindlers, plural of dwindler. Dwindles, third person singular simple present indicative of dwindle. Dwindle, third person singular simple present indicative of dwindle. Dwindling, present participle and gerund of dwindle. Dwindlings, plural of dwindling. Dwine, to wither, decline, pine away. Dwine, simple past and past participle of dwine. Dwinal, a surname. Dwinals, plural of dwinal. Dwining, present participle and gerund of dwine. Dwyer, a surname. Dwyers, plural of Dwyer. Dwy, plural of DWI. Dwidya, the second day Tiathai in the lunar fortnight Paksha of the Hindu calendar. Dwivdi, a surname. Dwivdes, plural of Dwivdi. DWM, initialism of down woody material. DWN, abbreviation of den canny down. Dwabe, the offspring of a dwarf and a hobbit. Dwabets, plural of dwabet. Dwa, abbreviation of dismiss without prejudice. Dworksek, a surname from Polish. Dworeksek, plural of Dworeksek. Dworak, a surname. Dworax, plural of Dworak. Dword, a numerical value of twice the magnitude of a word, thus typically 32 bits. The words plural of Dword. Dworkin, a surname. Dworkinian, of or pertaining to Ronald Dworkin, 1931-2013, Jewish-American philosopher, jurist, and scholar of United States constitutional law. Dworkinians, plural of Dworkinian. Dworkinism, Dworkinian feminism. Dworkinite, a supporter of Andrea Dworkin, 1946-2005. American radical feminist and writer best known for her criticism of pornography. Dworkinites, plural of Dworkinite. Dworkins, plural of Dworkin. Dwornikai, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing hydrogen, iron, nickel, oxygen, and sulfur. Dwars, a miniature horse. Dworski, a surname from Czech or Slovak. Dwaskin, a surname. DWP, initialism of Department for Work and Pensions. DWR, initialism of durable water repellency. DWR, plural of DWR. DW, plural of DW. DWSL, initialism of Dutch Women's Soccer League. DWT, alternative form of DWT. DWT, deadweight ton, deadweight tonnage. DWT, abbreviation of deadweight. DWTP, initialism of drinking water treatment plant. DWTP, plural of DWTP. AWS, initialism of Dancing with the Stars. DWV, initialism of deformed wing virus. Dwyer, a surname from Irish. Dwyers, plural of Dwyer. Dwyer, the Afon Dwyfer, a river in Gwynedd, Wales, which flows into Cardigan Bay. Dwyle, alternative form of Dwyle. Dwyle flonking, alternative form of Dwyle flunking. Dwyle flunking, alternative form of Dwyle flunking. Dwyles, plural of Dwyle. Dwyer, a river in Gwynedd, Wales, which flows into Tremedog Bay. AX, abbreviation of deluxe. AX, abbreviation of diagnosis. AX, simple past and past participle of DX. DX said, simple past and past participle of DX. DX saying, present participle and gerund of DX. DX is third person singular simple present indicative of DX. DXpedition, an amateur radio operator's expedition to a remote or unusual place. DXpeditions, plural of DXpedition. DXA, initialism of dual energy X-ray absorptiometry. DED, simple past and past participle of DX. Deezer, one who engages in deezing. Deezers, plural of deezer. Deezing, the hobby of receiving and identifying distant radio or television signals or making two-way radio contact with distant stations. DXSAT, abbreviation of dextromethorphan. DXpedition, a ham radio DX expedition to an exotic location. DXpeditions, plural of DXpedition. DX, third person singular simple present indicative of DX. Di, a surname from Khmer. Dynamite, great. Diabarma, synonym of Zarma. Diabilities, plural of diability. Diability, alternative form of alternative form of diable. Diachak, a transliteration of the Russian surname Dyachow or acute Ka Jacha. Di, a set of two elements treated as one, a pair. Dyadic, pertaining to a dyad, the number 2 of two parts or elements. Dyadic fraction, a vulgar fraction whose denominator is a power of 2 or a rational number representable as such a fraction. Dyadic fractions, plural of dyadic fraction. Dyadic operation, an operation taking two operands. Dyadic operations, plural of dyadic operation. Dyadically, in a dyadic manner, as a dyad or by means of dyads. Dyadicity, the property of being dyadic. Dyadics, plural of dyadic. Dyadism, the tendency to categorize things into dyads or pairs, binary classification. Dyadisms, plural of dyadism. Dyads, plural of dyad. Dyad-wise, with regard to, or by means of dyads. Naic, alternative form of daic. Naiacs, plural of diac. Dial, a surname. Dialyses, misspelling of dialysis. Dials, plural of dial. Dian, a female given name. Diana, a female given name. Dar, a surname. Yarcho, alternative spelling of diachol. Yarke, alternative form of diakic. Diarchis, plural of Diarchi. Diarchi, alternative form of diachi. Diarma, synonym of zarma. Diaris, plural of diar. Diaster, alternative form of diaster. Diasters, plural of diaster. Dialovitsky, a surname. Diauspida, in the Vedic religion, the sky father, husband of Prithi and father of Agni and Indra. Div, in the scouting movement, to chant Dib, meaning do your best to follow the scouting laws. Dybal, a surname from Polish. Dybal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Dybes, a surname from Polish. Dybeses, plural of dybes. Then, simple past and past participle of dib. Dib, present participle and gerund of dib. Dira, a malicious possessing spirit, believed to be the dislocated soul of a dead person. Dibukim, plural of dibak. Diras, plural of dibak. Didal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gedal, a surname originating as a patronymic. Divo, a surname from Russian. Dybos law, a law posited to explain the occurrence of nouns and verbs in Slavic languages that are invariantly accented on the inflectional ending. The third person singular simple present indicative of dib. The initialism of dam or damned yellow composite, any hard to identify yellow-flowered member of the sunflower family Compositae. Dyes, an outer suburb of Aberdeen, Aberdeen Council Area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref NJ 8912. Did, a surname. Ditches, plural of ditch. Dick, a surname. Dick language, the set of Dick words, a balanced string of square brackets. Dick word, a string consisting of n x's and n. Ys such that no initial segment of the string has more Ys than X's. Dick words. Plural of dick word. Dick hot. A surname. Declinine, an oral anesthetic. Dicor, a computational module within a numerical weather prediction or climate model that solves the fundamental equations governing atmospheric or oceanic dynamics, such as the Navier-Stokes equations, to simulate fluid motion on Earth. Dicors, plural of dicor. The, plural of dyc. The, obsolete spelling of did. Di, obsolete spelling of died. Dido, a male genital piercing that passes through the ridge of the glands on the head of the penis. Didos, plural of dido. Didrogesterone, a steroidal progestin. Dot, a surname. Dye in the wool, to dye woolen fibers before they are spun into thread. Dye pack, a hidden explosive device with a mass of distinctive paint intended to stain stolen goods like paper money to make them too distinctive to use without being identified. Dye packs, plural of dye pack. Dye tracer, a substance, often a fluorescent dye, injected into a system like water or soil to track and study the movement, flow, and dispersion of fluids or other materials within that system. Dye tracers, plural of dye tracer. Dye house, alternative form of dye house. Dye houses, plural of dye house. Dye saw, clipping of dye sublimation. Dyewood, alternative form of dyewood. Dyewoods, plural of dyewood. Dyeabilities, plural of dyeability. Dyeability, quality or degree dyeable. Dyeable, able to be dyed. Dye bath, the liquid used for dyeing something by submerging it. Dyedas, plural of dye bath. Dye, simple past and past participle of dye. Dyed in the wool, simple past and past participle of dye in the wool. Dyed moraz, alternative spelling of dead moraz. Dyed in the wool, firmly established in one's beliefs or habits, having a specified characteristic, identity, etc. deeply ingrained in one's nature. Dye house, a building where dyeing takes place. Dye houses, plural of dye house. Dyeing, present participle and gerund of dye. Dyings, plural of dying. Dial, initialism of do you even lift? Dios, without dye. Dye-like, resembling or characteristic of dye. Dye-line, a system of printing using diazo dyes. Dye lines, plural of dye line. Dye pot, a pot used in dyeing. Dye pots, plural of dye pots. Dyer, an English surname originating as an occupation for a dyer of cloth. Dyer County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Tyersburg. Dyer's broom, a species of broom, genus Tinctoria, used for dyeing yellow. Dyer's brooms, plural of dyer's broom. Dyer's buckthorn, a species of buckthorn, Ramus saxatilis, that produces a yellow dye. Dyer's chamomile, a short-lived plant in the family Asteraceae, Coda tinctoria, with yellow flowers that were formerly used to make dyes. Dyer's greenweed, Woadwaxen, genus Tinctoria. Dyer's greenweeds, plural of Dyer's greenweed. Dyer's madder, synonym of Madder rubia tinctorum. Dyer's madders, plural of Dyer's madder. Dyer's rocket, a European plant once used to make a yellow dye, Weld Rosetta luteola. Dyer's weed, synonym of Dyer's rocket. Dyer's woad, a plant of species Isates tinctoria, which is the source of the blue dye woad used in the Middle Ages before being replaced as source by indigo for tinctoria. Dyer's woads, plural of Dyer's woad. Dyerian, of or relating to Reginald Dyer 1864–1927, British military officer in the Bengal Army and later the newly constituted British Indian Army. Diaries, plural of diary. Diary, a supporter of Reginald Dyer 1864–1927, British military officer in the Bengal Army and later the newly constituted British Indian Army. Diorites, plural of diorite. Diema, alternative form of germa. Dyers, plural of dyer. Dyersburg, a city, the county seat of Dyer County, Tennessee, United States. Dyery, a factory where fabric is dyed. Dye, plural of dye. Dyes in the wool, third person singular simple present indicative of dye in the wool. Dyes, second person singular simple present indicative of dye. Dyster, synonym of dyer, one who dyes. Dysters, plural of dyster. Dyestuff, any soluble pigment used for dyeing the hair, fabric, etc. Dyestuffs, plural of dyestuff. Dye, archaic spelling of diet. Dye, third person singular simple present indicative of dye. Dites, plural of dite. Dias, the daylight sky god in Proto-Indo-European mythology. Dyewater, water contaminated with dyestuffs. Dyewaters, plural of dyewater. Dyeweed, synonym of dyer's broom. Dyewood, any wood from which coloring matter is extracted for dyeing. Dyewoods, plural of dyewood. Dyewer, visual effects produced by dyeing. Dyeworks, a factory for the production of paints and dyes. Different, a place in Wales. Different Ardudwy, a village and community in Gwynedd, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 5823. Different Arth, a community civil parish in Ceredigion, Wales. Dyger, a surname. Digerts, plural of digert. Diagram, a chart showing the horizontal variation in the magnetic force acting on a ship's compass needle by the iron within the ship as a function of course steered. Diagrams, plural of diagram. Dye, pronunciation spelling of dying. Alternative spelling of gem. Ed, plural of daying. Dying, approaching death, about to die, moribund. Dying 1,000 deaths, present participle and gerund of die 1,000 deaths. Dying and going to heaven, present participle and gerund of die and go to heaven. Dying away, present participle and gerund of die away. dying back, present participle, and gerund of die back. Dying breed, a group of people or things that is becoming less numerous over time. Dying breeds. Plural of dying breed. Dying declaration, a statement that would normally be deemed inadmissible as evidence in a court of law as hearsay, but is deemed admissible because it was made by a person who believed himself to be dying, is about the circumstances of that person's death, and in some normally be deemed inadmissible as evidence in a court of law as hearsay, but is deemed admissible because it was made by a person who believed himself to be dying, is about the circumstances of that person's death, and in some cases was followed by that person's actual death. Dying declarations, plural of dying declaration. Dying down, present participle and gerund of die down. Dying Earth, a subgenre of science fantasy or science fiction which takes place in the far future at either the end of life on Earth or the end of time, when the laws of the universe themselves fail. Dying gasp, the last breath taken before death. Dying gasps, plural of dying gasp. Dying hard, present participle and gerund of die hard. Dying how one lived, present participle and gerund of die how one lived. Dying in harness, present participle and gerund of die in harness. Dying in the ass, present participle of die in the ass. Dying in the wool, present participle and gerund of die in the wool. Dying just how one lived, present participle and gerund of die just how one lived. Dying just like one lived, present participle and gerund of die just like one lived. Dying just the way one lived, present participle and gerund of die just the way one lived. Dying laughing, present participle and gerund of die laughing. Dying like flies, present participle and gerund of die like flies. Dying like one lived, present participle and gerund of die like one lived. Dying off, present participle and gerund of die off. Dying on, present participle and gerund of die on. Dying on one's arse, present participle and gerund of die on one's arse. Dying on the vine, present participle and gerund of die on the vine. Dying out, present participle and gerund of die out. Dying pig, a rubber balloon designed to emit a squealing noise as it deflates. Dying pigs, plural of dying pig. Dying prematurely, present participle and gerund of die prematurely. Dying quail, a pop fly which is hit weakly and falls in front of the outfielders. Dying quails, plural of dying quail. Dying room, a room in a Chinese orphanage where unwanted children are left to die from neglect. Dying rooms, plural of dying room. Dying seconds, the very final part of something timed, especially a sports game. Dying the way one lived, present participle and gerund of die the way one lived. Dyingly, while, or as if, dying. Dyingness, the state of dying or the stimulation of such a state, extreme. Languor. Dyings, plural of dying. Dero, an ergative Australian Aboriginal language of the Dirbalak branch of the Pama-Nyungan family, spoken in the region of Cairns and the Atherton Tableland, Queensland. Dirbalak, of or relating to a group of 8 Pama-Nyungan Australian Aboriginal languages and / or dialects spoken in the region of Cairns and the Atherton Tableland, Queensland. Ditto. Initialism of don't you just hate it when. The initialism of did you know? Die, a surname. Dike bottom. The bottom of a dike earthwork raised to prevent the inundation of lowland by flooding. Dike bottoms, plural of dike bottom. Dike out, to engage in homoerotic activity with another woman. Dike phase, the period or event during which a dike body of rock originally filling a fissure but now often rising above the older stratum that has eroded away is formed. Dike phases, plural of dike phase. Dike road, a road that runs along the top of a dike earthwork raised to prevent the inundation of lowland by flooding. Dike roads, plural of dike road. Dike swarm, a large geological structure consisting of a major group of parallel, linear, or radially oriented magmatic dikes intruded within continental crust or central volcanoes in rift zones. Dike swarms, plural of dike swarm. Dike tie, a man who enjoys the company of lesbians. Dike tykes, plural of dike tyke. Dike up, to build a dike along a body of water or a piece of land. Dike back, the back of a stone wall or a hedge bank. Dike backs, plural of dike back. Dike phase, alternative form of dike phase. Dike phases, plural of dike phase. Dike rock, a type of igneous rock that fills a dike, a rock filling a fissure that is now often rising above the older stratum that has eroded away. Dike rocks, plural of dike rock. Dike swarm, alternative form of dike swarm. Dike swarms, plural of dike swarm. Dike, containing a dike ditch. Diked out, simple past and past participle of dike out. Diked up, simple past and past participle of dike up. Dikadhar, the ability to detect whether or not a person is lesbian by observing that person. Diketown, the state or sphere of dikes or lesbians. Dykehead, a small village in Lanarkshire, Scotland that grew and joined with others to form the town of Shotts. Dykehood, the state or sphere of dikes or lesbians. Dykish, alternative form of dykish. Dykelet, alternative form of dykelet. Dykelets, plural of dykelet. Dykeling, a young or immature lesbian. Dykelings, plural of dykeling. Dygama, a surname from West Frisian. Dygamen, a surname from Dutch. Dygamens, plural of dygamen. Dygamas, plural of dygama. Dykophobia, dislike or hatred of homosexual women. Diger, alternative form of diger, one who digs dikes. Diger, plural of diker. Diker, the quality of being a dike. Dice, a surname. Diked out, third person singular simple present indicative of dike out. Dikes up, third person singular simple present indicative of dike up. Dikeseas, plural of dikes. Digi, of a woman, whether actually lesbian or not, having stereotypically lesbian characteristics, that looks like a dike. Dickhouse, a surname from Dutch. Dickhouses, plural of dickhouse. Digi, comparative form of dikey, more dikey. Digest, superlative form of dikey, most dikey. Dike, alternative spelling of diking. Diking out, present participle and gerund of dike out. Diking up, present participle and gerund of dike up. Dykish, like a dyke masculine lesbian. Dykishoi. In a dykish manner. Dekumem, a surname. Dekumens, plural of dickmen. Digen, a celebrity, especially a woman, often a lesbian, who is much admired by lesbians. Digens, plural of diken. The plural of dyk. Dextra, a surname. Dextrous, plural of dixtra. Dictatua, initialism of Did You Know That There's a Tunnel Under Ocean BLVD, the ninth studio album by singer-songwriter Lana Del Rey, released on March 24, 2023. Daiki, alternative form of daiki. Da, a male given name from Welsh. Diline-esque, in the style of, or reminiscent of the music or lyrics of Bob Dylan, born 1941. Dylan, alternative form of Dylan. Dylanologist, one who studies or admires the music or lyrics of Bob Dylan, one with an interest in Dylanology. Dylanologists, plural of Dylanologists. Dylanology, the study or admiration of the music or lyrics of Bob Dylan. Da, river in Belgium flowing through Leuven and Mechelen. Dialer, syllabic abbreviation of dynamic library. Dialibs, plural of dilib. Dilib, a rural settlement in Toretsk urban Ramada, Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Don, stupid. Dimantic, synonym of damatic. Dimarka, a village, the administrative center of Dimarka Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hamada, Vishhorod Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Dying action, a structure or device that is dymaction in nature. Dying actions, plural of dymaction. Dim Church, a coastal village in Folkestone and Hyde District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 1029. Dynak, a surname from Polish. Dynax, plural of Dymek. Dymock, a village and civil parish in Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref So 6931. Dymox, plural of Dymock. Diamond, a surname. Diamond, obsolete spelling of diamond. Diamonds, plural of diamond. Diamonds, plural of diamond. Yeah, obsolete form of dinar. Dynabads, superparamagnetic spherical polymer particles used for the adsorption or coupling of various bioreactive molecules or cells. Dynac Horton, an actin peasant indigius delium dyspodium. Dynectin, dynein activator complex, a multisubunit protein found in eukaryotic cells that aids in bidirectional intracellular transport by binding to dynein and kynsin 2 and linking them to the organelle or vesicle to be transported. Dynactinometer, an instrument for measuring the intensity of photogenic rays and computing the power of object glasses. Dynactinometers, plural of dynactinometer. Dynactins, plural of dynactin. Dyne, plural of dyna. Dynafocal, of or pertaining to a particular kind of aircraft engine mount that gives directional support to a radial engine to reduce vibration. Dynam, A foot-pound. Dynamagnite. Synonym of nitromagnite kind of explosive. Dynamation. A stop-motion technique involving animated models integrated into live-action scenes. Dynamer. Any of a set of conformers that dynamically change to one another. Dynamers. Plural of dynamer. Dynameter. An instrument used to measure the magnification of a telescope. Dynameters. Plural of dynameter. Dynametrical. Pertaining to a dynamometer. Dynamic. Of a verb, not stative, but infinitive, indicating continued or progressive action on the part of the subject. Dynamic binding. A form of binding that occurs at runtime, such as the resolution of a virtual method call to a specific subclass's implementation. Dynamic brake. A mechanism for performing dynamic braking. Dynamic brakes. Plural of dynamic brake. Dynamic braking. Braking by the use of an electric traction motor as a generator when slowing a vehicle such as an electric or diesel-electric locomotive. Dynamic cooling. Cooling brought about by decreasing pressure. Dynamic dispatch. A dispatch method where the implementation of a function or method is assigned during runtime, as it cannot be assigned during compile time. Dynamic dispatches. Plural of dynamic dispatch. Dynamic duo. A nickname for the fictional superheroes Batman and Robin as a team. Dynamic efficiency. A situation in which it is impossible to make one generation better off without making another generation worse off. Dynamic equilibrium. Any equilibrium in which opposite changes occur simultaneously. Dynamic equivalence. An approach to translation centered on reproducing an equivalent effect on readers of the translated text. Dynamic headroom. The ability of an amplifier to handle strong signals or loud sounds free from distortion. Dynamic ignition timing. A computational process that calculates the optimal ignition timing for an engine. Dynamic ignition timings. Plural of dynamic ignition timing. Dynamic inconsistency. A situation in which a decision maker's preferences change over time in such a way that a preference can become inconsistent at another point in time. Dynamic IP address. An IP address which changes periodically when each time a user connects to their internet service provider. Dynamic IP addresses. Plural of dynamic IP address. Dynamic IP addressing. The use of a dynamic IP address. Dynamic language. A programming language that analyzes code also when executing the code itself. Dynamic languages. Plural of dynamic language. Dynamic load. Any load which is non-static, such as a wind load or moving live load. Dynamic loads. Plural of dynamic load. Dynamic memories. Plural of dynamic memory. Dynamic memory. Computer memory that requires a periodic refresh to maintain its contents. This memory is usually cheaper and faster than ROM. Dynamic memory allocation. The process of allocating memory at runtime. Dynamic memory allocations. Plural of dynamic memory allocation. Dynamic permeability. Permeability under non-standard conditions. Dynamic pressure. The pressure exerted upon a body in contact with a fluid due to the relative motion between the two. Dynamic pressures. Plural of dynamic pressure. Dynamic pricing. A pricing strategy in which businesses set flexible prices for products or services based on current market demands. Dynamic programming, an optimization method by which a problem having optimal substructure is recursively broken into simpler subproblems which are solved to produce the globally optimal solution. Dynamic proxies, plural of dynamic proxy. Dynamic proxy, a proxy that creates the actual proxy class at runtime. Dynamic random access memory, a form of random access memory that requires fewer transistors per bit than SRAM, but in which each bit needs to be refreshed regularly to retain its contents. Dynamic range, the ratio between the largest and smallest values of a changeable quantity. Dynamic ranges, plural of dynamic range. Dynamic scale, a device often part of a conveyor belt system that weighs a product while it is in motion. Dynamic scales, plural of dynamic scale. Dynamic site, a website that displays information that changes using server-side code, generally with information retrieved from a database. Dynamic sites, plural of dynamic site. Dynamic stochastic general equilibrium, the proposal that macroeconomic analysis be concerned with the theoretical consequences of optimizing behavior by rational consumers, firms, and laborers, rather than with observable phenomena such as booms or slumps. Dynamic system, a dynamical system. Dynamic systems, plural of dynamic system. Dynamic typing, a system in which type checking is performed at runtime and not a compilation, opposed to static typing. Dynamic verb, a verb which generally expresses an action or activity rather than a state. Dynamic verbs, plural of dynamic verb. Dynamic bound, synonym of late bound. Dynamic linked libraries, plural of dynamic linked library. Dynamic linked library, a software library containing some combination of code, data, and resources, capable of being loaded at runtime and shared by multiple applications. Dynamical, dynamic. Dynamical horizon, a mathematical concept in general relativity that describes a boundary in space-time where the expansion of one null direction is 0 and the expansion of the other null direction is negative. Dynamical horizons, plural of dynamical horizon. Dynamical system, a system which is time-dependent. Dynamical systems, plural of dynamical system. Dynamical time, a time scale used to calculate the orbital motions of objects within the solar system. Dynamical times, plural of dynamical time. Dynamicality, the quality of being dynamic. Dynamically, of a dynamic nature, variable or constantly changing nature. Dynamically typed, belonging to a type system that checks the variable types at runtime. Dynamicism, the degree to which a process adapts to changing data or requirements. Dynamicisms, plural of dynamicism. Dynamicist, a person who studies dynamics. Dynamicists, plural of dynamicists. Dynamicity, the condition of being dynamic. Dynamicization, the process of making or becoming dynamic. Dynamicizations, plural of dynamicization. Dynamicize, to make dynamic. Dynamicized, simple past and past participle of dynamicize. Dynamicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dynamicize. Dynamicizing, present participle and gerund of dynamicize. Dynamic, obsolete form of dynamic. Dynamics, plural of dynamic. Dynamics, the branch of mechanics that is concerned with the effects of forces on the motion of objects. Dynamology, the study of the powers of the soul, the study of the capabilities of living or sentient beings. Dynamometer, obsolete spelling of dynamometer. Dynamometers, plural of dynamometer. Dynamid, a hydrolase responsible for endocytosis in eukaryotic cells. Dynamins, plural of dynamin. Dynamis, potentiality. Dynamization, alternative form of dynamization. Dynamization, plural of dynamization. Dynamize, alternative spelling of dynamize. Dynamize, simple past and past participle of dynamize. Dynamizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dynamize. Dynamizing, present participle and gerund of dynamize. Dynamism, great energy, drive, force or power, vigor of body, mind or personality, oomph or pizzazz. Dynamisms, plural of dynamism. Dynamis, a subscriber to the philosophy of dynamism. Dynamistic, of or relating to dynamism. Dynamistically, in a dynamistic manner. Dynamis, plural of dynamis. Dynamitard, a political dynamiter. Dynamitards, plural of dynamitard. Dynamite, a class of explosives made from nitroglycerine in an absorbent medium such as kieselguhr, used in mining and blasting. Dynamite charge, instructions given by the judge to a jury that has failed to reach a verdict in hope that they can do so after further deliberation. Dynamite charges, plural of dynamite charge. Dynamite roll, a type of Western-style sushi usually containing a piece of prawn tempura and capelin roe with vegetables and Japanese mayonnaise. Dynamite rolls, plural of dynamite roll. Dynamite tree, synonym of sandbox tree. Dynamited, simple past and past participle of dynamite. Dynamiter, a person who uses dynamite, especially one who uses it unlawfully. Dynamiters, plural of dynamiter. Dynamites, third person singular simple present indicative of dynamite. Dynamitic, involving the use of dynamite. Dynamitical, alternative form of dynamitic explosive, volatile. Dynamitics, plural of dynamitic. Dynamitin, a protein also known as dynactin subunit 2 involved in cellular transport. Dynamiting, present participle and gerund of dynamite. Dynamitings, plural of dynamiting. Dynamitish, resembling or characteristic of dynamite, explosive. Dynamitism, the work of dynamiters. Dynamitists, dynamiter. Dynamitists, plural of dynamitists. Dynamization, a hypothetical increase of medicinal effectiveness by dilution and trituration. Dynamizations, plural of dynamization. Dynamize, to make dynamic. Dynamize, simple past and past participle of dynamize. Dynamizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dynamize. Dynamizing, present participle and gerund of dynamize. Dynamo, an electricity generator, a dynamo electric machine. Dynamo theories, plural of dynamo theory. Dynamo theory, a proposed mechanism involving a rotating, convecting, and electrically conducting fluid by which a celestial body generates and maintains a magnetic field over astronomical time scales. Dynamo torch, synonym of dyno torch. Dynamo torches, plural of dynamo torch. Dynamo, power, usually physical. Dynamo electric machine, a generator that creates electricity using spinning magnets. A dynamo. Dynamo electric machines, plural of dynamo electric machine. Dynamo electric, of or pertaining to the interconversion of mechanical and electrical energy. Dynamo electrical, dynamo electric. Dynamogenesis, synonym of dynamogeny. Dynamogenic, characterized by dynamogeny, producing much nervous activity. Dynamogeny, the production of nervous energy, stimulation of the nerves. Dynamograph, a dynamometer that produces a graphical record, especially one used to record muscular power. Dynamographs, plural of dynamograph. Dynamometer, any of various devices used to measure mechanical power, force, or torque. Dynamometer car, a piece of railway rolling stock used to measure various aspects of a locomotive's performance. Dynamometer cars, plural of dynamometer car. Dynamometers, plural of dynamometer. Dynamometric, relating to dynamometry. Dynamometrical, relating to dynamometry. Dynamometrically, with regard to dynamometry, by means of a dynamometer. Dynamometry, the measurement of forces doing work. Dynamos, plural of dynamo. Dynamoscope, a modified stethoscope for auscultation of the muscles. Dynamoscopes, plural of dynamoscope. Dynamothermal, usually of metamorphism involving the effects of directed pressures and shearing stress, as well as a wide range of confining pressures and temperatures. Dynamotor, a device for converting electrical power to another form. Dynamotors, plural of dynamotor. Dynamotype, a type typically of a seer that has distinctive dynamics. Dynamotypes, plural of dynamotype. Dynams, plural of dynam. Dynapenia, a neurological disease characterized by loss of muscle strength. Dynapnec, relating to dynapenia. Dynaset, a data set taken from a larger database and linked back to it so that local changes to the data are propagated back to the parent database. Dynaset, plural of dynaset. Dynast, a ruler or governor, especially a hereditary ruler or someone who founded or is part of a dynasty. Dynastic, pertaining to a dynasty. Dynastical, dynastic, pertaining to a dynasty. Dynastically, in a dynastic or dynastical way. Dynasticism, a form of government in which the rulers all belong to the same dynastic family. Dynasticisms, plural of dynasticism. Dynasticity, the quality or condition of being dynastic. Dynastid, any beetle in the family Dynastidae, now considered to be the scarabid subfamily Dynastinae. Dynastids, plural of dynasty. Dynasties, plural of dynasty. Dynastine, any beetle in the subfamily Dynastinae, the rhinoceros beetles. Dynasts, plural of dynast. Dynasty, a series of rulers or dynasts from one family. Dynatron, a tetrode in which the voltage on the screen grid is higher than that on the control grid, causing the plate current to decrease as plate voltage increases, was used in oscillators. Dynatrons, plural of dynatron. Dendare, obsolete spelling of Dunbar. Dyne, a unit of force in the CGS system, the force required to accelerate a mass of 1 gram by 1 centimeter per second per second. Symbol, Den. Dyne, any of a group of enzymes that hydrolyze ATP and thus provide motive power for motile structures such as microtubules. Dyneins, plural of dynein. Dyno, a type of synthetic fiber used in fiber-reinforced plastic composite materials, especially for marine applications. Dynein, polyethylene with a very high molecular weight. Dynemes, plural of dynein. Dynes, a surname. Dynases, plural of dynes. Dingus Day, Easter Monday, as observed. By Polish descendants in English-speaking countries. Dinkin diagram, a graph with some edges drawn as double or triple lines, arising in the classification of semisimple Lie algebras over algebraically closed fields, in the classification of Weyl groups and other finite reflection groups, and in other contexts. Dinkin diagrams, plural of Dinkin diagram. Dinner, obsolete spelling of dinner. Dinner, plural of dinner. Dino, a dynamic climbing move or jump to reach a hold that cannot otherwise be reached. Dino torch, a mechanical flashlight that is powered by squeezing a handle. Dino torches, plural of dino torch. Dynode, any of a series of electrodes within a photomultiplier tube. Dynodes, plural of dynode. Dynorphin, any of a class of opioid peptides that arise from the precursor protein predynorphin. Dynorphinergic, produced or activated by dynorphins. Dynorphins, plural of dynorphin. Dynos, plural of dyno. Dynastarter, a dynamo which is also a starter motor. Dynastarters, plural of dynastarter. Davzua, initialism of do your own fucking dirty work. A surname. Diane, of or pertaining to Dianes. Dianicoi, in a Dianic manner. Downs, plural of Diane. Diaphysite, someone who believes in the doctrine that there are two natures, human and divine, in Christ. Diaphysites, plural of diaphysites. Diaphysitic, of or relating to the diaphysites. Diaphysitism, the doctrine of the diaphysites. Diapoloi, synonym of duopoly. Dire, alternative letter case form of dire, do your own research. Dire, initialism of do your own research. Dios, a surname. Deism, alternative form of duotheism. Deise, alternative form of duotheistic. Diathelite, alternative form of diathelite. Diathelites, Plural of diathelete. Diathelism. The doctrine of two wills, human and divine, in Christ. Diathelete. One who believes in diathelism. Diatheletes. Plural of diathelate. Diathelism. That causing differentiation between two states. Dehabe. Describing a rearrangement reaction in which two single bonds simultaneously migrate intramolecularly. De. Alternative spelling of junjun. De. Plural of deodan. Diphyline. A xanthine derivative with bronchodilator and vasodilator effects. Dipingdite. A monoclinic white mineral containing carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Depton. Divielbutanin. PCEOZ EOCZHB or any of its derivatives. Deptonines. Plural of dipnon. Diram. A small village in Diram and Hinton Parish, South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7375. Diram on Hinton. A civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. Narmas. A surname. Deneses. Plural of Denes. Dirasaur. Any of several extinct crocodiliforms of the family Dirasauridae. Dirasaurids. Plural of Dirasaurid. Dehachiam. Synonym of Durza city in Albania. Dies. Difficult. Disynchronies. Plural of disynchrony. Disynchrony. Alternative spelling of disynchrony. Dissekaya. Discomfort in the ear caused by normal levels of sound. Disecuses. Plural of disecuses. Disecuses. A hearing impairment characterized by difficulty in processing details of sound due to distortion in frequency or intensity, but not primarily a loss of the ability to perceive sound. Disadaptation. Failure of or impairment in adaptation. Disadaptations. Plural of disadaptation. Dysemia. Unhealthy condition of blood. Dysemic. Of or relating to dysemia. Disaerobic. Having a low concentration of dissolved oxygen. Dysesthesia. Alternative spelling of dysesthesia. Dysesthesia ethiopica. A supposed mental illness responsible for laziness among black slaves. Dysesthesias. Plural of dysesthesia. Dysesthetic. Alternative form of dysesthetic. Dysafferentation. Abnormal afferent input as a result of joint restriction that involves a functional decrease in the activity of large diameter mechanoreceptor afferent fibers and a simultaneous functional increases in the activity of nociceptive afferent nerve fibers. Dysynapsis. Disproportionate size or growth of the airways in comparison with the lung parenchyma. Dysynaptic. Relating to dysynapsis. Dysangiogenesis. The generation of malformed blood vessels. Dysania. A state of finding it hard to get out of bed in the morning. Dysart. A place name. Dysart et al. A municipality in Haliburton County, Ontario, Canada. Dysarteriasinmi. Abnormal blood pressure. Dysarthria. Difficulty in articulating words due to a disturbance in the form or function of the structures that modulate voice into speech. one of the first indicative symptoms of myasthenia gravis, brought about by an autoimmune response to acetylcholine receptors. Dysarthrias, plural of dysarthria. Dysarthric, afflicted with or pertaining to dysarthria. Dysarthrophonia, a disorder of the voice and speech typically associated with Parkinson's disease. Dysarthrosis, reduced motion of a joint due to deformity, dislocation, or disease. Dysarts, plural of dysart. Dysaudia, defective articulation stemming from auditory disability. Dysaudias, plural of dysaudia. Dysautonomia, any of a range of dysfunctions of the autonomic nervous system. Dysautonomias, plural of dysautonomia. Dysautonomic, of or relating to dysautonomia. Dysautonomy, alternative form of dysautonomia. Dysautoregulation, a failure of autoregulation. Dysautoregulations, plural of dysautoregulation. Dysbacteriosis, synonym of dysbiosis. Dysbalance, alternative form of dysbalance. Dysbalanced, wrongly balanced. Dysbalances, plural of dysbalance. Dysbalancing, present participle and gerund of dysbalance. Dysbaric, relating to dysbarism. Dysbarism, any medical condition resulting from changes in ambient pressure, as for example when scuba diving. Dysbarisms, plural of dysbarism. Dysbasia, difficulty in walking, typically due to a disorder of the nervous system. Dysbetalopoproteinemia, alternative spelling of dysbetalopoproteinemia. Dysbetalopoproteinemias, plural of dysbetalopoproteinemia. Dysbetalopoproteinemia, a rare medical disorder, type Roman 3 hyperlipoproteinemia. Dysbetalopoproteinemias, plural of dysbetalopoproteinemia. Dysbindin, dystrophin binding protein in muscle cells. Dysbiosis, plural of dysbiosis. Dysbiosis, a medical condition caused by microbial imbalances within the body. Dysbiotic, relating to dysbiosis. Dysmelia, weakness of volition or willpower. Dysbelic, of or relating to dysbulia. Dyscalcemia, a unhealthy concentration of calcium in the blood. Dyscalcemic, relating to dyscalcemia, of normal amount of calcium in the blood. Dyscalculia, a learning disability characterized by significantly below average mathematical ability. Dyscalculious, plural of dyscalculia. Dyscalculic, of or related to dyscalculia. Dyscalculex, plural of dyscalculic. Dyscallosal, having a deficiency in the corpus callosum. Dyscephalia, malformation of the head or face. Dyscephalic, exhibiting or relating to dyscephalia. Dyscephale, synonym of dyscephalia. Dysia, difficult or painful defecation. Dyadic, of relating to or characterized by dyschezia, having painful bowel movements. Dyspharia, a neurological disorder where one half of an individual's body or space cannot be recognized or respond to sensations. Dyspheric, relating to dyscheuria. Dyscheric syndrome, synonym of dyscheuria. Dyshlormia, the presence of an inappropriate level of chloride in the blood. Dyschondroplasia, abnormal growth of bone and cartilage. Dyschondroplasias, plural of dyschondroplasia. Dyschondroplastic, exhibiting or relating to dyschondroplasia. Dyskinesiosis, skeletal dysplasia characterized by abnormal shortening of the forearms and lower legs. Dyschromatic, relating to dyschromia. Dyschromatopsia, dichromatism. Dyschromatoptic, exhibiting or relating to dyschromatopsia. Dyschromatosis, anomalous skin pigmentation genodermatosis characterized by irregular hyperpigmented and hypopigmented macules. Dyschromia, abnormal alteration of the color of the skin or nails. Dyschromic, exhibiting or relating to dyschromia. Dysrhinometria, a form of cerebellar dysfunction in which one cannot accurately estimate the amount of time that has passed. Dyscirculatory, caused by or associated with poor circulation of the blood. Dyscognitive, negatively impacting cognition. Dyscohesion, the disruption of cohesion between cells. Dyscohesive, that disrupts cohesion between cells. Dyscolonization, the breakup of bacterial colonies. Dyscolonizations, plural of dyscolonization. Discompetence, a lack of competence. Discompetent, exhibiting discompetence. Dysconjugate, not having the normal conjugate status, not having the normal coordination. Disconnection, alternative form of disconnection, especially of brain function exhibited in schizophrenia. Disconnections, plural of disconnection. Disconnectivity. Bad or wrong connectivity. Dysconscious, relating to or involving dysconsciousness, a state of impaired or distorted consciousness or awareness, especially in regards to social issues. Dysconsciousness, a state of impaired or distorted consciousness or awareness, especially in regards to social issues. Dyscontrol, the inability to control one's behavior. Discoordinate, alternative form of discoordinate. Discoordinated, simple past and past participle of discoordinate. Discoordination, alternative form of discoordination. Discophane, a tomato frog of the subfamily Discophini. Discophanes, plural of discophene. Dyscopia, a difficulty with copying figures. Dyschoria, an abnormality in the shape of the pupil of the eye. Dyschorias, plural of dysphoria. Dysgracia, imbalance of the four bodily humors: blood, black and yellow bile, phlegm that was thought to cause disease. Dysgrasias, plural of dysgrasia. Dyscrasic, of or relating to dysgrasia. Dyscracy, exhibiting dyscracy. Dyscracies, plural of dyscracy. Dyscraci, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing antimony and silver. Dyscracy, a bodily disorder, an imbalance of the humors. Dyscracy, obsolete spelling of dyscracy. Dyscratic, of relating to dyscracy. Dysgraphia, a subtype of dysgraphia that is characterized by voicing substitution errors in writing. Dyscrotalid, any bryozoan of the genus Dyscrotella. Dyscrotalids, plural of dyscrotolid. Dysgromia, any disorder affecting the pigmentation of the skin, hair, or nails. Dysgromias, plural of dysgromia. Dysura, any spider in the family Dysteridae. Dysarids, plural of dysterid. Dysdiadochasania, alternative form of dysdiadochacania. Dysdiadochacania, the impairment of the ability to perform rapidly alternating movements. Dysdiadochacanias, plural of dysdiadochacania. Dysdiadochakinesis, alternative form of dysdiadochacania. Dysdiadochacania, alternative form of dysdiadochacania. Dysdiadochakinesis, alternative form of dysdiadochacania. Differentiation, incorrect differentiation of cells typically is a result of aging. Dyseidetic, dyslexic with regard to the visual aspect of written words. Dysejaculation, painful ejaculation. Dyselectrolytemia, alternative form of dyselectrolytemia. Dyselectrolytemia, an incorrect amount of an electrolyte in the blood. Dysembryogenesis, defective embryogenesis or dysgenesis of a body part during the embryological stage. Dysembryoma, teratoma. Dysembryomas, plural of dysembryoma. Dysembryomata, plural of dysembryoma. Dysembryoplasma, fetal malformation during growth of the embryo. Dysembryoplastic, relating to dysembryoplasia. Dysemasia, retching, painful vomiting. Dysemasias, plural of dysemesia. Dyssencephalia, a malformation of the head. Dyssencephalia splanchnicystica, Meckel-Gruber syndrome. Dysendocrinism, any disorder of an endocrine function. Dysendocrinisms, plural of dysendocrinism. Dysenterial, dysenteric. Dysenteric, of, relating or pertaining to dysentery. Dysenterical, alternative form of dysenteric. Dysenterics, plural of dysenteric. Dysenteries, plural of dysentery. Dysentery, a disease characterized by inflammation of the intestines, especially the colon-large intestine, accompanied by pus-white blood cells in the feces, fever, pain in the abdomen, high-volume diarrhea, and possible blood in the feces. Disequilibria, plural of disequilibrium. Disequilibrium, alternative form of disequilibrium. Dysergia, uncoordinated movement. Dysergic, exhibiting or relating to dysergia. Dysergies, plural of dysergy. Dysergy, the opposite of synergy, bad effects resulting from some combination of factors. Dyserythropoiesis, misspelling of dyserythropoiesis. Dyser, a village and community in Denbighshire, Wales, historically in Flintshire OS Gridref SJ0579. Dyserythropoiesis, misspelling of dyserythropoiesis. Dyserythropoiesis, plural of dyserythropoiesis. Dyserythropoiesis, an abnormal erythropoiesis including such phenomena as multinuclearity, nuclear fragmentation, dyshemoglobinization, etc. Dyserythropoietic, characterized by ineffective erythropoiesis. Dysaesthesia, a condition caused by lesions of the nervous system that causes abnormal sensations such as burning, wetness, or itching. Dysaesthesia, plural of dysaesthesia. Dysaesthesias, plural of dysesthesia. Dysesthetic, relating to dysesthesia. Dysexecutive, of or pertaining to problems with the executive system in the brain. Dysexpression, faulty expression of a protein. Dysrolin, a protein that is linked with skeletal muscle repair. Dysrolinopathy, relating to dysrolinopathy. Dysrolinopathies, plural of dysrolinopathy. Dysrolinopathy, a genetic disorder caused by a deficiency of functional dysrolin protein leading to muscle damage. Dysfibrinogenemia, alternative form of dysfibrinogenemia. Dysfibrinogenias, plural of dysfibrinogenemia. Dysfibrinogenemic, alternative form of dysfibrinogenemic. Dysfibrinogenemia, any of a group of autosomal dominant disorders of qualitatively abnormal fibrinogens. Dysfibrinogenemias, plural of dysfibrinogenemia. Dysfibrinogenemic, of or relating to dysfibrinogenemia. Dysfibrogenemia, misspelling of dysfibrinogenemia. Dysfluencies, plural of dysfluency. Dysfluency, alternative form of dysfluency. Dysfluent, without proper fluency, not fluent. Dysfluently, in a dysfluent manner. Dysfunction, a failure to function in an expected or complete manner, usually refers to a disorder in a bodily organ, for example, erectile dysfunction, a mental disorder, or the improper behavior of a social group. Dysfunctional, not performing its proper or intended function. Dysfunctionalism, synonym of dysfunctionality. Dysfunctionalities, plural of dysfunctionality. Dysfunctionality, the condition of being dysfunctional. Dysfunctionalization, conversion to a dysfunctional mode. Dysfunctionally, in a dysfunctional manner. Dysfunction, simple past and past participle of dysfunction. Dysfunctioning, present participle and gerund of dysfunction. Dysfunctions, plural of dysfunction. Dysgammaglobulinemia, an abnormality in the composition of gamma globulins in the blood. Dysgammaglobulinemia, an immune disorder characterized by a reduction in some but not all types of gamma globulins. Dysgammaglobulinemias, plural of dysgammaglobulinemia. Dysgenesis, plural of dysgenesis. Dysgenese, of, pertaining to, or causing dysgenesis. Dysgenesis, defective development. Dysgenetic, of, pertaining to, or causing dysgenesis. Dysgenetically, in a dysgenetic manner. Dysgenetics, a theory linking the induction of persistent delayed genomic instability with disturbed cellular aging. Dysgenic, of or relating to, or causing degeneration or deterioration in offspring. Dysgenical, alternative form of dysgenic. Dysgenically, in a dysgenic manner. Dysgenese, the property of being dysgenic. Dysgenics, synonym of cachogenics. Dysgerminoma, a kind of germ cell tumor, usually malignant and usually occurring in the ovary. Dysgerminomas, plural of dysgerminoma. Dysgerminomata, plural of dysgerminoma. Dysgeuria, the distortion or loss of the sense of taste. Dysgeusias, plural of dysgeusia. Dysgeusia, of or pertaining to dysgeusia. Dysglobulinemia, any of several disorders of blood globulins. Dysglobulinemias, plural of dysglycemia. Dyslipidemia, an elevated though still relatively low level of glucose in the blood. Dyslipidemias, plural of dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemic, alternative form of dysglycemic. Dysglycemia, alternative form of dyslipidemia. Dysglycemias, plural of dysglycemia. Dysglycemic, relating to or suffering from dysglycemia. Dysglycemics, plural of dysglycemic. Dysmatic, malformation of the jaw. Dysmatic, having abnormal maxillas and mandibles. Dysnosia, mental illness. Dysmonic, growing or seeding slowly or badly. Dysgracia, alternative spelling of dysgracia. Dysgranular, exhibiting a poorly defined or incipient granular layer. Dysgranulocytopoiesis, dysfunctional granulocytopoiesis, defective production of granulocytes. Dysgranulopoiesis, the abnormal condition in which granulopoiesis does not take place properly. Dysgranulopoietic, of or relating to dysgranulopoiesis. Dysgraphia, a language disorder that affects a person's ability to write. Dysgraphias, plural of dysgraphia. Dysgraphic, of or relating to dysgraphia. Dysgraphically, in a dysgraphic manner. Dysgraphics, plural of dysgraphic. Disharmonic, alternative form of disharmonic. Disharmonically, alternative form of disharmonically. Disharmonies, plural of disharmony. Disharmonious, not in harmony. Disharmony, alternative form of disharmony. Dishematopoiesis, synonym of dishematopoiesis. Dishematopoietic, relating to dishematopoiesis. Dishemoglobinemia, the state or condition in which hemoglobin amounts and / or function are disturbed in any of various ways as a clinical feature of any of various diseases. Dishemoglobinemia, plural of dishemoglobinemia. Dishematopoiesis, defective formation of blood, especially defective formation of blood cells. Dishematopoietic, relating to dishematopoiesis. Dyshapasia, a disorder of liver function. Dyshasion, a loss of ordered cohesion between cells. Disease, of pertaining to or causing dyshesion. Dyshidrosis, plural of dyshidrosis. Dyshidrosis, a skin condition characterized by small blisters on the hands or feet. Dishidrotic, having or relating to dishidrosis. Dishomostasis, plural of dishomostases. Dishomostases, an imbalance or other breakdown of a homeostasis system. Dishomostatic, having or relating to dishomostases. Dishomostases, alternative spelling of dishomostases. Dishormonogenesis, abnormal hormonogenesis. Dyshygienic, lacking hygiene, unclean. Dysageurosis, excessive sweating. Dysimmune, characterized by dysfunction of the immune system. Dysimmunity, the condition of being dysimmune. Dysayer, a surname from German. Dysayers, plural of Dysinger. Dysinnervation, faulty innervation. Disjunction, separation of structures that are normally joined. Disjunctions, plural of disjunction. Distentive, exhibiting disjunction. Dyskalemia, a unhealthy concentration of potassium in the blood. Dyskalemic, relating to dyskalemia, abnormal amount of potassium in the blood. Dyskaryosis, plural of dyskaryosis. Dyskaryosis, any anomaly in the nucleus of a cell. Dysgastric, relating to dyskaryosis. Dyskeratoma, a benign tumor formed of keratinocytes. Dyskeratomas, plural of dyskeratoma. Dyskeratosis, plural of dyskeratosis. Dyskeratosis, incomplete or abnormal keratinization occurring prematurely within individual cells or groups of cells below the stratum granulosum. Dyskeratosis congenita, a rare progressive congenital disorder with a highly variable phenotype, sometimes resembling premature aging, and typically first affecting the skin and proceeding to bone marrow failure. Dyskeratotic, exhibiting or relating to dyskeratosis. Dyskerin, a human gene dyskeratosis congenita 1, a small nucleolar ribonucleoprotein in which mutations are responsible for Zinser-Colling-Mann syndrome. Dyskeratotic, misspelling of dyskeratotic. Dyskinesia, a state of involuntary muscle movements, like tics and torticollis, and reduced voluntary muscle movements. Dyskinesias, plural of dyskinesia. Dyskinesiogenetic, that promotes dyskinesia. Dyskimesis, a reduced ability to control and coordinate movement. Dyskinetic, of or pertaining to dyskinesia. Dyskinetoplastic, that which has a missing or damaged kinetoplast. Dyskinetoplasticity. Dyskinetoplastic apoptosis. Dyskinetoplasty, the condition of being dyskinetoplastic. Dyskimesis, a form of dysomnia. Dysgracia, alternative form of dysgracia. Dysgrasias, plural of dysgracia. Dyslalia, difficulty in talking due to a structural abnormality. Dyslalias, plural of dyslalia. Dyslamination, faulty lamination. Dyslaminations, plural of dyslamination. Dyslectic, dyslexic. Dyslectics, plural of dyslectic. Dyslexia, a learning disability characterized by reading and writing difficulties. Dyslexia, dated form of dyslexic. Dyslexiacs, plural of dyslexiac. Dyslexias, plural of dyslexia. Dyslexic, of or pertaining to dyslexia. Dyslexically, in a dyslexic way. Dyslexics, plural of dyslexic. Dyslexifies, third person singular simple present indicative of dyslexify. Dyslexify, to transpose due to or as if due to dyslexia, to switch the order of letters in a way characteristic of dyslexia. Dyslipidemia, misspelling of dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemia, alternative spelling of dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemias, plural of dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemic, relating to dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemia, an imbalance of lipids, especially cholesterol in the blood, hypercholesterolemia. Dyslipidemias, plural of dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemic, relating to dyslipidemia. Dyslipoproteinemia, alternative form of dyslipoproteinemia. Dyslipoproteinemias, plural of dyslipoproteinemia. Dyslipoproteinemia, any condition caused by inappropriate amounts or types of lipoprotein in the blood. Dyslipoproteinemias, plural of dyslipoproteinemia. Dyslogia, difficulty in expressing ideas in speech. Dysloges, plural of dyslogia. Dyslogistic, expressing censure or disapproval. Dyslogistically, in a dyslogistic manner. Dyslogy, censure, disapproval, dispraise. Illut, a variety of the zinc spinel orgonite. Dyslesin, a resinous substance formed in the decomposition of cholic acid of bile. Dysmaturation, synonym of dysmaturity. Dysmaturations, plural of dysmaturation. Dysmature, exhibiting dysmaturity. Dysmaturity, relative immaturity compared with its age. Dysmegakaryocytopoiesis, dysfunctional megakaryocytopoiesis, defective maturation of bone marrow progenitor cells into megakaryocytes. Dysmegakaryopoiesis, dysplastic megakaryopoiesis. Dysmelia, any congenital disorder of the limbs, such as amelia or syndactyly. Dysmelia, plural of dysmelia. Dysmalic, having or relating to dysmelia. Dysmalics, plural of dysmalic. Dysmenorrhea, painful menstruation, menstrual pain, viewed as a symptom in any of various disorders. Dysmenorrheal, relating to dysmenorrhea. Dysmenorrheous, plural of dysmenorrhea. Dysmenoric, of, pertaining to, or experiencing dysmenorrhea. Dysmenor, alternative form of dysmenoric. Dysmenorrhea, alternative spelling of dysmenorrhea. Dysmenoral, alternative form of dysmenorial. Dysmenorrheas, plural of dysmenorrhea. Dysmenoroic, alternative spelling of dysmenoric. Dysmenorrhea, obsolete form of dysmenorrhea. Dysmenoral, obsolete form of dysmenorial. Dysmenorrhea, plural of dysmenorrhea. Dysmenoroic, obsolete form of dysmenoric. Dysmentia, synonym of dementia. Dysmetabolic, relating to dysmetabolism. Dysmetabolism, metabolic dysfunction. Dysmetria, an inability to control or to limit muscular movement. Dysmetrias, plural of dysmetria. Dysmetric, relating to dysmetria. Dysmetropsia, any of the group of visual illusions involving an alteration in the size or separation of perceived objects. Dysmetropsias, plural of dysmetropsia. Dysmimia, an inability to use gestures effectively. Dysmasia, poor memory. Dysmasic, of or relating to dysmesia. Dysmobility, restricted mobility of a limb. Dysmodulation, correct modulation of the senses. Dysmorphia, Any of various psychological disorders of distorted body image in which a person inaccurately believes that their body is misshapen or inadequate, such as anorexia, bulimia, and muscle dysmorphia, bigorexia. Dysmorphias, plural of dysmorphia. Dysmorphic, of, relative to, producing, or having dysmorphism. Dysmorphically, in a dysmorphic manner. Dysmorphism, any malformation of the anatomy. Dysmorphisms, plural of dysmorphism. Dysmorphobia, the pathologically obsessive rejection of some aspect of one's own appearance, body dysmorphia. Dysmorphogenesis, the formation of abnormal tissue. Dysmorphogenetic, relating to dysmorphogenesis. Dysmorphogenic, relating to dysmorphogenesis. Dysmorphologic, alternative form of dysmorphological. Dysmorphological, relating to or exhibiting dysmorphology. Dysmorphologies, plural of dysmorphology. Dysmorphologist, one who studies dysmorphology. Dysmorphologists, plural of dysmorphologists. Dysmorphology, the study of genetic defects, especially congenital malformations. Dysmorphometric, relating to dysmorphometry. Dysmorphometry, the measurement of morphological abnormalities. Dysmorphophilia, sexual arousal arising from deformed, mentally impaired, or physically impaired partners. Dysmorphophobia, body dysmorphic disorder, dysmorphia. Dysmorphophobias, plural of dysmorphophobia. Dysmorphophobic, of or relating to dysmorphophobia. Dysmorphosis, synonym of dysmorphia. Dysmotile, relating to dysmotility. Dysmotilities, plural of dysmotility. Dysmotility, abnormal motility, especially of the muscles in the gastrointestinal tract. Dysmyelinated, obtained via dysmyelination. Dysmyelinating, causing dysmyelination. Dysmyelination, a condition in which there is a much reduced amount of myelin in nervous tissue. Dysmyelinations, plural of dysmyelination. Dysmyelinogenesis, a reduction in the level of or an absence of myelinogenesis. Dysmyelinogenic, causing dysmyelination. Dysmyelopoiesis, impaired myelopoiesis, defective production of the blood cells. Dysmyelopoietic, relating to dysmyelopoiesis. Dysnatremia, alternative form of dysnatremia. Dysnatremia, the presence of an unusual high or low amount of sodium in the blood, abnormal serum sodium level. Dysnatremic, relating to dysnatremia, abnormal amount of sodium in the blood. Dysnomia, the demon Manu, deity of lawlessness, listed by Hesiod among the daughters of Eris. Dysnomium, of or relating to the demon dysnomia in Greek mythology. Dysnomias, plural of dysnomia. Dysnomic, pertaining to or affected by dysnomia. Dysnomics, plural of dysnomic. Dysnomy, bad legislation, the enactment of bad laws. Disodil, alternative form of disodile. Disodile, a soft, finely laminated, greenish or yellowish gray impure earthy or coaly bitumen, which emits a highly fetid odor when burning. Disodiles, plural of disodile. Disodylic, of or relating to the mineral disodyl. Disodyls, plural of disodyl. Disodont, having simple teeth that are situated very close to the dorsal margins of the valves. Disodontiasis, difficulty regulating the option of the teeth. Disodile, alternative form of disodyl. Disodyls, plural of disodile. Dysomeria, a fictitious disease used in vaccine research. Disomy, the inheritance of a pair of non-identical chromosomes. Dyson, a surname. Dyson shell, synonym of Dyson sphere. Dyson shells, plural of Dyson shell. Dyson sphere, a hypothetical system of orbiting solar power satellites meant to completely encompass a star and capture its entire energy output. Dyson spheres, plural of Dyson sphere. Dyson swarm, a system of movable, independent satellites that as a whole compose a Dyson sphere. Dyson swarms, plural of Dyson swarm. Dyson tree, a hypothetical genetically engineered plant that could grow in a comet. Dyson trees, plural of Dyson tree. Dyson Harops satellite, a type of power satellite that derives energy from stellar wind through beta voltaics by capturing free electrons, beta particles in the wind, instead of through sunlight and photovoltaics. Dyson Harops satellites, plural of Dyson Harops satellite. Dysons, plural of Dyson. Dysontogenesis, defective development of an embryo. Dysontogenetic, of or pertaining to dysontogenesis. Dysontogenic, dysontogenetic. Dysopia, alternative form of dysopsia. Dysopsia, dimness or difficulty of vision. Dysopsy, obsolete form of dysopsia. Dysorexia, an impaired or unnatural appetite. Dysorgasmia, orgasmic pain. Dysorthography, an inability to learn how to spell. Dysosmia, an olfactory disorder in which the sense of smell inaccurately conveys disagreeable sensations. Dysosmias, plural of dysosmia. Dysosmic, of, pertaining to, or afflicted with dysosmia. Dysosteosclerosis, an autosomal recessive form of osteosclerosis. Dysostosis, plural of dysostosis. Dysostosis, a disorder of the development of bone. Dysostotic, exhibiting or relating to dysostosis. Dysoxia, the condition of being dysoxic. Dysoxic, having a very low oxygen concentration, i.e. between anoxic and hypoxic. Dyspancreatism, dysfunction of the pancreas. Dyspareunia, painful or difficult sexual intercourse, especially in women. Dyspareunic, relating to or exhibiting dyspareunia. Dyspareunus, an individual, especially a woman, for whom sexual intercourse is painful or difficult. Dyspareunists, plural of dyspareunus. Dyspathetic, exhibiting dyspathy of verse. Dyspathies, plural of dyspathy. Dyspathy, antipathy, aversion. Dyspepsia, any mild disorder of digestion characterized by stomach pain, discomfort, heartburn, and nausea, often following a meal. Dyspepsias, plural of dyspepsia. Dyspepsies, plural of dyspepsy. Dyspepsy, dyspepsia. Dyspeptic, of, relating to, or having dyspepsia or indigestion. Dyspeptical, dyspeptic, dyspeptically. In a dyspeptic manner. Dyspeptics, plural of dyspeptic. Dyspeptone, an insoluble albuminous body formed from casein and other proteid substances by the action of gastric juice. Dyspeptones, plural of dyspeptone. Dysperistalsis, abnormal or painful peristalsis. Dysphagia, difficulty in swallowing. Dysphagias, plural of dysphagia. Dysbady, having or relating to dysphagia. Dysbadics, plural of dysphagic. Dysphagocytosis, a breakdown of phagocytosis such that cells can no longer ingest bacteria. Dyshady, difficulty in swallowing. Dysphania, any amaranthaceous plant of the genus Dysphania. Dysphaia, loss of or deficiency in the power to use or understand language as a result of injury or disease of the brain. Dysphasias, plural of dysphagia. Dysphatic, having or relating to dysphagia. Dysphasics, plural of dysphasic. Dysthymia, a speech impediment characterized by stammering or stuttering, usually resulting from emotional or psychological causes. Dysemias, plural of dysphemia. Dysphemism, the use of a word or phrase carrying negative connotations or imagery, especially one that is derogatory, offensive, or vulgar, to replace a more neutral original. Dysphemisms, plural of dysphemism. Dysphemistic, of, pertaining to, or being a dysphemism. Dysphemistically, in a dysphemistic manner. Dysphemize, to describe in dysphemism. Dysphemized, simple past and past participle of dysphemize. Dysphemizes, third person singular simple present indicative of dysphemize. Dysphemizing, present participle and gerund of dysphemize. Dysphonetic, dyslexic with regard to the sounds of written words. Dysphonia, a difficulty in producing vocal sounds. Dysphonias, plural of dysphonia. Dysphonic, having or relating to dysphonia. Dysphonics, plural of dysphonic. Dysphony, dated form of dysphonia. Dysphoria, a state of feeling unwell or unhappy, a feeling of emotional and mental discomfort and suffering from restlessness, malaise, depression, or anxiety. Dysphoriant, an agent which can create a state of feeling unwell or unhappy, a stimulus of feeling of emotional and mental discomfort and suffering from restlessness, malaise, depression, or anxiety. See dysphoria. Dysphorias, plural of dysphoria. Dysphoric, pertaining to dysphoria or of being in a state of dysphoria. Dysphoric milk ejection reflex, a brief dysphoria just prior to the milk ejection reflex. Dysphorically, in a dysphoric way. Dysphorics, plural of dysphoric. Dysphotic, alternative spelling of dysphotic. Dysphotopsia, the presence of halos or glare if positive or shadows if negative in the field of view, typically experienced after cataract surgery. Dysphotopsias, plural of dysphotopsia. Dysphasia, a speech defect characterized by an inability to put words into an intelligible order. Dysphenia, a group of mental disorders characterized by different cognitive, verbal, or behavioral deficits. Dysphenias, plural of dysphenia. Dysphenic, having or relating to dysphenia. Dysphenics, plural of dysphenic. Dystheistic, bad sounding, inelegant in style. Dyspigmentation, an abnormal pigmentation, typically of the skin. Dyspigmented, badly or wrongly pigmented. Dyspituitarism, any condition due to incorrect secretion of the pituitary gland. Dysplasia, abnormal development of cells or tissue, often at precancerous stage of growth. Dysplasia epiphysalis hemimelica, synonym of Trevor disease. Dysplasias, plural of dysplasia. Dysplasic, alternative form of dysplastic. Dysplasminogenia, a deficiency of plasminogen in the blood. Dysplasminogenias, plural of dysplasminogenia. Dysplasminogenic, relating to or exhibiting dysplasminogenia. Dysplastic, relating to or exhibiting dysplasia. Dysplastics, plural of dysplastic. Dysploid, relating to or exhibiting dysploidy. Dysploidic, alternative form of dysploid. Dysploids, plural of dysploid. Dysploidy, variation in the chromosome number in a population by less than a whole set of chromosomes, typically because of chromosomal rearrangements. Dyspnea, difficult or labored breathing. Dyspnea, pertaining to or of the nature of dyspnea in connection with dyspnea. Dyspneas, plural of dyspnea. Dysmeg, afflicted with dyspnea, possessing. Dysmea, alternative spelling of dyspnea. Dyspnoal, alternative spelling of dysmeal. Dysmeas, plural of dysmea. Dyspnoic, alternative spelling of dysmate. Dyspnoic, alternative form of dysmate. Dysmea, archaic spelling of dysmea. Dyspnoal, obsolete spelling of dysmeal, obsolete form of dysmol. Dysmeas, plural of dysmea. Dyspnoic, obsolete spelling of dysmate. Dysbiosis, abnormal formation of blood cells. Dyspraxic, alternative form of dyspraxic. Dyspraxia, a genetic neurological disorder where a person has motor skills severely below average due to their brain's inability to consistently send messages accurately to the body during the planning and execution of motor movements. Dyspraxias, plural of dyspraxia. Dyspraxia, of or pertaining to dyspraxia. Dyspraxically, in a dyspraxic manner. Dyspraxics, plural of dyspraxic. Dyspripterin, 6-spiruvoyl tetrahydropterin, an intermediate in tetrahydrobiopterin biosynthesis. Dysprosate, antioxidant of dysprosium. Dysprosates, plural of dysprosate. Dysprosia, dysprosium oxide. Dysprosion, containing dysprosium. Dysprosium, a metallic chemical element symbol dye with atomic number 66, a rare earth element with a metallic silver luster. Applications in human affairs include magnets with high performance, which are important in various machines with electric motors. Dispersodia, alternative form of dispersity. Dispersodias, plural of dispersodia. Dispersities, plural of dispersity. Dispersity, a disorder in which one or more of the prosodic functions of speech are compromised or eliminated completely. Dispersities, plural of dispersity. Dispersity, a disorder in which one or more of the prosodic functions of speech are compromised or eliminated completely. Dysproteinemia, alternative form of dysproteinemia. Dysproteinemias, plural of dysproteinemia. Dysproteinemic, alternative form of dysproteinemic. Dysproteinemia, the presence of abnormal types or amount of protein in the blood. Dysproteinemias, plural of dysproteinemia. Dysproteinemic, exhibiting or relating to dysproteinemia. Dysprothrombinemia, alternative form of dysprothrombinemia. Dysprothrombanemias, plural of dysprothrombinemia. Dysprothrombinemia, the dysfunction of prothrombin in the blood. Dysprothrombinemia, plural of dysprothrombinemia. Dysprothrombinemia, relating to dysprothrombinemia. Dysraphia, dysraphism. Dysraphia, relating to dysraphism. Dysraphism, malformation of a raph. Dysraphisms, plural of dysraphism. Dysrationalia, the inability to think and behave rationally despite adequate intelligence. Dysreflexia, the condition of having overresponsive or underresponsive reflexes. Dysreflexias, plural of dysreflexia. Dysreflexic, relating to dysreflexia. Dysregulate, to cause a dysfunctional level of an activity or chemical in an organism by disrupting normal function of a regulatory mechanism. Dysregulated, simple past and past participle of dysregulate. Dysregulates, third person singular simple present indicative of dysregulate. Dysregulating, present participle and gerund of dysregulate. Dysregulation, a failure to regulate properly. Dysregulations, plural of dysregulation. Dysregulator, anything that leads to dysregulation. Dysregulators, plural of dysregulator. Dysregulatory, relating to dysregulation. Dyrrhythmia, a disturbance to an otherwise normal biological rhythm, especially that of the heart. Dysrhythmias, plural of dysrhythmia, which can refer to types of dysrhythmia, cases of dysrhythmia, or episodes of dysrhythmia. Dyrrhythmic, having an unpleasing, irregular beat. Dysrhythmically, in a dysrhythmic manner. Dysrhythmicity, the condition of being dysrhythmic. Dyrrhythmics, plural of dysrhythmic. Dysrhythmogenicity, synonym of arrhythmogenicity. Disease, obsolete spelling of disease. Diseases, plural of disease. Dysabasia, a condition due to incorrect function of the sebaceous gland. Dysemia, a learning difference that involves impairment with understanding and or using nonverbal communication. Dysanias, plural of dysemia. Dysemic, having or relating to dysemia. Dysomnia, a difficulty in falling asleep or in remaining sleeping. Dysomias, plural of dysomia. Dyspermia, any abnormality of the spermatozoa or the semen. Dysteia, difficulty in standing. Dystag, suffering dysphagia, marked by difficulty in standing. Dysynchronies, plural of dysynchrony. Dysynchronization, incorrect synchronization. Dysynchronous, not synchronous, badly synchronized. Dysynchrony. A lack of proper synchrony. Dysynergia, failure of parts of the anatomy to work together correctly. Dysynergias, plural of dysynergia. Dysynergic, relating to dysynergia. Dysynergies, plural of dysynergy. Dysynergy, alternative form of dysynergia. Distant, obsolete form of distant. Dysphagia, alternative form of dysphagia. Distant, obsolete form of distant. Dystaxia, a milder or weaker form of ataxia. Dystaxia, exhibiting or relating to dystaxia. Dystactic, describing the isobaric reversible melting with dissociation of a solid compound formed of two components. Dystactoi, describing the isobaric reversible dissociation without melting of a solid compound formed of two components. Dystalactases, plural of dystalactoses. Dystalactoses, improper inflation of the lungs. Dystalactic, alternative form of dystaleological. Dystaleological, or pertaining to dystaleology. Dystaleologist, one who subscribes to the philosophy of dystaleology. Dystaleologists, plural of dystaleologists. Dystaleology, the view that existence has no telos or final cause from purposeful design. Desder, a surname. Desers, plural of dester. Dystaxia, disordered or garbled text messaging associated with medical events like a stroke. Dystaxias, plural of dystaxia. Dysthanasia, the undue prolongation of life by artificial means in a person who cannot otherwise survive. Dysazan, the belief that there is a God, but that this God is not good and possibly, although not necessarily, evil. It is one who believes in dystheism, one who believes that there is a God, but that this God is not good and possibly, but not necessarily evil. Isistic, of, pertaining to, or especially professing dystheism. Deist, plural of dystheist. Dysthemia, misspelling of dysthymia. Dystherapeutic, having an unfavorable effect in treating a condition. Dysthea, alternative form of dysesthesia, abnormal sensation caused by lesions of the nervous system. Dystheas, plural of dysthesia. Dysthetic, exhibiting or relating to dysthesia. Dysthea, alternative form of dysthymia. Dysrhombopoiesis, decreased production of thrombocytes. Dysthymia, a tendency to be depressed without hope. Dystheniac, alternative form of dysthymic. Dysthymiacs, plural of dysthymiac. Dysthemias, plural of dysthymia. Dysthymic, a person diagnosed with dysthymia or dysthymic depression. Dysthymics, plural of dysthymic. Dysthyroid, relating to defective thyroid glands. Dysthyroidism, abnormal functioning of the thyroid gland, referring to either hyperthyroidism or hypothyroidism, thyroid hormone deficiency or excess. Dysthyroidisms, plural of dyssteroidism. Dystocia, a slow or difficult labor or delivery. Dystocial, of pertaining to or characterized by dystocia, having had a difficult birth. Dystocias, plural of dystocia. Dystocic, relating to or exhibiting dystocia. Distomer, the less pharmacologically active of the enantiomers of Idrar. Distomers, plural of distomer. Dystoma, having imperfect fracture or cleavage. Dystemes. Dystonic. Dystonia, a disabling neurological disorder in which prolonged and repetitive contractions of muscles cause jerking, twisting movements, and abnormal postures of the body. Dystonias, plural of dystonia. Dystonic, describing the isothermal isobaric reversible dissolution of a system of 3 or more components to form a saturated solution, typically describes the dissolution of a mixed salt in its own water of crystallization. Dystonically, in a dystonic manner. Dystonics, plural of dystonic. Destinin, a neuronal protein that is a form of plaquin. Destinins, plural of dystinin. Dystopia, a miserable, dysfunctional state or society that has a very poor standard of living or severe censorship, oppression, etc. Dystopia canthorum, a lateral displacement of the inner canthae of the eyes, giving the appearance of a widened nasal bridge and associated with Waardenburg syndrome. Dystopia, plural of dystopia. Dystopian, of or pertaining to a dystopia. Dystopianism, the condition of a dystopia, miserable, dysfunctional society. Dystopias, plural of dystopia. Dystopic, characterized by dystopia. Dystopical, synonym of dystopian. Dystopically, in a dystopic manner. Dystotic, of, relating to, or characterized by dystocia. Dystrophic, having a base saturation less than 50%. Dystrobrevin, any of a class of proteins that bind to dystrophin in the costamere of skeletal muscle cells. Dystrobrevins, plural of dystrobrevin. Dystrocraft, a dystrophic ocraft. Dystrocrafts, plural of dystrocraft. Dystroglycan, a glycoprotein associated with dystrophin. Dystroglycanopathies, plural of dystroglycanopathy. Dystroglycanopathy, any disease associated with dystroglycan. Dystroglycans, plural of dystroglycan. Dystropathology, the pathology of dystrophy. Dystropept, a dystroptropept. Dystropepts, plural of dystropept. Dystrophia, dystrophy. Dysnica, myogenic dystrophy. Dystrophias, plural of dystrophia. Dystrophic, affected with dystrophy. Dystrophic calcification, the mineralization of soft tissues occurring without a systemic mineral imbalance. Dystrophically, in a dystrophic manner. Dystrophication, the condition of becoming dystrophic. Dystrophications, plural of dystrophication. Dystrophies, plural of dystrophy. Dystrophin, a cytoplasmic structural protein that is deficient in some forms of muscular dystrophy. Dystrophinopathy, related to dystrophinopathy. Dystrophinopathies, plural of dystrophinopathy. Dystrophinopathy, a recessive form of muscular dystrophy. Dystrophins, plural of dystrophin. Dystrophization, extreme eutrophication. Dystrophy, a wasting of body tissues of either genetic origin or due to inadequate or defective nutrition. Dystrophinopathy, misspelling of dystrophinopathy. Dystrophic, relating to dystrophy. Dystropus, relating to the damage done to plants by visiting insects not adapted for pollination. Dystrophy, abnormal behavior. Dystrodapt, a district udept. Dysthea, a disordered cough that is a key clinical feature of dysphagia. Dystichophobia, the fear of accidents. Dystopia, disordered or garbled typing associated with medical events like a stroke. Dystopias, plural of dystopia. Disingulation. Synonym of onychomyces. Dysuria, the experience or condition of experiencing pain while discharging urine or really of having difficulty doing so. Dysurias, plural of dysuria. Dysuric, pertaining to or afflicted with. Dysuria. Dysuries, plural of dysury. Dysury, archaic form of dysuria. Dysvascular, relating to vascular disease or malfunction. Dysvascularity, the condition of being dysvascular. Dysventilation, the failure of a ventilation process to work correctly. Diversion, any abnormal turning other than inversion. This way, initialism of "do you see what I did there?" used ironically to draw attention to wordplay, etc. Disynchronies, plural of disynchrony. Disynchronization, misspelling of desynchronization. Disynchronous, misspelling of dysynchronous. Disynchrony, alternative spelling of dysynchrony. Dysynergia, alternative form of dysynergia. Dysentribi. Synonym of pinnite. Disucarus, that deters zoochery. Isuspermia, the imperfect formation of spermatozoa. Dysemia, obsolete form of dysemia. Dysemic, obsolete form of dysemic. Dysesthesia, obsolete spelling of dysesthesia. Dysesthesia, plural of dysesthesia. Dyshiaki, a village, the administrative center of Dyshiaki Starostinsky Akra Ivankiv settlement Hemeta Vishhoradri in Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Didacid, any member of the family Didacidi of diving beetles. Didacids, plural of didacid. Datrophin, misspelling of dystrophin. Doers, alternative spelling of divers. Doa, a Niger-Congo language spoken in Upper Volta and Ivory Coast. Dia, past participle of da. Duty, a female given name from India. Divers, obsolete spelling of divers. Dizzy, abbreviation of dizygotic. Dizzy, abbreviation of dozen. Dijankoi, rare spelling of Jankoi. Diankoj, rare spelling of Jankoi. Dizade, a commune and former capital city of the overseas department of Mayotte, France. Dizajikau, former name of Vladikavkaz, the capital city of North Ossetiania, Russia. Dizegitai, alternative form of dizigitai. Dizegitais, plural of dizegitai. Diazelmi, a surname. Daerin, alternative form of Zarin. Dearens, plural of Dzaren. Dzaryansk, a city in Nizhny Novgorod Oblast, Russia. Dzержинский, a surname from Russian, especially when referring to Felix Dzержinski, chairman of the Cheka. Dzhelandite, an isometric diploidal yellow-brown mineral containing hydrogen, indium, and oxygen. Dzyankoi, alternative spelling of Jankoi. Dzyankoj, rare spelling of Jankoi. Dzyankoi, alternative spelling of Jankoi. Dzarkanite, an isometric diploidal black mineral containing iron and selenium. Dzhezkazganite, a rare rhenium-dominant mineral found in Kazakhstan. Diadid, a skilled horseman in the Caucasus and Central Asia. Djigitaka, a style of trick horse riding that originated in the Turkic cultures of North Caucasus and Central Asia, in which riders at full gallop stand up, jump to the ground and back to the saddle, and perform feats such as picking up objects or shooting at targets. It's plural of djigit. DL, alternative form of dzio. Diaz, plural of Dijo. Dijudesmo, alternative form of Judesmo. Dijubashvili, alternative form of Jugashvili. Dijungaria, alternative form of Dzungaria. Dzungaria, alternative form of Dzungaria. Dzidi, a kind of stone bead worn as an ornament for spiritual purposes in Tibet and other Central Asian cultures. Dzidis, plural of Dzib. Dzyaik, a surname from Polish. Dzyaks, plural of Dzyaik. Dzyamidaka, a hamlet in Prioradny Selsovjet, Borisov Rayon, Minsk Oblast, Belarus. Dzyanis, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Dzaya and Cyrillic letter 456 acute SDZ Janis. Dzidzik, a surname from Polish. Dzidziks, plural of Dzidzik. Dzegan, a surname from Polish. Dzekins, plural of Dzekin. Dzemianovich, a surname from Polish. Dzemianoviches, plural of Dzemianovich. Dzemidauka, a settlement in Marozavichi Selsovjet, Budakashali over Rayon, Homil Oblast, Belarus, founded in the early 1920s. Dzayan, a surname. Dzyazanovsky, a dark orange trigonal mineral containing sulfur, calcium, and copper. Dzyazanscyzna, a Polish autonomous district in the Byelorussian SSR 1932-1935. Dzetatai, the Mongolian wild ass Equus hemianus hemianus, a subspecies of the integer. Dzygatais, plural of Dzygatai. Dzela, brass neck rings worn by married women among the South and Debel peoples of Africa. Dzenjo, a surname. Dzayoba, a surname. Dzayobas, plural of Dzayuba. Dzerzenski, a surname from Polish. Dzerzenz is, plural of Dzerzinski. Dzemitry, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Deza and Cyrillic letter 456 acute ta-yer ikhatkwi Dzimitrij. Azinit, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Deza and Cyrillic letter 456 acute ta-yer ikhatkwi Dzimitrij. Azini, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Dezam Cyrillic letter 456 acute te yer ikatki Dimitrij. Azea, a male hybrid of a yak and a domesticated cow. Diazadenka, a language of Cameroon. Diazogshin, the great perfection, the state of contemplation beyond the mind, not unconscious, but mental processes not conditioning of awareness. Diazomo, a female Diazio yak cow hybrid. Diazomos, plural of Diazomo. Diazai, alternative form of John Tibetan building. Diazaka, the national language of Bhutan, Bhutanese. Diazankai, any of the 20 districts into which Bhutan is divided. Diazonkaks, plural of Diazonkak. Diazonpan, a leader or official of a district in Bhutan. Diazonpans, plural of Diazonpan. Diazonpan, alternative spelling of Diazonpan. Diazonpans, plural of Diazonpan. Diazons, plural of Diazon. Diazorgek, synonym of Kaingek. Diazas, plural of Dizio. Dia, an ecological crisis in the steppe of Mongolia and Central Asia causing loss of livestock, typically a summer drought followed by a severe winter. Dizudesmo, alternative form of Judesmo. Dirades, plural of Dizad. Dizukija, an ethnographic region of Lithuania, located in the south of the country. Dizai, pronunciation spelling of Dong. Diazandr, a member of a Western Mongol people that were one of the 4 major tribes that made up the Warets. Diangaria, a geographical region in northwestern China. Diazungarian, of or relating to Diazungaria, a region in China. Diazungarian Gate, a geographically and historically significant mountain pass between China and Central Asia. Diazungarian hamster, alternative spelling of Jungarian hamster. Diazungarian hamsters, plural of Diazungarian hamster. Diazungarian horse, synonym of Piarzualskis horse. Diazungarian horses, plural of Diazungarian horse. Diazungarians, plural of Diazungarian. Diazungers, plural of Diazunger. Dianharia, alternative form of Diazungaria. Dias, a surname. Dias, pronunciation spelling of just. Dizivinko, a village in Dizivinko Starostinsky Okra, Boyaka Urban Hamada Fastive Rain, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine, founded a 1702. Dianis, a transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Dazaya and Cyrillic letter 456 acute SDZ Janis. Diazarshins, a city in Minsk Oblast, Belarus. Deze, the name of the Cyrillic script letter, Cyrillic letter 52b / Cyrillic letter 52b. Idle, alternative spelling of Deedle. Down, alternative spelling of demon. Demoniac, alternative spelling of demoniac. Demoniacal, obsolete form of demoniacal. Demonic, alternative spelling of demonic. Demonical, obsolete form of demonical. Demonism, alternative spelling of demonism. Demonize, rare spelling of demonize. Demonized, simple past and past participle of demonize. Demonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of demonize. Demonizing, present participle and gerund of demonize. Demonolatry, obsolete spelling of demonolatry. Demonomancy, alternative spelling of demonomancy. Demonomania, alternative spelling of demonomania. Demons, plural of demon. Demle, synonym of Zazaki. Den, censored spelling of damn. D-, an academic grade given by certain institutions, slightly better than an F+ and slightly worse than a D. D- are sometimes the lowest passing grades. D-flat, alternative spelling of D-flat. D-flat S, plural of D-flat. D-sharp, alternative spelling of D-sharp. D-sharp S, plural of D-sharp. F, the fifth letter of the English alphabet, called E and written in the Latin script. E-graph, found in words borrowed from other languages. E-acute, found chiefly in words borrowed from other languages. When it occurs as the last letter of the word, it indicates that the E is not silent. E-umlaut, an orthographic E with the diacritic that marks it as being the face vowel, as in the word cafe. E-macaron, a dictionary transcription for the fleece vowel. E-reeve, a dictionary transcription for the dress vowel. E with dot above indicates the happy vowel, final vowel of happy. Letter 1 EBD, the letter E with a tilde, replacing the sequence N or M. E-caudita, a form of the letter E modified by the addition of a diacritical tail, E-agene. E-caudita, plural of E-caudata. E-chart, a placard with the capital letter E printed on it in various orientations and sizes, designed to test distance vision. E-charts, plural of E-chart. E-chope, expressing awe or excitement. E-flat, alternative spelling of E-flat. E-flat major, alternative spelling of E-flat major. E-flats, plural of E-flat, alternative form of E-flats. Yo, mate, friend. E major, the major key with the notes E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B, C sharp, D sharp, the key signature of which has 4 sharps. E minor, the minor chord with a root of E. E number, any of a range of European abbreviations for food additives used on labels. E numbers, plural of E number. A game of chance in which a ball falls into one of several ditches marked E or O. EP and L, alternative form of EP and L. E pluribus unum, out of many, one or from many, one alternatively translated as one out of many or one from many. E regia, the kennelly heaviside layer. E sharp, alternative spelling of E sharp. E sharps, plural of E sharp. E ticket, something very thrilling or exciting. And E, initialism of escape and evasion. E and G, initialism of electricity and gas. And O, errors and omissions insurance. And O, initialism of errors and omissions accepted - excluded. And O, alternative letter case form of E and OE. And OS, plural of E and O. And P, initialism of exploration and production. And R, initialism of evangelical and reformed church. E and W, abbreviation of England and Wales. E under the influence of the recreational drug ecstasy. A contraction of even. And so. Archaic form of even so. A contraction of ever. Our. Alternative spelling of every. Everybody. Pronunciation and spelling of everybody. Everything. Alternative spelling of everything. Everything. Pronunciation spelling of everything. Everything. Alternative spelling of everything. Everything. Alternative spelling of everything. F. Plural of e. Hello. Misspelling of azure. Es/et. Endangered due to similarity of appearance to a species deemed threatened under the Endangered Species Act. E plus W. Abbreviation of England and Wales. F. Alternative form of E. E1. A private. E1s. Plural of E1. E2. A visa granted to investors in United States businesses. E2s. Plural of E2. E6. A staff sergeant. E6s. Plural of E6. Access. Electronic access to resources, such as publications at a library. Account. An account, such as a bank account, that is operated and accessed by electronic means. Accounts. Plural of e-account. E-activism. Cyberactivism. E-activist. Cyberactivist. E-activists. Plural of e-activist. S. Email address. Addresses. Plural of e-address. Alert. An alert sent by email or similar electronic means. Alerts. Plural of e-alert. Appraisal. A staff appraisal carried out using computer technology. Appraisals. Plural of e-appraisal. Earchive. An archive kept in electronic format, a computerized archive. Archives. Plural of e-archive. Assessment. Assessment carried out by means of computer technology. Assessments. Plural